the airpit.
Post 2, post 3 radio check.
I've been to the airpit. Have a walk over there.
Post 3, post 5 radio check. Post 5 receiving radio clear. Over. Likewise post 5, post 7 radio check. Control post 7 radio check.
If it's not that one, let's come down.
Likewise post 8, post 9 radio check. Receiving loud. Likewise post 9, post 12 radio check.
Loud and clear.
Likewise post 12, post 14 radio check.
Fucking wrong, wasn't it? Well, I didn't know it was post 12. I was always known
Likewise
as the
post 14,
airport.
post 16 radio check. Likewise post 16, post 4 radio check. Likewise post 4, post 13 radio check.
Plan was to put one of them to there now.
Likewise Alpha 1, Alpha 2 radio check.
Well, you're going to it. You got enough cover for the airport. Yes, that's it. Well, yes, it's just, they don't normally get much. What has you got? You were 13, weren't you? Yeah, I'm about to back up. The 40 is the goal for this goal play. Oh, well, you need someone on that. Yeah. That's what I did, that's what the man said. Are you flagging? Yes. Yeah. What more by that then?
2 here at Mallory Park here for the CMMCS Classic and Modern Motorsport Festival here at Mallory Park, just near Leicester. And of course we do have our 500 owners who are about to go out. A few delays from yesterday mean that we will have 14 races ahead of you and 1 qualifying session, and we will have a look at our program for today as they now head out onto track.
They're all sitting saying, well, you know, it's fucking 13. As far as I know, I don't think there is a 13. Post 12 receiving. We've got Alan Brown, Alistair Brown, and Jonathan Long.
I've got a really good shot idea. So if we focus on the 16, there's a little logo that says 500 owners club.
We cover the gates as well, if anything that comes up, if we can get it through that gate and push it in between.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Keep it going. The lion, it's a good place. This has been altered. Oh yeah. This has been altered since last week. Anyway, there you go. I've got you out of shit for it. You are off, guys. Keep saying you don't.
round. There's 2 of them today, and cars filing round behind the safety car. They will not stop on the grid, they'll be let go. It's number 1 reigning champion Alexis Wilson, who is on pole with the maroon Martin Norton. Then we have 38 championship leader Hamish Cameron Evely with the Cooper Jap Mark 8 alongside aluminium car, unpainted. The highly polished car on the second row, number 12, is Ian Rowley with the Comet Jap, unique car this, and then 92, which is Richard Fuller with his yellow and blue Cooper Norton. Then we've got 64, Richard Kelly with a Cooper Norton Mark 5, and then 19, JB Jones with the French Cousy Triumph number 2. The car is actually numbered 19, but it's the Cousy Triumph number 2, the second one back in the day. 16 is Stuart Wright with his British Racing Green Cooper Norton, and alongside him is number 3, Andy Rayner with his alley coloured Cooper Norton. 30 is Chaz Reynolds with the metallic green Kieft Jap. Then it's 33, Jonathan Morris with the Australian Way Jap. Jimmy May is next up in the blue Petty Norton that his grandfather Ray Petty built, unique car this. And then 13, Mike Doderman, the Dutchman, with his Larkins, which now has a Triumph engine in it. 25 is former international sports car racer Claude Crespin at the wheel of Jean-Claude Van Goes, beautiful Cooper Norton, the ex-Paul Swalen's car, it's bright yellow. 70 is Dave Messenger, he's next up in the red Dassel. Then Simon Hughes missing, Doug McClay in the green Cooper Jap is there, Chris Wilson, the black early 1948 Cooper Jap, Phil Middlehurst is there too, and Roger Quipp in the grey Cooper Norton should be bringing up the rear. They hurtle down towards the first corner, which is of course Gerard's, the long right-hander, and as they go round, we'll pick them up as they come onto the Stead Straight for the first time. This is the second round of the Circuit Championship in terms of races, but also last weekend's Wiscombe Park Hill Climb counted as well as a circuit round. And out the front we've got a problem. One of the cars there, that's the car from the back of the grid that didn't get away, is being lapped effectively, and that is Roger Quipp with the Cooper Norton. That is a Mark 5 car from 1951, but the leaders hurtled off towards the corner, the hairpin at Shaw's. They'll be back in our sight very shortly, and here they come, and it's Alex Wilson who leads with the Martin Norton in second place right now. It's the 38 car, which is Hamish Cameron Evely. It's a battle for third between Richard Fuller, sometime Formula 3000 racer, and going down the inside of him, having a look into Gerard's, is Ian Rowley at the wheel of the Hayward Comet. They're running in third and fourth place. Fifth behind them at this point. Looking to see, I think that is probably Richard Fuller there, and I can see chasing a whole battle behind, including the bright green, or the light green Kieft Jap, which is splendid. That's the car of Chaz Reynolds. I'm going to pop my computer on in a second and try and pick up the lap chart as we go around. It's on TSL timing. And it's Alex Wilson stretching his lead out front. Go through for the third time down the field. They're going well is the Way, Jonathan Morris, the Cousies are there, and the Petty, Claude Crespin, who appears at this point to be leading the Coupe de Benelux, an unofficial prize for the best Benelux driver. He's got one Belgian and one Dutchman in there, and we will pick up the TSL timing in a second. TSL timing about to come on. Roger Quipp sounds like he's got a bit of a clutch issue there with his car down the back of the field, but pop the timing on, and here they come. Alex Wilson with the Martin, designed by Ray Martin. Along behind is Hamish Cameron Evely, the points leader, with the Cooper Jap Mark 8. Ian Rowley has now established himself in third. Ian Rowley started racing with a Triumph GT6 mod sports car back in the 1970s, but has been Mr. Delta in recent years. Absolutely great guy in the paddock. His mechanical skills in great demand. But there's a yellow flag down at Gerrard, so I'm trying to pick up what that may be. Of course, means no overtaking through there. Pick up where there might be somebody missing out there. Anyway, the race continues with Alex Wilson, who won the championship before, driving the team's Cooper, the late model Cooper. Second is Hamish Cameron Evely. Third is the Comet of Ian Rowley. Fourth is Richard Fuller in the 92. That's the yellow and blue Cooper. And it's 64 Richard Kelly. And Fuller and Kelly were together at Castle Combe earlier in the year. They're being chased by Andy Rayner with his Cooper Norton. And then it's Stuart Wright, followed by the next of the non-Coopers, which is Chaz Reynolds driving the Keith Jap TK53 car, designed by Cyril Keith, built originally in Bridgend in South Wales. Leader's father is Chris Wilson. He's in the 29, the very early Cooper. That is a 1948 Cooper Mark II, currently with the Jap engine, although they got a Norton for it. And he is running down the order in 13th place ahead of Doug McLean. Here comes leader then, it's Alex Wilson, the tall figure of Alex Wilson in the neat little Martin, and young Hamish Cameron Evely chasing, of course from the legendary Cameron family. In third place is Ian Rowley, fourth is Richard Fuller, fifth is Richard Kelly, and then behind them Andy Rayner in the number 3 car. Gap back then to 16, which is Stuart Wright and his Cooper Norton. Then Jimmy May in the Petty that was made by his grandfather, Ray Petty, who was an engine builder for Francis Beard, one of the major suppliers of engines back in the 1950s. Francis Beard engines and Steve Lansfield engines tended to be the ones that went for. These cars with the orange dots running beside their numbers tell the marshals that they're running on methanol fuel. Number 70 is an interesting car, and that is the unique Dassel Mark I of Dave Messenger. The Dassel made by Geoffrey David Stanley Rumble, who went on to build Formula 3 cars run by the Hesketh team, among others. But it's probably better known for the Dassel Racebox car trailers, the monocoque car trailers. 64 now, we've got Richard Kelly closing in on the tussle between Richard Fuller and Ian Rowley, and that's changed order again. Richard Fuller's fought his way past Ian Rowley, but Ian Rowley getting into the toe, going down the back straight. He's right behind, and this is Norton power in the yellow Cooper against Jap power, the J8 press switch engines in the Comet. But Ian Rowley's now been caught by another Cooper Norton, and that's the car of Kelly. It's Richard Kelly in the Cooper Norton Mark 6, which is a 1952 car. And now the leader has just lapped his dad, and that is Alex Wilson then in the maroon Martin. It's gone past 29, that's his father Chris. Messenger's there being lapped as well, and McClay's in that group as well with the bright green, kind of Gerrard green Cooper. The yellow Kieft is the ex-Rodney Delves car, which is the newcomer Philip Middlehurst. That's Keith CK52, and the car of Roger Quipp, the beautiful grey Cooper with the yellow noseband, the driver with bright red ovals. He's an enthusiast who attended these races at Alton Park when he was a lad. Always wanted one of these cars, so he achieved an ambition last year when he came out. The French Coussy's just gone past in the hands of JB Jones. And here's Claude Crespin, Formula Fordster back in the 1970s, and at 73 years old, making his debut here at Mallory Park. He raced at the likes of Silverstone and Thruxton places back in the 70s in Formula Ford before he went into international sports car racing. Never been to Mallory before, and that is the beautiful yellow Cooper, the car that was raced by the great Belgian Paul Swalens back in the period. And the guy who owns the car, which is Jean-Claude Van Gucht, who's here today, he was the mechanic for Paul Swalens when he won 2 Belgian hill climb championships back in the day, and he was instrumental also, Swalens, in bringing Formula Ford into Belgium. And Van Gucht, the mechanic and car owner of this car, is the guy who guided the career of Claude Bourgogne, so that he won the European JWAX, Johnson Wax European Formula Ford Championship, the prize for which was a Formula 3 Lotus. He went on with Bourgogne all the way through his Formula 2 career with GRD cars before joining the Brian Lewis run Bang & Olufsen team alongside Bernard de Driver. There were 2 Formula 3 cars in that team as well. And Jean-Claude Van Gucht was the sort of mentor and also the man who was the glue between the team and Bang & Olufsen Hi-Fi, the Danish Hi-Fi company. Through they go anyway. The race continues with 5 minutes to go, 5.5 minutes to go. Alex Wilson leading by 4.2 seconds in the number 1 car from the number 38, which is Hamish Cameron Evely. These tussles behind continue, and I can see that Richard Kelly has moved through in 64 up into 3rd place now, ahead of Ian Rowley in 12, and that means that Richard Fuller has dropped out of the race, and I think he's down, perhaps somewhere down near Gerrard's. He's pulled off on the exit of Gerrard's somewhere, so Richard Fuller unfortunately out of the race. Back to the paddock for a pint of London Pride, I would think, if he can't fix the car for the second race. But Fuller's Brewery, of course, is famed for its London Pride bitter. So Richard Fuller then was pulled off. It's Wilson, Cameron, Evely, Kelly, Rowley, Raynor, and up into 6th place has come Stuart Wright with his British Racing Green Cooper. Roger Quipp smoking down through Devil's Elbow as the 64 comes through. That's the 3rd place car of Richard Kelly, and Roger Quipp's got his hand up. I think the 81 car is pulling off, and Stuart Wright has now gone past Ian Rowley, so Stuart Wright is up into 5th place. Andy Raynor in the number 3 Cooper. The Cooper Mark 8 is ahead of them now, and there's yellow flags covering the car of Roger Quipp, which I think has come to a halt somewhere down near the pit lane. Well, through those then to complete another lap. That's 11 laps down for Wilson, and in fact Hamish Cameron Evely has got a lot closer. It may be traffic, it may just be the way this race is evolving, but the points leader, this year's points leader, is closing on the race leader, who is on the back straight now. Alex Wilson then, who leads the way. He's coming to lap JB Jones in the Coucy, originally powered by a French Violet engine and now with a Triumph aboard. It's a Triumph Twin, and that situation is evolving as they go up towards Shaw's hairpin. Of course, these days, very different vista. Ian Rowley has come into the pits with the number 12 Comet. Unfortunately, the Comet has run out of fizzle, and it's into the pit lane. So we look for another change within the top 6. Here comes Alex Wilson. He leads the way, and Hamish Cameron Evely is definitely closing. He's got his head down in the cockpit, and he's chasing down the race leader with the Maroon Martin as they go into Gerrard's corner. Look, Crespin's just gone through in the Belgian national colours of Belgium, yellow Cooper, Paul Swalen's car. So the first 2 are through. It's a long gap back for the next driver, which is Richard Kelly, and he'll be here in this group. This is Richard Kelly, And Richard Kelly and Andy Rayner together now in the battle for third, fourth and fifth. And sixth is a bit of a change by the looks of things, because up has come Jimmy May in the Petty. The Petty Norton has come through, 55 up into fifth place at the expense of Stuart Wright in the Cooper Norton Mark 10. Seventh is the Red Way, the Way Jap, the Australian car of Jonathan Morris. And change for the lead, and Hamish Cameron Evely is now ahead of the Martin of Alex Wilson, the reigning champion. It's a real ding-dong up on the step straight, because the leaders are absolutely nose to tail going down into the S's, past the bike chicane, named Edwina's, after Edwina over-ended, ran the circuit here with her husband Ron for so many years. There's the battle for third place. It's 64 ahead of 3, which is Kelly ahead of Reynolds. Then it is May in the unique Petty car that was built back in, I think, 1954 by Ray Petty. And next group coming through, and this is the leaders overtaking or lapping Chris Wilson, the aero engine specialist from Manston in Kent. And there's the 33, the Way, going well, built by Jack Way, South Australia I think, and Adelaide Way. There is the number 70, the Dassel, another unique car. We're blessed with several unique cars, the Comet, the Way, the Dassel. And side by side down the back straight, and it's Cameron Evely with his nose just ahead. And Alex Wilson tried to outbrake him up the inside into the S's. It didn't quite work. And they're going to go up to the hairpin together. We've got, well, the time has ticked down. This is the last lap of this race. And we'll see as the battles for third, fourth, fifth and sixth continue to run. They've got one more lap to do, those guys. Who will come out of Devil's Elbow ahead? And it is Hamish Cameron Evely who is leading the way. And it is going to be Hamish in the Cooper Jap who beats Alex Wilson, the reigning champion, in the Martin Norton to the flag. That means that all 3 circuit races this year have been won by different people. Alex Wilson and Tom Waterfield at Castle Combe, and Hamish Cameron Evely here, who was starred in the hill climb last weekend. He was going great guns at Wiscombe Park in South Devon. They have finished 0.436 from second apart. Wilson has the best lap at 1:00.093 seconds. So there's a fastest lap consolation, if you like, for Alex Wilson. In third place, who's it going to be? Is it going to be Kelly or Rayner? In fact, the next 3 are together, and it's going to be a 64. Richard Kelly ahead of 3, Andy Rayner, and behind them it's Jimmy May in the 55, the Petty, who finishes in 5th place. He's come well through the field. He started down in 11th or 12th on the grid, and in 6th place Stuart Wright with the Cooper Norton Mark 11. 7th, a lap down, is the 33, the Way Jap of Jonathan Morris. Then it's 19, JB Jones with the Cousy Triumph. In 9th place, 25, Claude Crespin, the Belgian, with the Cooper Norton Mark 9. Of course, he's won the Coupe Benelux for this race. And then it was in 10th place, number 29, which was Chris Wilson, the Cooper Jap Mark 2 1948 car, ahead of Doug McClay.
A superb race there for our 500 Owners Association, and we do have our winner. Of course, a superb race for you.
Yes.
How was that?
Yeah,
It was a very tough race.
Yeah, tough. Had Alex off the line, but found a neutral into the hairpin, and then he had me again, and he got quite a lead. So I was trying quite hard to catch him back up, but had him at the hairpin again. So yeah, brilliant, really good.
There must have been so much tactical play throughout you two, because you know you're going at it side by side, as you say, into the hairpin. Unfortunately, found a neutral gear in there.
Yeah, I found neutral was unlucky for me, but then Alex got caught up with some back markers, which was very unlucky for him, and I made work of that. So yeah.
I believe a second race for you as well. How do you think you're going to approach that?
Same again, hopefully. Yeah, maybe not a neutral at the start, but yeah.
Awesome, thank you so much for talking to us. But of course, our 500 Owners Association will be out once again later on in the day. Of course, you can see that timetable on the BRSCC website. Version 4 is now out. And next, we had the Modified Ford Series. We had a couple of interviews already there. Let's go have a look at that. Down here in the paddock for the Modified Fords, and we have got a pretty busy assembly area coming up at this moment in time. Here is our 75 here. This is Gary. Gary, let's have a quick chat, because you're on the grid in the assembly area. How you feeling? There's a couple of fast cars up ahead of you.
There's a lot of fast cars ahead of me, so even the guys in my class have got a lot more power than me. But yeah, no, it's in some ways it's not all about winning for me. It's just being here and taking part. So yeah, I love it. It's great, and the series is superb. When I mean, Paul, Chris, Dave, Rob, all the guys that run it. I've done other series before, and they're not quite the same as Modified Fords. There's something special about the way they run it, and the way that, you know, the incidents yesterday as well, the way everyone comes together to sort of make sure everyone's okay and all that. So yeah, it's good. I love it. It's great. I wish I'd done it years before, to be honest.
Absolutely. I do. What about the track running time? Of course, Mallory Park, a very, very short, quick circuit. How's it been for you in this lovely car?
It's good. I mean, I've not been here for I think 12, 13 years, so especially a couple of the corners when you come out of them, they're a blind crest. So every time I come up to it, I think, oh yeah, it goes here, and then as you get there, oh no, it's different. So I think the track time I had yesterday didn't really give you enough time to get into knowing the track. So I'm hoping today I'll do a bit better than I did in qualifying. So, but we'll see.
And tell us more about the rest of the season, because of course you're going to a host of different circuits. Where do you kind of hope? Is it all just fun? Do you hope to get some good results in any certain places?
Unfortunately for me, I can only do Silverstone for the rest of the season. I've already got commitments to be other places, and I also missed the first two as well. So unfortunately, this is the only one I can do, plus Silverstone. I love Brands, which is my local circuit, but unfortunately I'm at Goodwood that weekend, so not racing, I might add. Just so yeah, I can't make it. But yeah, so Silverstone's good as well. That's a good circuit. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I've just cut it. I can't do any of the others really.
Potentially, maybe 2022, we will see a full assault in maybe this car, maybe a different car. But I know you love this series so much.
I do, yeah. I mean, I keep meaning to. I was sort of semi going to give it up about 3 years ago. I just bought this car and I was going to use it for a couple of seasons in the Modified Fords, and it was because of the way the series is sort of conducted. It's every time I get to the end of the season, I think, well, I'm going to give up, and I think, you know what, I'm not going to give up, and I do it again. So I keep saying that this might be my last season, but you know, already so far from yesterday, even with the disasters of yesterday, I'm still sort of thinking, oh, do I really want to give this up? So yeah, I might well be here next year as well.
Gary, it's been a pleasure to talk to you, and of course we do have a really incredible grid. We do have a Golf livery over there, I have a Casual livery, Zach Speed over there. So many great liveries here, but let's get back to our race at hand.
Thank you, all copy.
Yeah, they are a bit noisy, they are. Give me a thing. What was that?
Near to the pit lane, please.
Fog light or rain light or whatever you like to call
After the
it.
end of the pit lane, please.
That's very good.
Can't hear you guys, so we're releasing.
You might ask for it later. You could wind that up to your back.
Just
Shove it in there, get her in your
releasing to the
paddock.
pit
I
lane.
can see you
No
coming.
green flag.
Hey, remember the curve. This is mine. Don't get swigging mine and then suddenly say, oh, I haven't done mine yet. You bloody well
Thank
did.
you, thank you very
I know you did. Because my bottle suddenly went empty and you'd still got half full. I didn't drink mine. I know you didn't, you've done mine. See, they put the old fucking fingers up on there now. Look, stop the old rooks
Right
and
there,
that
once
settling.
you shut the gate on the way in.
Them bushes behind them screens, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, all copy, thank you. Fine too, did you close the gate? Gate is closed.
I tell you what, the little fire cars are back in the no?
Can you release the car to the grid, please?
We should never be fucking on the side. Not when they're paying £20. You never been in a fire car? That's disgusting. Well, when you think... I don't think it's because of... No, but when you think there's only two that's going to know of a place. One now, well, eh? We've had them with the tour shop there, so everybody's got a place. It's crazy. Some people are paying 20 quid, they never see two.
Duratec motor. Then Josh Payton with the 2.5 litre Duratec powered Cortina Mark II. And in sixth place, Warren Farrisman, who's sharing his Escort. Two Farrismans doing a couple of races each along the way. Now, looking to see the grid sheet. I don't see the Farrisman car on it actually, but it's an amended grid. We'll see who comes round. There'll be it's a standing start, so they'll be coming down to join the marshals on the grid. Well, the marshals are down here on the grid. Marshals are down here on the grid, and they will form the cars up, and it's going to be a rolling start. But they will they will just form up on the grid first. That looks like the way it's going. We've had 4 cars yesterday needed new windscreens following the gravel spray from the car that went off, which was very badly knocked around. That was the Todd Garner Fiesta SC180 EcoBoost. Monumental accident, but it showed how strongly the car was made that it was able to climb out of it unaided. And the grid is lining up. It's in the form order of 74 Tom Ovenden and 714 Lee Wood. They're both in RSR Escorts. The second row is Dave Mathias 87. 33 is Paul Neville with the Droop Snoot Escort. Then it's this amazing Cortina Mark II with Josh Payton. That was one of the cars that had a new windscreen. That was alongside Mike Thurley at 29. And then we've got the 54 Tyler England Fiesta. We've got number 5, and then next up that's Wayne Crabtree. We've seen other cars over the years, including an amazing special saloon mod sport stroke Ford RS 200 powered by a Subaru engine, I think, from memory. Then we've got 170 Robert Lewis. but no James Owen alongside in number 8. He's not there at the moment. Then we've got 134 Jason Stone, Mark II escort with square wheel arches. Alongside him is Steve Primmett in 15, Mark I escort. And we've got behind them 13 Dave Barrett in a Fiesta, and another Fiesta is Mike McKenzie, number 92. The yellow Fiesta 75 is Gary Littlewood. Then we've got Gary Johnson in a bronze escort, very low line car, that one. And we've got 41 Matthew Brennan, the blue escort Mark II, 63 Lloyd Jameson alongside. Then we've got Ian Blackley in 333, which is the Ford Puma. And then, remarkable story, we've got a number 27 car alongside. That's Martin Reynolds, who managed to break 2 escorts yesterday. So went home to Norfolk, got another one, which is fantastic. They all look quite similar, which is quite confusing. But it's just designed to confuse, but they're all number 27. Anything with 27 you see is Martin Reynolds. My lucky number, actually, 27. I'll stick with that. And at the back we've got Daz Owen, I see, and the car alongside Daz Owen is a car that's, well, they're slightly out of order at the back. We've got the 8 car that should be further up. That should be James Owen. There's James Owen and Daz Owen on the back row. James Owen should, by rights, be on row 5, but maybe he's elected to start at the back. I'm not sure what's going on. So anyway, we go under the green flag. It is a 15-minute race, and Josh Payton didn't get going initially with the Duratec-powered Cortina. He's a rally man. He's also a drift champion, and his car control is really quite phenomenal. It's like no Cortina Mark II you've ever seen. It is kind of Cortina Mark II shaped, and that's where the resemblance ends. But he's phenomenally quick, and whether he'll be able to challenge for a podium place, I'm not sure. But he certainly will give it absolutely everything. Unfortunately, the series lost a few cars at the opener of the season, and so the team's rebuilding and getting themselves ready for further races. But it's a quality entry here. Quite a lot of RSR escorts in the group. So the RSR type Escort ones, the sort of low tube frame cars, are made by the great Sonny Howard. And they're kind of RS replicas, effectively. That's why the RSR name has been coined. So good to see. There's a variety of engine specs in them. We've got a lot of grunts, and yesterday's tussle was interesting. Initially, Lee Wood led, and he's done some car racing in the past. And then we've got the red car of Tom Ovenden alongside. Ovenden on pole, Wood along behind him, then it's Mallory and Neville. And then it is Payton. 3 abreast in the battle for about 5th, but it is the red car of Ovenden down the inside who's got the lead as they go round Gerard's corner. Lee Wood is tucked in behind him, a gap back. Matthias and Neville side by side through Gerard's. And now the turbocharged Sierra Sapphire gets ahead. Josh Payton on the inside of Mike Thurley going down into the S's and makes it stick on the inside. Martin Reynolds in 27 is airing through the field in Martin Reynolds style, and they had problems yesterday with spark box went down. I think initially to one of them, and then it was, I think, worse. Here are the leaders, and they're absolutely on it, which is quite remarkable. Here they come, rest of the field charging through. How far has Martin Reynolds got in number 27? There he is, and as it all shakes out, Martin Reynolds, the clocks have gone totally wrong, because Martin Reynolds is shown in 3rd place, which quite flagrantly he's not. But there we go. So anyway, it's Ovenden and Wood who lead the way. Mathis is 3rd, Neville's 4th, Payton's 5th, 36th. 7th is the little Fiesta. Then it is Crabtree. It's about 12th is where Martin Reynolds is in reality. Daz Owen coming through, also from the back in that car, which is kind of a Mick Collard, Duffy Collard sort of coloured car. So it's very difficult to see any numbers on it. Yesterday certainly had one little 8 or whatever it was on the corner of the windscreen, and that now has, I hope, been addressed for the timekeepers. But we will see as it comes through. It was right down the back. It was 888 in actual fact. And there it is. It does have 888 on the window today, which is most helpful. But it's Ovenden from Wood, Mathias from Neville, Peyton Thurley, England Crabtree, Lewis Privet, Watson, and Reynolds is 12th. Moving out fastest lap to Ovenden, the race leader, 47.994 seconds. 47.994. And they continue to charge. Here they come. Ovenden and the Wood, and they hurtle down towards Gerrard's corner as the next three come through. Mathias and Peyton and Neville been shaken down into 5th place. Then next up now is the Fiesta, which I'm not sure that its transponder is working because it's not. Moving through well is the bronze Escort. That's come up quite well, and that is the James Owen car that started at the back. And problem, Reynolds has broken, and something to do with a wheel or suspension. I think is it the right rear that's the problem? Oh, it's the front. And they kind of wobble through the exit of the Devil's Elbow, and that's Martin Reynolds' 3 strikes for the weekend. He's going to drive it back to the pits. I mean, probably gives him an extra 15 minutes to try and fix it for later. Or he should maybe drive into a position of safety where there is a slot in the barriers. That's what he's doing. He's driving to the marshal's post, which is an easier place to rescue the car from later. As the clock ticks down, 11 minutes to go. It is Ovenden in 74. 714 is the Wood, who is about 0.6 of a second adrift. And here they come. That remains about the same. Distance between those two cars, and they're way quicker than anybody else. They're both in the 47s, and Mathias and Peyton are having one hell of a scrap for 3rd place. Mathias is hanging on with the Turbo Sierra, and he's gone very sideways. Peyton's given it plenty. Down the order, I'm trying to see who is moving up. Neville is 5th. England in the 54. That's Tyler England. The 54 Fiesta is in 6th place. Then it's Mike Thurley, Wayne Crabtree in their Escorts. Lewis in the Focus, Primmett in the Escort, Johnson, Stone, Blackley and Barrett, and Daz Owen the next 3. Now they're just back together, and they've obviously come back together in traffic, I would think, because they've been they're lapping so much quicker than the rest. They're absolutely no to turn. Around the outside comes Lee Wood. There are 3 cars ahead of them. One is Daz Owen, and Lee Wood's gone round Ovenden, tucked across inside Owen. He's gone inside the next of the Escorts, and well, that was a really incisive move. He got so much speed coming out of Gerrard's corner onto the Steb straight. And down towards Edwina's, that bike chicane, he managed to squeeze ahead and get back inside the cars that were coming up to lap. So it's Lee Wood now who's got the lead, but he's got 2 cars ahead of him. We've got 134 and 333. 134 is Jason Stone, 333 is Ian Blackley, and he's swept past them, and Ovenden's got all mixed up in the kind of melee behind, and he's lost 100 metres or more out of this, maybe 200 metres out of it. He got stuck in traffic. They're racing their own, they're having their own race, but they're not obliged to kind of evaporate, and they've just got to find their way through safely, which Lee Wood was able to do, and Tom Ovenden wasn't able to capitalise at that point. The battle for 3rd continues. The Black Sierra, Mathias, and then the red Cortina, which is Josh Payton, of course. They are together. Now, Wood has a lead now, and it is 1.38 seconds. The battle between Stone and 333 Blackley continues, and here comes the chasers. A little bit of smoke coming out of the Payton car. I think that was wheel arch on tyre, as it just kind of rolled a little bit coming out of the Devil's Elbow. They're absolutely locked together in combat, and there's lots of very good battling. Paul Neville's stuck into some traffic at the moment behind that lovely blue Matthew Brennan Escort. Thurley's running on his own, Crabtree's running on his own. They are down in 7th and 8th places. We have 7.5-ish minutes to go, and here is the leader. And again, it looks like Wood is more decisive in traffic, and maybe Ovenden just a little more tentative. Ovenden has the fastest lap, 47.578, but that was earlier in the race. There's the 333 and 134 tussle. 8 is the car that's come through from the back. That's James Owen, and that car has now been lapped. And here's Paul Neville in the 33, cracking looking car, that with the droop snoot nose on it. And there's something for everybody and every budget in the modified Ford series. I put a piece on Facebook last year from Castle Combe, very wet Castle Combe. It's got to about 11,000 views or something like that, which quite surprised me, I have to say. And through they come anyway, and it's Wood who leads from Ovenden. Ovenden sneaking a little closer, getting 4/10 back that time. It's 1.7 seconds. There's Primmett and one of the other cars, Gary Johnson, having a tussle. Yes, again, very close out of Devil's Elbow, and the Cortina with that little spoiler on the back of the roof, something that I never saw in period, with a Ford Cortina Mark II with probably Ross-style wheels and in aquatic jade, or one of those weird colours they put together. And nonetheless, you can do a bit of aero tweakery on these cars. There's not exactly as their designers intending, but Ovenden is closing down on Wood, and I think it's going to be together with him by the time they get up to Crabtree. Yeah, maybe a gear issue with the leader, but he's suddenly found that his lead has been cut very dramatically to only about 4 lengths onto the straight. But it's interesting again that Ovenden is just a little bit more circumspect in the way he goes through the traffic. Yeah, Wood's a short oval racer, so yeah, he's used to being millimetres apart. One of the most exciting rides I ever had in a race car was on a National Hot Rod inside the Old Earl's Court centre on a polished concrete surface, and driven by Rob Collard, who scared me rigid for about 5 minutes. And we went round and round and round, was utterly giddy by the end of it, and he didn't hit anybody. So his car control was immensely good on that occasion. But no, this time Lee Wood's been caught, and he's been caught behind Brennan, and Ovenden is in his slipstream now, and they're absolutely going. Ovenden comes up the outside towards the S's. Can he sneak ahead? No, Wood breaks later, and this is going to go all the way by the looks of things. We are down to 4 3/4 minutes to go. It's about 5 laps in it, I would think. So there's plenty to race for, and they'll be back with us in a second. Next to be lapped are a bunch of cars there, and Ovenden's come through on the inside into the Devil's Elbow, snuck down the inside, and he's back ahead at the end of the 13th lap. So both of them have been in the 47s earlier in the race, but now it's interesting to see whether Ovenden, who maybe doesn't trust some of the other drivers quite as much as Lee Wood's prepared to, he had to work his way past one of the Fiestas in Gerrard's. There are more cars ahead. The next car they will lap is Mike Thurley, and Mike Thurley's in the Castrol coloured Escort. He's running in 7th place. Paul Neville's just gone through. Meanwhile, he's in 5th behind Payton, who's 4th. Mathos is in 3rd place, and they've been battling, duelling all the way through this race. And here comes the leader, and it is Tom Ovenden, who's stretched out from 0.3 of a second So I think double that. It's over that, 1.4. And it would appear that Wood has backed off quite significantly now. So he knows that his job now is to get the car back to the end of the race and keep second place, which he should do because they're so far ahead of the rest, in fairness. And I think here we've got the battle with Matthias and again Josh Payton. A little bit of smoke off the tyres on wheel arch coming out of the Devil's Elbow. But what a move that was by Tom Ovenden to get the lead from Lee Wood coming into the Devil's Elbow. That's absolutely fraught with problems. If you get that wrong, you run out of road on the exit, then you are in the lap of the gods. But here he comes then, a much bigger lead. This is decisive for Tom Ovenden as there goes the 714 now on much reduced revs. It may not even be changing gear, but just leave it in one gear and get himself to the end. But 52.6 second laps, says it all. He's 5 or 6 seconds away from where he was before. Change for third place. It's Josh Payton who's come through in the Duratec powered full Cortina ahead of Dave Mathias with the Sierra turbo car. Paul Neville is still 5th. Here he comes in the 33. And then it is 54 now, Tyler England in the little silver Fiesta, who will be next through. And the battle between 333 and 134 continues. Ovenden goes through again. That is 16 laps down. There is Tyler England. He's just been lapped. And he's being caught by Mike Thurley in the Castrol Escort. Again, just going through very gently is Lee Wood in 714. He remains in second place and he's unlikely to be caught by anybody. Here is Payton. Payton won't stint. He'll try to catch him, but Payton lapping 5 seconds quicker, but there's only time for a couple of laps. The gap between Payton and Lee Wood is 15 seconds. So at the moment, that doesn't look likely to change, but we'll see. There is Josh Payton on the back straight. He's got a couple of Fiestas ahead of him. Lee Wood goes... where's Lee Wood? I think he's gone through 17 laps now, and he is down in Gerrard's. Where is the Ovenden is in Gerrard's. There is Lee Wood coming over the line now, behind the number 13 Fiesta of Dave Barrett. But where is here comes Payton? He's broken free of the Sierra, and Josh Payton goes through. Gap between Payton and Wood is 12 seconds. So as the leader is probably on his last lap now. It depends where it falls. Now here he comes. No, he's going to get one more. That might be a bit of a lifeline for Josh Payton if he's going to continue there. Going on to the last lap then. 18 laps down is Tom Ovenden in 74. And Thurley is trying to chase down that battling Fiesta 54 of Tyler England, doing a really great job in that one. Class B leader Tyler England. There is Wood, and where is Payton? He'll be here in a minute. There he is, the Cortina, and sounds really crisp. Charging along, and the gap between them now is down to 9.3 seconds, but Payton only 3-ish seconds quicker that time round. Here comes Tom Ovenden then, and the checkered flag is dropped for 74 Tom Ovenden, who has won this one very handsomely in his RSR Escort Duratec, and the rest charge home. There's the checkered flag, and we'll give you the order in a mo once we've seen the unlapped runners back, and looks like Mathias has slowed down in the black. Neville is catching him, but there is Lee Wood. Lee Wood is going to be second in 714, his Escort RSR Duratec. Third is Payton in the Duratec powered Cortina Mark II. He's done a great job in the 39 car. Fourth is the slowing Mathias, and he's being caught by Paul Neville, but it's not going to be quite decisive on line. Mathias keeps fourth place in the 87 Sierra. Paul Neville's the last of the unlapped runners in his Escort with the Duratec, the RS2000 Droop Snoot. They have all done 19 laps. Tyler England is a class winner in his Fiesta. He did 18. He finished in 54, just ahead of Mike Thurley and the Castrol Escort, the Zach Speed lookalike. Then it was Wayne Crabtree in the golf-coloured Duratec Escort number 5. Then it was 170, Robert Lewis in his Fiesta EcoBoost in 9th place. 10th was Gary Johnson, I think, in 36, who came through. Yes, he was. The bronze Escort Duratec. And in next up was the Dave Primmett Escort Mark 1 and the Owen number 8, James Owen Escort in 12th place.
Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, thank you.
And with that, our race. And with that, our race for the modified Fords done. And Tom, an absolutely commanding win for you. How was that out there?
Hot, very hot. No, really, really good. The car, we made a few changes since yesterday because I was struggling with the car a bit. It definitely works there, and really, really good fight with Lee the whole way. Really tense, really hard to work your way through the traffic. That's where the race is won or lost, really. But we did a good job, and I'm over the moon with that. Really happy.
Of course, talk about the kind of the changes you made. Of course, you don't want to reveal too many secrets, but what were the main changes, would you say?
I mean, yesterday we were struggling with rear grip, so we made a few adjustments just to help with that, just so I can get on the throttle a bit earlier. And it's definitely helped in lap time as well, because we've improved quite a lot since quali, which we're happy about. It's nice when you go to improve something and it works, so really, really pleased with that.
Of course, this really makes up for your miss round last time around. So, of course, a lot more happier, I'd say, from this round.
Exactly. It was nice to get a full race distance as well, with no safety car or no red flag, which was really nice. Full race distance. So yeah, no, really, really enjoyed it, and looking forward to this afternoon.
Come, go and celebrate with your friends and family. It's been an absolute pleasure to have him as well. Especially with the mini challenge, he's going to be absolutely excelling. So look out for Tom Ovenden in the future. He's going to be an absolute star in the next couple of years.
Yeah, open it. It's on your left-hand side. You'll see. I can't get hold of Love Rock.
Yeah, thanks for that one.
Yeah.
Green flag.
Do it like that, mate. You gotta get up. I'm just trying to think of a way around and get back to the radio. I don't want to walk all the way down there. Oh, getting me can't go all the way down.
We need cars fixed. Green flag.
That's it, the same one. That's on that.
That's all copied.
I didn't know they were doing
Assembly.
I didn't know they can do, yeah, I know, yeah, but they didn't mention, did they? No, never did.
Can you make sure all cars are ready to go?
Yeah,
I couldn't find the toilet. When you give me a shout.
Oh, right outside. I told you're on the right hand side. What's your left and right?
Where's all vehicles are taking the track, and that'll go and take it over. Thank you, Chief Man.
Wheat, isn't it? We're not on truck inspection. No fucking right. You want a headset on here when it's gone early. I have to buy motorbikes. I always have a headset on. They're having all new radios. Pedals. Pedals. Is it pay 20 quid to get in? I'm second. So that means I'm in. Here 1 minute, some time to go and start on. Look how proud I'm there is some need some rain, don't around here. Farmers crying out. And they're talking down to restrictions, isn't they? Well, they will do, won't they? It's an excuse to put fucking bread up for somebody again, isn't it? I think if they're going to do an outlaw, then they should stop car washes and stuff. Why? Well, don't use more water than any, don't they? Well, they probably would do. I do it at night, I do. I think you just go quick spray my little gun. Go on water. No, I wouldn't go on water. Why? I use too much. Just carry on as normal. Got my water down there for 28 quid, and then you pay for what you use. Yeah, I understand that.
BRSCC Fiesta Juniors have their first race coming up, and Callie Clifford is here with me. Unfortunately, had a bit of an incident in practice. Can you tell us what's happened?
Yeah, unfortunately in the free practice session I just clipped the grass and crashed into the barrier, which meant we had to miss quali because of the damages. But we're starting at the back for the races, but I'm confident we can work our way up, so I'm looking forward to it.
The rebuild has been absolutely incredible to see. You know, there's obviously so many people who have helped you with this.
Yeah, I have an incredible team around me, you know, Kev, Rob, so there's been all sorts of stuff going on with the car. You know, I think they were working on it till really late last night, but it's in good shape now, well, as best as it can be, so no, I'm glad to be out tomorrow, and I'm just thankful for what the team have been doing around me, really.
Of course, you've got the mission of coming through the pack. How exciting is that going to be for you? A bit of a challenge?
Yeah, no, 100%. I've got to really plan my overtakes and think about what I have to do. I think the start is the main thing. But from Snesterton, I think we finished P5, so it shows we can be up the front end of the grid, but I've just got to make it work. But yeah, just race 1, I've just got to crack on with it, and then race 2, hopefully we'll be up there.
Have you thought about the missed track time potentially, or would that not be coming to mind at all?
The what, sorry?
The missed track time?
No, I don't think so. In the few laps that we had, we were up and I think we were 8th with only a couple laps, so our pace is 100% there. So that's not a worry at all. It's just got to get the overtakes done early on, really. So that's my main goal.
Thanks so much for talking to us. Look out for Callie Clifford as she comes through the pack in race 1.
The landing gears down. Then as soon as we get round to the water coming back, he says, look what somebody's left outside now. Shitting old BMW.
Which is Oliver Heron in the Gem Sport car, which is white and blue. 507 is on B3, which is Dara McInerney, and then 27 is next up, which is Lewis Islin in the car with a very smart Goodyear livery. Then it is behind Lewis Islin is 194, which is Jack Burgess, the points leader, whose car is red, and then it is 12 and 35. 12 is Thomas Merritt, 35 is Ethan Spanswick. Next up is 65, which is Isaac Doble, one of the 2 Dobles in the field. We're going to be racing, I think, pretty shortly. Give you more as we go through, but it's Davis in the black car, drops the clutch. Not much happened instantly, but they're all moving through, coming up through the order. I see there's Lindley making some progress. 4 abreast there under the Master Mac bridge, and as they go down through Gerrards for the first time, it is Archie Davis, the poleman, who leads the way. As they go down the back straight, he's under pressure, coming down the inside. Is there going to be a change? Yes, from P2 on the grid. There's been a change.
That was Oliver Heron in that one, so he's managed to move his way up into the lead of the race as they head their way in towards the hairpin for the first time. They'll then dive back in towards the Devil's Elbow, but they've gone out of our sight for now. But we do have our security cameras in the commentary box, and they'll rush their way through. And the first one is indeed Oliver. It's not Oliver Heron, I believe, coming across that timing beam. It is Heron indeed. So there we go. Archie Davis has now dropped back to second place. Lewis Isley in P4 there, so he's now going to try and make some manoeuvres there down towards the first corner of Gerrards. Still a couple of cars potentially trying to look at an overtake here, but they're still just staying in line astern. Not many moves needed to be made here in the opening stages. It's all about just trying to keep the laps consistent for them potentially moving ahead further into the race.
We've got a slightly confused timing screen going on at the moment, which is not helping the situation, but that will shake itself through as we go on, as they make their way up for the second time to the head. It's a 15-minute race, and Adam, who's in the commentary box with me, will, I'm sure, pick it up when they come back towards us. It's pretty tight at the top. In fact, there's a train of cars coming down, and it is still Heron from Davis. Dara McInerney is in 3rd place. Lewis Islin is in 4th. I think it's then the red car of points leader Burgess, isn't it? Jack Burgess, who's in 5th place.
Yes, absolutely. I think Thomas Merritt is in behind there. Of course, Thomas Merritt hoping to carry on from his success from the previous round at Snetterton with 2 second places, but of course he wants to try and continue that podium streak there. I think Jack Burgess was having a look at Thomas Isling in the blue and yellow Goodyear car, a big sponsor for Lewis Isling, the scholarship winner, who he hopes to potentially move up into the higher categories.
It looks like a sort of baby BTCC livery.
It does, yes.
Very, very good. Anyway, they're close up out front, and it is Heron whose transponder doesn't look to be working in the 306 car. 306 always you think of 306 George Polly, the very, very famous hot rod champion, carried 306 throughout his racing career. It's good to see a 306 going so well here. Davis is 2nd, McInerney is 3rd, Islin under pressure from Burgess is 4th, and Burgess slipstreaming Islin down towards the chicane, dives through incisively on the inside, runs a little bit wide on the exit, but gets it all tidily back together and manages to make that place stick. So Jack Burgess looks like he's up into 4th place as we move on with this race. Burgess, the winner of the 2 races that were run, the 3rd one not contested at Snet, and it's getting closer up front because Dara McInerney in 5:07 is closing on them, and then we've got the gap back to Burgess and Islin, and Islin comes down the inside. A really good move by Lewis Islin. Has got back into 4th place as it's now 3 for the lead. 4th is Islin, 5th is Burgess, and then there are 2 more going with them as well.
Bump draft in there. Jack Burgess, he's now going to try and slip his way past Lewis Isling once again round the outside. Can he get that move done? Isling holds the inside position, but through he goes. Jack Burgess, that was a very, very brave move there by the young gentleman. He heads his way in toward the hairpin and will be ahead now with Isling going wide. He's going to get bullied out there on the left-hand side there. I'm not entirely sure there. We only had our security cameras to keep an eye on that one, but they'll pile their way through. And I think that was also Thomas Merritt having a look there, and if they're not careful, they're going to be put under pressure here by Eden Spanswick. Through they go in towards Gerald's Bend once again, and I think that's going to be held there by Lewis Isling. Of course, a young driver coming up from his karting career that has just ended last year, and into cars he'll go, and making pretty good work here. But of course, look at that fight for the lead there.
Yeah, three for the lead. 3 for the lead out there at the S's. Then a gap back, and it's 4, almost 6 for the chase positions as well. So we can't rely, unfortunately, on our timing screens, which are showing us all kinds of random messages. But all we can do is bring you what we're seeing on the circuit, and it is those top 3. Heron leads the way. Archie Davis is 2nd, Dara McInerney is 3rd. Burgess has broken away from Islin in 4th. Thomas Merritt is now chasing Islin, and then there's a gap back to the next 3, having a really super scrap for those minor placings.
So everyone for the live stream here and everyone watching TSL, do not be fooled by what you're seeing on the screen. It's completely different. But yeah, out on track it is Oliver Heron, who's looking for his first victory ahead of Archie Davis. Archie Davis, of course, who was on that pole position, but of course gets shuffled out, and a really good move from Oliver Heron. Dara McInerney will really see if he can potentially make a move. I think he's just sitting in behind here, and just having a look there, Jack Burgess is starting to come onto the scene here, because these guys have been slowly batting. They've been focusing amongst themselves, and if that car there of Jack Burgess in the number 194 can close up, that would be absolutely huge for the double winner and the only winner of the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors so far.
The leader, Oliver Heron, 14 years old, from Strathaven in Scotland, started racing back when he was 7 in Brisker Micro F2. But he's working really hard to repel Archie Davis. Archie Davis in that 2nd place car, the black car, number 87. Archie Davis, 15 years old, from Baldock in Hertfordshire. And in 3rd place, currently, it's Dara McInerney in the 507. Dara McInerney, 14 years old, from Mocop in Staffordshire, DCM racing car. Bambino karts from 4 till 7. These racers have got a lot of experience. McInerney's now got alongside him and going past Jack Burgess. So Jack Burgess it is who has eased his way up into 3rd place. Jack Burgess going very, very strongly, and he now has moved up then into P3. He's got McInerney in behind him. And then a gap back to the next pair. Islin looks like he's been shaken down another place by Thomas Merritt, and we look to see how it all evolves.
Absolutely is, and it's still trying to. It must be about 4 cars in the battle, but we'll see what happens once they come down in towards Devil's arm, and then they'll cross the line. And it is definitely here for the lead, but Dara McInerney will potentially drop a little bit back. Once again, now Thomas Merritt has very quietly moved himself up into 5th place here, ahead of Thomas Isling. I believe that is also going to be one of the Dobles in behind as well. I believe that's going to be Isaac Doble. It is going to be Isaac Doble in between, just behind there, the Goodyear car of Lewis Idslim.
And on the back of that group, the pink car closing in, that's Daniela Sutton doing a great job. There is, 15 is running down towards, that's Callie Clifford, who had that drama yesterday in the free practice session. But up front, we've got Jack Burgess making his move, trying to now rest second away. He's in 194. He's from Ashton under Lyme in Staffordshire. Merritt and Islin, one of the Dobles in behind them, and we have got a slightly better idea of what's happening on our timing streams, but of course we've got no Jack Burgess in that mix, so he's missing. So his time, his transponder, which triggers the timing, looks like it's playing up. Now he is absolutely on the back of Archie Davis now, and it's 3 for the lead with 3:06 still ahead, which is Oliver Heron. Archie Davis in second place, and Jack Burgess, the points leader after the Snetterton races, who is third, and going with them, catching them again, is Dara McInerney in 4th place in the 5:07. Then it is 12, which is Merritt, then it's Islin, then it's Doble in behind. Eden Spanswick is next up in 36, and then it's Daniela Sutton in 43. So bizarre that we don't see any mention on the timing screens of Jack Burgess, who in fact has dropped back a little bit from Heron and Davis as they go into the S's for the 12th time. There's 2.5 minutes left on the clock. The number 20 car there with a deranged front splitter, that's Kasper Tomaszewski in the Jam Sport car.
Sorry to cut you off there, Marcus, because Jack Burgess has tried to go around the outside of the hairpin, so he might be going through. He has gone through for second, and he might be on for another win this season. He's just got to try and shut down Oliver Heron, and that gap will very much be one to have a look here down the inside. Oh, that's going to be close to contact between, I think, McElhenney and Archie Davis. Davis was very, very abrupt there on the defensive. Very much a sharp defensive shape there he had to throw.
They got a good toe. Those two had a very good toe. Down the inside they looked, and then of course you couldn't turn in from where they were. But meanwhile up front, look at Burgess go. Jack Burgess closing down Oliver Heron. And that is very timely because we have 1.5 minutes to go in this race. It's BRSCC Fiesta Junior race, the 3rd counter of the season, in that race 3 at Snetterton wasn't run, and they weathered the storm, and it looks like Thomas Merritt's broken away from the rest, leaving Islin and Doble in the 65 car. That's Isaac Doble to close him up. Isaac Doble, 15 years old, from Surrey, one of the 2 Dobles in the field.
We have had a yellow flag because it looks like is that Tomalewski has gone off the same place that Callie Clifford went off in practice. It is unfortunately, I saw that number 20 moving pretty slowly there off of the John Cooper S's, and I have got a podium to get to, so I have no idea who's going to be the winner of this race.
Well, I'll try and keep you posted, but it's Archie Davis who leads. In second place is now Dara McInerney in 5:07. Burgess has managed to unstitch his challenge a little bit. He's in 3rd place. 4th and 5th are not far adrift, and we'll pick them up as we go through the. So we've got Davis ahead of where's Heron gone? He's been shaken right back, hasn't he? And I think Heron now looks like he's running 5th behind Thomas Merritt. But as they come, so we've got Burgess on the screens now, back in for pace. He does have fastest lap, Jack Burgess at 55.088. It's all very, very close on times, but this time round the checkered flag awaits, and who is it going to be? It is poleman Archie Davis who's got through to win it. Jack Burgess is second, McInerney is third, 4th and 5th are Merritt and Heron by the looks of things, who were absolutely side by side out of the Devil's Elbow. And Davis, Burgess, McInerney, Merritt, Heron and Islin are the top 6. Isaac Doble is 7th, Eden Spansvik 8th, Daniela Sutton is in 9th, and it looks like it's the 55 car of Bobby Holmes, the exclusive motor company car that's come through next up. There's the car that's got some damage on it, which is the Scottish-based Pole Kasper Tomilewski in the 20. That's got damage to the back end now to match that on the front end, and it looks like good to see that 15, which is Callie Clifford, has also made it back to the end, having damaged that car quite badly yesterday. Well, Adam will be doing the podiums. We're looking forward to our next race, which is single-seater action with the Jeff Page Engineering Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship round.
Down to the paddock with a superb race here for our BRSCC Fiesta Juniors. Of course, proving to have some brilliant tin top action here, and it will be Jack Burgess who is our winner here, but I think he's having a chat at this moment in time. We do have Isaac Doble who had a brilliant race, Eden Spansvik as well, and I think we have one of our 3rd place drivers here, Dara McInerney, who I think had a very, very good run. Just some of them taking off their helmets, taking off their balaclavas, but Jack Davis is over there at this moment in time. There's still so much more racing to come, but let's just wait for a couple of our drivers, because they're just at this moment in time doing a little bit of debrief with their family. Of course they come first for them. They now come past me at this moment in time. Just having a look around, you see they're just having a couple of chats over there. Let's see if we can get potentially Dara McInerney. Dara, can we have a quick chat? Decent race for you. How was that out there?
Not bad, just struggled with a lot of pace in that, and just sort of keeping on the back of Oliver and Davison.
Of course, there were some really, really tough moments out there, but what was kind of the highlight for you? Were there any good moments, or was there still a lot to kind of improve?
There's a lot to improve. I think there's definitely a win on the cards for the next one.
Of course, that'll be some very, very, I'm sure there'll be a lot of confidence. What do you need to do to get that confidence?
Plenty of testing, get used to the car, just a couple of good results always brings confidence up.
Thank you, Dara. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. There was some really, really good results there. I'm going to see if I can find our winner, who is just down here, in fact. So I'm going to try and cut him off here. If we can get Jack. I know, the microphone's here. Jack, brilliant win from 5th place. How was that for you?
It was really good. We got, I think we ended up coming out in P2, might be.
I think the time was a little bit messed up, so it may have come up P2 for you, but I can confirm you are the winner. You came across the line first.
Did we? Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
It was a good race. Had some good racing. Just thought I'd get put some good moves in. Thought I'd get a bit creative. Went around the outside at, I don't even know what corner that is, but went around the outside there a couple of times. Just drove it. Just come all the way back from 5th to I don't even know where I finished at this point.
You're telling me like this is simple stuff.
It's what it is, isn't it? Just drive it.
Third win, of course. Can you make it a fourth?
Just see what happens. Just see what happens in this next race. Just drive it.
Go on, Jack. Go and enjoy with your family. But a really, really good results for our Fiesta Juniors, and they were the first cars just outside from just after lunchtime. So be prepared for those guys because they've got absolute battle on their hands. It's going to be brilliant. Keep an eye on it. Fiesta Junior Championship just after lunch. See you in a moment. Put on pole position, did you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
This is a classic pre-99 Formula 4 to be out very, very soon. I'm here with Tom Hawkins, of course, very, very quick here at Mallory Park. How did Brands Hatch go for you?
Yeah, Brands was good. I struggled a bit. I had some new dampers on the car, and I was just trying to find the feel with the dampers. And I was surprised. Ben won the first race. Ben Powney won the first race, and then I think he came second in the second race. And he shocked me how fast he was actually. And but yeah, I was happy with the result. But I'd always like to, when you're sort of got number one on the car, it's nice to win. And it's almost like that's where I want to try and keep keep winning if I can. So second it's good. It's good for the championship. But yeah, I want to try and do one better if I can really. So yeah.
Of course, talk about this track time at Mallory. Of course, it's going to be a very, very tricky circuit, especially with how short it is, how quick it is. Tell me about trying to negotiate the circuit.
Yeah, I mean, you get a lot of laps around here actually in the race because it's such a short lap, and it's tight. So that's why it's good that I've qualified on pole because I think if I can make a good start, I think hopefully I can try and control the race from there. I think it'd be quite hard to pass. So if I make a bad start and then maybe someone gets in front of me, it could be a frustrating race trying to trying to get back past because there's not really a great opportunity anywhere. Any sort of moves you make here are quite ballsy moves, I think. So yeah, it should be. Yeah, but it should be an interesting race anyway. So
of course, putting it onto pole position, how much confidence does that give you?
Yeah, loads. It's really good. I think we've got the car sorted out now. The car's definitely better than it was at Brands, and I felt like. The car was, under me. I felt confident with the car. So, hopefully, if it feels the same as it did in qualifying, I feel pretty good.
Do you think it'll be you versus Ben once again?
Yeah, Ben. I think it'll be me and Ben. Ollie Roberts is back, probably out of position. I mean, I think he's 8th or 9th. If he gets through the field and me and Ben hold ourselves up a bit, he could get on the tail because I don't think he's really shown his true pace at the moment. I think he could definitely go quicker, but that just depends on how he gets through the traffic, really, to be honest with you. And then we'll see. But obviously I'm worried about Ben because he's going to be my main rival, I think.
Tom, perfect. That's incredible to talk to you, and all the best for the race today.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Nice.
A lovely place, anyway. Yeah, lovely. And we had a bit of trouble last year. Beating, and they fucking pissed us about, this, that, and the other. Even at sticking down waiting. Yeah, they fucking never went to the water.
Yeah.
A little bit of a technical difficulty with TSL timing, unfortunately, but that does mean that we do have our winner, Archie Davis. An incredible race for you, start to finish. How was it?
Yeah, no, it was great. Got off to an alright start, got overtaken by Oliver, and it was a bit bunched up, so I dropped down to third, but then there was a bit of you know, the hairpin, so yeah, I got past and came third, so yeah.
There was some awesome racing out there. How close is the championship?
Yeah, it's pretty close. Like all the cars are the same, so it's pretty even racing. It's just down to the driver really. So yeah.
Of course, it is your first win in the championship, but what does it take to be fast in this championship?
I would say just practice really. Like it's my second season now, and they always say that like you're meant to do better in your second season because you've got experience. So although it's my first win, but yeah, it feels good. So
of course, there a potential for maybe a second win this weekend?
We'll see, won't we? Maybe.
Archie, thank you so much for talking to us. It's been a pleasure. Go to your car, and that is it for the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors. Of course, they do have a second race just after lunch, and we'll get into the next race very shortly.
County, the Master 7 champion, are going to go in the Scalex Trick Jamin M92 of PA Motorsport Peter Alexander. So great to see different marks of car on the front row. So it's 1 and 37 will be the front row. The second row will be 6, Peter Daly. And he's a Van Diemen RF88. And joining Peter Daly in the blue Van Diemen will be number 49, Christopher Stones, in a similar Van Diemen RF88. Third row with 14, Neil Hunt with the Northern Ireland built Mondial M92S, and number 8, Nigel Dolan with a Van Diemen RF90, one of the stealth bombers as they were known at the time. The fourth row will be 15, which is Lorna Vickers in the Van Diemen RF88, and number 22, Vincent J in the second of the Van Diemen RF90s. The next row is 16, Ollie Roberts with the RF89 Van Diemen, the ex-Georgia Genet car, recently repatriated from Italy and built by Brian Sewell. 25, Matthew Smith with his Reynard 84FF. 111 is Grace Bates making her race debut. Son of daughter of Mark Bates, the local Shaw's Motorsport man. Grace has done one test session prior to this this meeting, so she's acquitting herself well. 16-year-old in her first race, and she's on row 6 with Richard Earle, his Van Diemen RF88. Well, Richard had problems yesterday, took a front corner off that car, the black Van Diemen RF88, and that is being that was being fettled last night in the paddock. The back of the grid will be 2 extra runners who didn't get out yesterday. One is 34, Colin Williams in a PRS RH01 from 1978, and the other is 69, which is Oliver Chapman, and he is driving a Royale RP21 of the type that Jeff Lees, local to these parts, dominated 3 championships in 1975. So the Formula Ford cars, powered by the 1600 Kent engines, come to the grid. The story of Formula Ford began the first standalone meeting the first weekend of July in 1967 at Brands Hatch. But it's been the most successful junior formula in the history of the sport. Around 350 different manufacturers built cars. Not so many were making them as mass production models, but certainly if you count all the one-offs that were around, well over 330 and probably sort of about 350 in total. Now, we're missing Ben Powney on the front row of the grid. Now, he had some issues yesterday in qualifying, so he's not there, sadly. And it's going to reduce the grid a little. The two black cars of 6 daily and 49 stones are on that second row. Then we go back to 14, which is Neil Hunt in the Leslie Drysdale designed Mondial type of car in which Eddie Irvine made his name, and 8, which is Nigel Dolan in his RF90 Van Diemen, David Baldwin designed car. 15 is Lorna Vickers in the Van Diemen, and there's been an incident straight off the start line. We've got a couple of cars tangled, 3 cars tangled by the looks of things, and I think it's inevitable that we're going to have a stoppage, because we've got marshals now tending the incident down there. Drivers climbing out of cars. It's a bit difficult for me to see exactly what has happened, but there are 3 involved. All 3 of the drivers are out of their cars, and that one's actually saying a couple of guests are out of the cars, and their marshals will await the red flag. So unfortunately, say 3 have gone. 1 appears to be 49 is one of them. That's Chris Stones. 1 is, I think, the Reynard, which is Matthew Smith. It's a white car with a red nose, looks things, and the other one is the blue RF90, which I think is the car of Vincent J. So we've got, coming back to the line through the revised grid, we were already missing Ben Powney. Missing Ben Powney, so I'll just tick them off as they come back into the order. Of course, vehicle just going down there. So Ben Powney was missing anyway, and Tom Hawkins is back in the order there. I can see 14 as well, which is Neil Hunt. I can see behind number 8 is Nigel Dolan. So the third row is complete. Ollie Robertson, 16, has moved up a few, and he is there. Then we have, I can see 34, Colin Williams, the yellow PRS is there. 15 is Lorna Vickers, who qualified on row 4. Lorna's there. I can see 111, which is Grace Bates. That's the Van Diemen RF80, the green and orange car. The 69, which is Oliver Chapman in his Rail RP21. He is there, and 152 is at the back. I can see that's Richard Earl, the car that was damaged yesterday. So it's Matthew Smith who is not there. Christopher Stone's not there. Peter Daly appears not to be there either in 6, and Vincent J. So we're down 4. We're already missing 1 because the car of Ben Powney didn't appear to get through qualifying. So for the first of our 2 races, I know that Peter Daly couldn't do this afternoon's anyway, we are down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars by the looks of things. So they're coming up into what is going to be a very patchy staggered grid. Well, it's a 2x2 grid, but it might as well be staggered because there are relatively few takers now.
We've had a bit of a stop here to the proceedings here at Mallory Park, but whilst we are here, let's have a little chat with Harry Harry Lindley.
How are you doing?
How am I doing?
Yeah.
I'm meant to be interviewing you here, Harry.
Just want to see how you're enjoying the day at Mallory with the fantastic racing that's just happened in the Fiestas. I've heard there's been quite a battle at the front.
There's been you've been the one in the car here.
Yeah, I've been the one in the battles, but I didn't get to see the first place. From what I heard, they were hitting each other.
There was a good 4-car battle, but let's talk about how your race went.
Well, it went quite good. It was a bit of a dramatic start, knocking, I can't say his last name, Casper into the hairpin, and then the rest of it was just fighting, and I somehow found pace on people and got up to 11th. So it's quite a good race and thrilling.
Of course, you have had plenty of track time. We've had a test beforehand here at Mallory. How has that kind of played into all the racing this weekend?
It sort of just made me feel more comfortable coming into first practice and qualifying, and it made just the race weekend feel more fluid and easy to take, because obviously we didn't get Friday testing, so I think that session I had before was a blessing, even though it finished with a crash.
How much have you enjoyed, of course, Fiesta Juniors? It seems to be a very great stepping stone for a lot of young drivers.
I think it's fantastic, really, because they're very good cars. They've got lots of grip, the suspension, you wouldn't expect to be able to do what you can do in them, and they've just got power there, so I think it's quite a good forefront into racing.
Of course, we've got plenty of different circuits further on in the season. Are there any circuits where it could maybe depend on your track or experience, or is there any circuit that may come into your play?
I think Anglesey for certain, because I've had a day there when I did my ARDS licence, and there's parts of that where you just have to be quite a technical driver to do it. See, here it's sweeping corners, there's not hard braking except the hairpin, whereas at Anglesey you have to be a very intuitive driver to find spaces and get through. So I believe that's where I'm going to come into my own, hopefully.
That's a great answer, but where do you hope to be potentially by the end of the season? Is just another year of experience, potentially another year, or do you want to take a step up?
I'm hoping for this year, and furthermore that I'm going to be able to advance and get closer up, hopefully the top 10 or further up top 5 if everything goes well. But I think whatever I aim for, it's still another year of experience at the end of the day, isn't it?
Absolutely, you're right on that one, and of course thank you so much for talking to us. It's been a pleasure to talk to you, Harry. I'm sure we'll see you maybe potentially in a top 5 place.
Hopefully.
What are you hoping for race 2?
Just to go forward. If I set myself a goal, I push too hard and you don't end up where you want to be, do you? Just have to be happy with what you get.
Brilliant stuff. Well, the racing is going to be very much taking place very soon. So keep an eye on with us here on the CMMCS series. Sorry, I could have mumbled my words, but the classic and modern motorsport series here at Mallory Park, and of course we'll have our racing going on very, very soon. Just clearing up everything on track, and it has been cleared from what I can hear in my ear.
First session yesterday is off the grid, so Lorna's now driven off, and Matthew Smith has now arrived, so looks like he might go from the back though. So we've got one car on the front row, one car on the second row, two cars on the third row, no cars on the fourth row currently, one on the fifth, two on the sixth, two on the seventh, and one at the back on the next one. Complicated. A little bit of attention just to the nose of the Reynard of number 25. Scrooge's having a look down there. Yes, it is. There's a suggestion that Matthew Smith then is going to move up to where he would have been. Yes, he's now coming through, and he'll move up onto what is the row 5 alongside Ollie Roberts. So unfortunately, through the angle of the windows, I didn't see what happened at the start there. Oh, and another car has been disentangled from the incident, and that is Vincent J, whose car is now being looked over. So there's some better news in all of this, because we may get an addition to the group we weren't expecting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 are back on the grid of the 14. Chris Stones' car was across, like perpendicular to the barriers when it came to rest, and the Smith and J cars were kind of tangled alongside. Now it looks like Vincent J is going to get a go, and his car's been looked over by the scrutineers and is back on the grid. That's so we do have the two Van Diemen RF90s. Yeah, these stealth bomber cars really changed the landscape of Formula 4 when they appeared. A lot of mechanical grip. Quick design by David Baldwin, who was with Lotus before he started doing the Van Diemens. He came back. He wasn't. The early Van Diemens were based on the Lotus 69 Formula 4, but he came back into the sort of Van Diemen Ralph Furman fold after the 74, 5, 6 evolutions of the Formula 4 were particularly inspiring. And his RF77/78 design, which looked very reminiscent of the Formula 1 Ensign he'd designed for Mo Nung, was quite successful, and then as a result at the gap, the 7980, there was normally a 2-year span on the cars, so that existing customers could update and take a couple of years to be a brand new design. And after the 7778 and then the 7980, of which we see an example in the hands of Grace Bates 111, went to the inboard front suspended RF81, and in which we remember Senna very fondly. he went on to dominate in Formula Ford 2000 in '82. But by '82, the Formula Ford Van Diemen's were all inboard suspension, so inboard both ends. But these cars with this BRSCC Championship go up to the 1989 model year. So this is race 8 on our programme. We have an Intermarque Silhouette Series race next, and then we've got the final detail ST150 Fiestas out after that. The marshal's ready to receive cars. It's 11:36. We're running about 10 or 11 minutes late, but Tom Hawkins comes up onto pole position. He smoked the left rear tyre on the practice start, and he now sits there with Peter Daly behind him to his left, and then Neil Hunt and Nigel Dolan on the third row of the grid. The lights are on, they're off, and away they go. Great start for Peter Daly. Again, the left rear tyre of Hawkins smoked up, and Hawkins was easiest to the left to make it difficult for Daly, and they enter Gerard's pretty much side by side, but it is Hawkins who leads in the Swift. It's the era of Swift made down in Plymouth, and as they go through, Hawkins and Daly. Hunt is third. Up to fourth has come Ollie Roberts on charge. He had a carburetor issue yesterday. Looked like they had a float problem, and he's on a charge. The sometime historic Formula Ford 2000 racer. In fact, Ollie Roberts has come through in second place, and where is Peter Daly? Looks like he's disappeared, and they come through. Peter Daly is on his own at the back, and I suspect may not be long for this race because he's coasting, and he is going to pull off at the end of the pit lane. So we've had one lap of lost Peter Daly from this. Hawkins, Roberts, Hunt, Dolan, Jay, Chapman, Smith, Earl, Grace Bates and Peter Daly with a 10 running at the end of that lap, but so we've lost one of those. Through comes Tom Hawkins. Ollie Roberts is in second place. Third is Nigel Dolan. Fourth is Neil Hunt. Fifth is Vincent Jay. Well, looks a dive down the inside from Colin Williams in the yellow PRS, was trying to unseat Oliver Chapman with the Royale RP21. Classic car, the RP21, and Roberts is in trouble. He's slowing down on the Steb straight. He's been overtaken by 3 cars. Is he going to duck into the pits? I think he is, and problem still with that engine under load. This car hooked back from Italy, and great start by him, but he's out of the race after a couple of laps, and Tom Hawkins has 2/3 of the length of the main straight over the next chasing 3, and Chapman swept down off Devil's Elbow. 152 is Richard Earl, who's just gone through, and young Grace at the back in the green and orange Van Diemen. Low 57, and yesterday she did a low 56 as the day went on, but understandably cautious going into her first weekend, the local 16-year-old. But out front, Tom Hawkins, who had miserable luck down at Castle Combe this year, is out ahead, but there's a 3-car battle brewing for second place between Dolan, Hunt and Jay. Chapman is 5th, Smith and Reynard is 6th, Earl has come through 7th, and we see whether we've lost Colin Williams. I think we have. Was he moved up? It's a transponder issue. There's a yellow car there. It's a transponder issue, I would suggest, as I can see him. And now he's been reinstated, so he's come back onto our screen. He's in 5th place. Chapman 6th, Smith 7th, Earl, Bates, and those are the remaining 9. So the battle really is for 2nd place. And can Vincent J in the golf-coloured RF90 go up to challenge Nigel Dolan? He's got the moon dial in the middle, and Ollie Chapman dives down the inside of Colin Williams into Gerard's corner. Can't unseat him, but it was there was an attempt to get that place. He's another go towards the S's, but he breaks fractionally earlier than Colin Williams. Watching young Grace, she's into the 56s now, 56.6 for her. Tom Hawkins, meanwhile, is dominating the race. He's done a 49.474. That's lapping pretty quickly around Mallory. That's a good time. And the next 3 go through. Can Colin Williams and Oliver Chapman close on the 3 ahead? They need to stop fighting each other and work together to stand any chance, because they are 3 seconds adrift of the trio ahead of them. Williams, Oliver Chapman, 78 and 75 car respectively in terms of age, 1978, 1975. The PRS designed by Ray Hughes, and there is Tom Hawkins, who laps Grace Bates after 7 laps. Looking at that Reynard down the field, and that is the car of Matthew Smith. Just reminds me, was it one used to race years ago, always out in classic Formula 4 races, and I'm trying to remember, it was a guy from Barmouth, Bruce Evans, was it? Juicy Brucey used to race that. Leader goes through, and it is Tom Hawkins, 8 laps down, still in the 49s again. It split up. We had Matthew Smith out over the curbs coming out of Devil's Elbow. Grace Bates looks at her mirrors and lets the next couple of cars go through. Hopefully she'll be back into the 56s by the end of the day, and then move forward as her experience grows. But it's the battle for 2nd place, Dolan, Hunt and Jay, that's commanding all the attention. The 2 Van Diemen RF90s sandwiching the Mondial, made in Bangor in Northern Ireland. Leslie Drysdale, its designer, previously a designer of Crosley cars. But 1 in the 49s, we've got the next 4 drivers, Dolan, Hunt, Jay and Williams, all in the 50s. Chapman's there as well in the longer 50s. Smith's in the, his best's been in the 51s, and he's back in the 51s, 52s for Earl. Grace Bates back in the 56. It's 56.8 this time. 56.6 is her best in the race, and they did 56.7 in the. They beat that 55.7 in free practice, but in the qualifying 56.3. So she's getting there. Dolan, Hunt and Jay continuing to dispute that place. Now we've got Oliver Chapman in 21 back on terms with Colin Williams, and Matthew Smith closing them down, and Chapman goes round the outside of Colin Williams, round the outside like a buffalo girl, as they say, and down the back straight we've got Matthew Smith closing in on Colin Williams, and doing a grand job, because there's a chance he could get a couple of places back out of this before the race times out. Just under 2 minutes to go. And the three cars running 5th, 6th and 7th are now together. Matthew Smith has caught Colin Williams. Colin Williams is now trying to claw his way back to Oliver Chapman. But up ahead, the three cars disputing second have split up a little bit, because Dolan's made a little, and Dolan was best as a 50.013, Hunt 50.15 and Jay a 50.10. Are really closely matched, and continues to be that way, but out front the lead is now almost 16 seconds of Tom Hawkins. But we've got three cars dicing for second, three cars dicing for fifth, and we're into the final minute of the race. 13 laps down for our race leader Tom Hawkins in the Springbridge Direct Swift, and here comes Tom Hawkins with 17 seconds to go over the line. Second, Dolan. Third is Hunt. Fourth is Jay. They've been in that order pretty much for the latter part of the race. The next three are absolutely together, and this could be a really good slipstreamer down towards Gerard's corner. Williams goes up the inside. Chapman's not going to give way, and he's got through on the inside, and Smith and the Reynard had to kind of just think about actually a potential escape route if they got really close together. And the Royale coming back at the PRS down into the S's, multi-mark Formula Ford racing, and even in a small field we get a good old mix. Meanwhile, the checkered flag has gone out to Tom Hawkins, who has got there. Grace Bates is down into the 55s. Well done, 55.759 for Grace, which is fractionally quicker than she went yesterday in the free practice session. And as they come to the line, the chase is Dolan, Hunt and Jay, and then it's Chapman, Smith and Williams all together, and they were covered by next to nothing. Colin Williams was actually shown as a lap down, which he surely can't be, because they were dicing together all the way round, and the lap times are very similar. I think it might be a transponder glitch that, yes, caused him to be missed earlier in the race. But he certainly was there at the finish. But it's a win for the Springbridge Direct TM Racing Swift SC95 driver Tom Hawkins. 15 laps. And
Are you aware of the start procedure, or do you want me to run through it with you? Right, so first half, Union Black 2 seconds of part of win over. Yeah, that's correct, thank you.
I'm sorry,
No, he was on the beach, and a bit of sand went in. We did do it on purpose.
Nation to assembly, release cars to the grid.
We've seen off of junction 15. It's the second junction off, yeah. That's where yeah, well, I know as you come off the corner like that, the first left, down the road a bit, and then right. They catch you onto the main road.
No, I do pass it on the way back from France. I'll drop past it again. Lynn's an odd one. I think Lynn now. I'd like to do
right down this farm.
They do some odd stuff. They do like and it's like road it's like standard things like the glass in and everything.
Left of what we're in the Hampton say though.
It's so close to Bangor.
Yes, it's left as you go in south.
That's a fairly new one. It's quick. They are, yeah. They're doing MX-5 as well. Have you seen the MX-5 body? They're doing MX-5 as well. Like the Mark 4 MX-5 body. It's not here. No, it's not here, no. I only saw the Eric. I don't know. The yellow one. That used to be, I think that used to be Danny Wilson's car. But the issue with this series, right, is a lot of hot rod guys come out of the ovals and then they all start fighting. A lot of them go back to the I went to France 3 years ago with this one. It's about
Oh, that's good, isn't it?
and a load of them then never came back.
So that's the quite a big
It comes down a farm, really enormous string.
Doug Forbes not going to be running. He's got a gearbox failure apparently, so he is out of the running. So just 4 WRDA runners. We've got these two Ginetta lookalikes sitting on the front row of the grid, 49 and 491, and 49 is Ruben Taylor. 491 is Colin Smith. They're tube frame cars with Vauxhall red top engines in the main. The second row is another Ginetta. Ginetta's 1, 2, 3, and that's Ray Smith CNC Consultants Limited, his kind of petrol blue coloured car. Alongside it's the Tigra number 3. Marshall's going off to just attend to an issue for Paul Knight. It'll be a rolling start when they do get going. Has he lost fire? I think he has. Yeah, he's being pushed off the off the grid. So that's going to leave 637. Warren Farrisman in the Peugeot. He's on P5, and P6 is Keith White in the CWS Colin White Services BMW Z4. Then we go to the plain white Ginetta, which is number 6 of Ian Hales, and Mick Robertson in the white and black Lift and Transport VW Corrado with the lovely painted grille on it with the lights all in 3D. The next row is the familiar yellow and blue Tigra of Russell Humphrey, and the bronze Mercedes of Richard Smith. Behind them we've got the black number 14, which is Phil Spinks in another of the little, that's to tell, that's a Tigra body, isn't it? And then we have the 18 alongside. That is Russell. He is in another Tigra. That's kind of in a gunmetal colour scheme. 267 is the kind of Marlboro McLaren livery, white and day glow car of John Price. That's a Vauxhall Tigra. Then we've got the Mazda, which is 299. That's Nick Bass, who is an invitee with the Ford powered Mazda RX-8 clone. Experimental gearbox in this car apparently. And then we've got the silver and red Tigra of Paul Cox's. Now unfortunately the 52 Mick Robertson Corrado has overheated on the grid and he's been pushed off. What a blow. Veteran of National Hot Rods. His car's based on tube frame chassis, effectively like the National Hot Rods.
And this bloke come off and he showed us a Fast and Safe coming. We found that that's a cancel. And his brother actually punched a hole in it. He went down the straight.
Well, they're weighing at 855 kilos. Got Rod Burley up alongside me, who's knows all about these cars, making about 270 horsepower, something like that. So it's, I suppose, approaching 400 horsepower per tonne. So they're running Hoosier tyres, and they allowed one new tyre for the meeting to manage their tyres pretty carefully, and they have a sort of a total of 6 kind of available effectively. Front and rear's different widths are all the same size, so that's actually probably makes things fractionally easier. Away goes the Jaguar safety car, and we're going to be off into action. There goes Ray Harris with the CNC Consultants car, supporter of the series. The Mazda, a very rakish kind of screen. I'm sure it's much flatter than on a road-going Mazda RX-8. And there's the only Corrado now. That's Fabio Lafarelli with that motorcycle engine, 1 litre motorcycle engine, which is quite interesting. But those cars, the 4 cars at the back, are from a different series. So they not part of the silhouettes as such, although that Lafarelli car kind of looks to all intents and purposes, very similar to the other Corrados we've seen. So this is another 15-minute race. You get lots of laps in your 15 minutes at Mallory Park, 1.35 miles, active as a race circuit since 1956. And a nice mix of classes here today. This is one of the more spectacular ones. And later, and the modified Fords, of course. So the 500s again later, the Formula Fords. And got two tranches of Ford Fiestas. The vinyl detail ST150s coming out shortly. And we've got the other juniors back in action later in the day. So cars currently out of my sight. Here comes the pace car. It'll pull off. It'll be down to Reuben Taylor and Colin Smith to dictate the pace as they come down to the line. And Ray Harris is sniffing at them as he comes down the line, and they go through. Reuben Taylor just gets the slight advantage. Colin Smith comes up the right hand side. The three Ginettas pretty much abreast, and down the inside, look at that. That was Ray Harris through in the CMMCS consultant's car, and he streaked into the lead. Reuben Taylor is second, and then Ferris Mand, I think, has come up into third place. Fourth, and Humphrey's going flying into the S's up the inside. Somebody found, the BMW found itself really out in the marbles on the outside. That was Keith White. That was quite dramatic. There's yellow flags, so something's kicked off out of our sight. Might be able to pick it up on one of the smaller screens. But here they come, and it is Ray Harris who leads the way. Reuben Taylor is second, Ferris Mand's third. 41 is Colin Smith in fourth place. Behind them, I think it's Humphrey and Hales running pretty close together. It is Humphrey in the Interceptor racing car trying to squeeze up to third and fourth. Hales in the white Ginetta is next up, and then it looks like behind them we've got the Mercs doing quite well up there. The Smiths, Longatano and Fabio Lifarelli having a little tussle between them in the WRDAs. There goes Ray Harris then. The best of the WRDA cars is the red 169 Ginetta. That's a big Ginetta. That's the G55 of Chris Everall. That's got a 6.2 litre Chevy, and the Everall car started smoking as he turned into Gerard's corner. There's a yellow flag out here. Can't see what has happened. I can smell oil, and everyone's slowed right down. So there's something's happened. Yeah, we're missing. We're missing Kurt Russell. Let's try to run down my list. That's the car that's missing, and the safety car is going to go out. And Kurt Russell is in the gunmetal Tigra. That went off on the first lap of the race. And Ian Hales is coming to the pits. The white Ginetta. So that is out with some splitters sort of scraping on the ground. So maybe not so sure that that's 40 mil, but he's had a moment over he's yumped the curb in the S's, and that's what's damaged the splitter on that car. And he's probably thinking, probably wise to get it checked out before he gets a meatball flag to be called in. That's the black flag with the orange circle in the middle of it. They call it in the States the meatball, and so that's advising you that you must come into the pits because there's something visually amiss with your car that you may not be aware of. Safety car is out. The clock still ticks away. So the safety car is actually going very slowly, which suggests that here's the car that got damaged. Yes, it's, and that's the reason for the safety car going slowly. It's to allow the car that was involved in this and triggered the safety car to come back to the paddock, which is duly done, which minimises the interruption to the race. So good officiating by the clerks to get that sorted. So with a fair wind, we will see another recovery truck's going out. So someone else broken down in was the car of Kurt Russell that came back to the pits. We saw it come into the paddock through the back gate. So it's interesting to see who doesn't reappear. John Price missing apparently, which is 267. That's the white and day glow, the McLaren, the James Hunt McLaren of 1976. But yeah, so that's missing. It's also to watch the overall Ginetta to see if that's back under load. Smokes again. That may again be just something touching on a wheel arch. But so another lap under the safety car, and that was an incredible start. They all bustled down 3 abreast, those Ginettas, and the dive down the inside from Ray Harris into Gerrard's was quite something. I think it required the rivals to kind of create a little bit of a space, but it was really an enterprising manoeuvre that has established the that car, the Harris car, at the front of the pack. Well, hopefully we're going to get back into racing relatively quickly, because we're down to 8.5 minutes nearly on the clock, and once they get involved in another lap, then suddenly they're down to about 5 minutes. Consult on other little camera points, which are very difficult to see. Nothing is absolutely evident as to the whereabouts. Well, certainly the car is bright enough, the one that's missing, but we can't see it anywhere. But that's not to say it doesn't exist in a difficult position. But the crocodile moves on. The CNC consulting car. Consultant's car goes through ahead. That's Ray Harris. I guess that you don't really want to be going round at 50 miles an hour because the engines will be fairly tempted to overheat before too long. But I see no one sort of making, trying to stick out to the side, get a gulp of air. Another recovery truck is going out, so where's that car which is out of our sight? I have a fair suspicion that this race will end like this, because if we've got 2 recovery vehicles on track and the lights still flashing on the safety car, we're going to be down to no time pretty pronto, and so we'll see. So we'll just keep going for the time being. We've not heard anything. There's, I guess, potential to add a bit of time onto the end of this, but how tightly fueled the cars well, we heard the tape Matthias in the early Ford race ran out of fuel towards the end. The little trucks come back in, so it's maybe it's not quite man enough for that for what's required, and they sent the heavy guns in. Safety car is back for the 6th time, and that move into the first corner, which established Ray Harris ahead of the CNC Consultants Limited Ginetta has cool. So it's he's clearly ahead. Although I think his yeah, he is, yeah. Taylor and Farrasman. So Ginetta, Peugeot, Ginetta, Vauxhall Tigra and Mercedes, and all of those top 6 body shells, tube frame chassis powered by that 2-litre Vauxhall red top engine, making say about 270 horsepower, and the weight of the cars is balanced to include the weight of the driver. So the minimum weight's set with driver on board. 880 kilos, I think, was what we were told. It's probably around 320 horsepower per tonne or something like that. So that's pretty accelerative, and they're great looking cars. Just unfortunate we're not seeing them in full race action at the moment. Down to under 4.5 minutes of the allocated 15. Ray Harris just moving the Ginetta around just to keep a little temperature in those front tyres if he can. Ginetta shells have been on the National Hot Rod scene for, I'm guessing, towards a decade now. Certainly I should think it's certainly been a few years, and unusual really, because they're sports cars as opposed to the sort of traditional saloons that the National Hot Rods were in the days when they were obviously morphed from the Ford Escorts etc. into the sort of little hatchbacks, and we had Peugeot 205s, we had the Mitsubishi Colts as well, and various other shells are available, including the VW Corrado. I've ever seen some of the first Corrados around at Wimbledon back in the early 1990s, that would have been. And Colin White had a very, very quick Corrado back then. And but I suppose the Corrado is a sort of a sports coupe, and we've got more coupes in there these days. Ginetta cars originated, the actual Ginetta built cars originated in Suffolk. The 4 Walcliffe brothers were making agricultural buildings back in the 1950s. The most fabled Ginetta is probably the G4, which took on Motor Salans in the 1960s, and was a very, very fine handling car. The Ginettas we see now, these out here now, are fiberglass shells effectively over tube frame chassis. They're not like the Ginettas we see factory now in Leeds running in its own one-make championships, although the 169 Ginetta is a car of Chris Everall, But I'm afraid that with a minute and a half to go, this is going to finish under the safety car. So very little in the way of racing laps there. Laffarelli father and son going round together in the green Corrado with that 1 litre motorcycle engine, and Tyrone Laffarelli in the Peugeot 106 GTI, sort of a steel shelled car. But the time has all but run out. We're into the last minute of the 15, and looks like that's how it is going to finish. And suddenly we see some extra time added to our screens, but I don't see that happening. Unfortunately, with a bank of little screens out onto the circuit, I can see absolutely no clue as to what's happened with the even the whereabouts of the tow truck. But there we go. Well, that's our race has come to an end. Of course, they're out again later in the day, so hopefully they get a proper run then. That will be that'd be great to see. But it is as a result of that opportunist start from Ray Harris. Ray Harris, the Ginetta wins. Number 5 from 49, Ruben Taylor. And then 6:37, which is Warren Farrow's man in his Peugeot. Ginetta Peugeot. 491 was 4th, which is the car of Colin Smith with the Ginetta. 5th is 51, Russell Humphrey in the Vauxhall Tigra, and in 6th place, number 4, which is Richard Smith. Best of the WRDA runners, Chris Everall in the 169 Ginetta Chevrolet G55 GT4. And second of those, 44, Damien Longatano with the Westfield Millington engine, and then the Laffarellis, father and son, in Corrado and Peugeot respectively. So they're coming into the pits, and we will await track clearance before we can start what is due to be the last of the morning session races. We'll go into a 1-hour lunch break at that point, and we're now on 12:18. The final race actually was due to start at the morning, due to start at 12:25, the morning session. So hopefully they'll be on track relatively soon, and then we'll move on with the programme this afternoon. Take a short break.
The way he said it, can I get to the ice cream van? I thought so. Your getting up to the backpack.
So that is the race done for our Intermarque Silhouettes and the Welsh sports cars and saloon cars. Of course, an unfortunate end there with 9% of the race being put under a safety car. But we now have our final race before our lunch break here at Mallory Park. Our final details, ST150 Challenge. Let's go and talk to some of the drivers with a little bit from a couple of clips from where we spoke to the drivers before their race ahead here at Mallory Park. So here at Mallory Park, we're here with the ST150 Challenge Series. I'm here with Will Box. Of course, you've been out so far already?
I've had my first warm-up practice at the start of the day. First in my class, which I'll happily take, P6 overall. But just waiting for the crash to be repaired and then hopefully get out for qualifying later.
Of course, you said that the pace looks very positive. How do you think that will convert into the races? Do you know if there's like a difference? Are you better in race pace or qualifying pace, or are you just kind of the same in both?
I think I'm sort of the same in both. Just the more experience I get, the faster I get. So just want to get out there again and hopefully get faster.
Talk about your season so far. Of course, you've had a meeting previously. How did that go?
First round was really good. P2, 3 and 4 in my class, which I'll happily take for my first race season ever. It's just the car experience that I need to get, and it's been good so far.
Of course, looking into Mallory and of course the rest of the season, you kind of hoping to be maybe top 3, maybe top 5, maybe even P1 in your class? Is that where you want to be at the end?
Obviously, yeah. First would be nice, but obviously there's a lot of fast drivers on the grid, but the more experience I get, hopefully the faster I'll get as well.
Absolutely, it's looking like consistency is going to be the plan for you. Thank you so much for your time, Will. It's been a pleasure. Back to you. Race coming up here for the final detail, ST150 Challenge, and we're here with Michael Blackburn, of course starting 4th on the grid. How's it been going so far your season?
Obviously it's round 2, Snetterton, first round. Again qualified P4. But the races didn't go too well. Finished 4th in the first race, and I got a tap in the second race, and had a start line incident in the third race. So not good results, but we knew why. We were slightly off the pace. Put the car right, and so 0.3 off pole this time. I'm happy with that. P4. I think we've got a good pace in the car over a distance. I could keep repeating similar lap times, so I'm more confident that I can fight for a podium this weekend than last week. Last time out at Snetterton.
Of course, such a tricky circuit is Mallory Park. How has it been for you? The track time you've been getting over the course of however long you've been racing, especially in this car as well.
Last time I was here was 2009, so 16 years ago. I did 8 laps in free practice and then straight into qualifying, and I think my qualifying lap was my second flying lap. So in reality I'd done 10 laps in 16 years. So I think the pace is there. What I need to find is that consistency, so I can keep repeating that. That hasn't really fell into place yet, but I'm hoping over the 2 races that that consistency will come together.
Of course, with race 1 coming up, of course, you're going to be very much looking for a potential podium. Is that where you're aiming for, or maybe even a win?
You're always aiming for the win. Max, I think, has got a little bit on us all at the minute. Max Buxton. He's just got ready that much better for this season. So I don't think a win on genuine pace. A podium, I think, is there. Yeah.
Michael, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much. All the best for the race.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Race 1 coming up for the 150 ST Challenge, and of course I'm here with Jade Goodwin. Of course, it's going to be a very, very interesting race. Just starting quite farther down. How are you feeling for it?
Obviously a little bit disappointed with qualifying, but this weekend is obviously I'm meant to be racing, not doing fast laps, so it's going to be interesting to develop those skills a bit further and try and get myself further, the car further, and just enjoy a day's racing. You know, it's pretty cool to get in a car and go and race it with a bunch of great guys, so really looking forward to how it's going to race here, how that's going to look and how that's going to play out.
Of course, how have you been with the car so far? Of course, you've had Snetterton as well. Have you had any previous experience with it? Were you a rookie for this campaign?
I did a little bit last year, and then sort of over winter we negated any and all testing and sort of went through the car, rebuilt it, and it's now more, you know, it's a nicer car to drive than it was before, and it's a lot better. And Snetterton was quite good. We got a best result of 8th, which was pretty cool for me. Just trying to push a bit further now and negate things. I think a lot of it, I think the car's great. I think I'm now the shortfall, so trying to develop myself as a driver, but you know, I haven't really done any testing, not tested here, just sort of turned up yesterday and sort of figured throw it at the corners and see which way they go. You know, I couldn't find the pit lane either, the first one, even though I know where it is, I just couldn't find it. So just silly things like that and trying to get better.
Well, of course, avoiding those silly mistakes, but will we see potentially for any future rounds?
Yeah, I'm hoping to complete the campaign this year. I mean, I nearly managed to get a full one last year, but I was out at Alton with injury, so couldn't drive. But yeah, which is a shame because Alton's my local, it's my home. I was there 10 years old watching the touring cars, so it's a special place. That was the place I sort of sat and thought, wow, like I want to do this, and then obviously, you know, it gets out of hand eventually. So yeah, I always say to my dad though, if he wanted nice hospitality for racing, you know, he could have gotten it a bit cheaper than indoctrinating his daughter, but here we are, I'm having a good time and we'll never financially recover from this, but we're happy.
Jade, it's a pleasure to talk to you. Go and enjoy your race.
Thank you so much.
And all the best to all the drivers here for the 150 challenge.
The next row, 18 Luke Jarman and 94 Mac McCarthy, and the ninth row, 17 Spencer Lane and 42 the pink and purple car of Jade Goodwin. And we go back to number 5 on row 10, that's Graham Mallam in the car with for Linda on the roof, and 666 is Oliver Reed. And the final row, 35 Ron Lofstadt and number 4 Robert, in inverted commas, Nigel Hutton. So 22 cars coming out for this, and we'll be into action pretty soon. So the final detail ST150 challenge will be underway pretty shortly. Series started out at Snetterton, and the championship challenge series is led by Max Buxton from George Foxlow and Dylan Davis. So the primary suspects are pretty much up there. The DCM Surfaces car, though, of Max Buxton is on pole, won 2 of the 3 races at Snetterton, and they're 3 abreast going down towards Gerrard's for the first time. One's gone off into the barriers on the left-hand side of the track, bounces back into the path of the rest, but they've all managed to miss that car. Lots of drama, clobbered the barrier on the outside, and I'm trying to pick up the number. It's just a little bit too far away, and there's too many layers of glass between me and the incident to pick it all up. But we'll soon see, because it's the one car that doesn't trigger the timing as they come round. Yellow flags then. The driver is out of that car. The safety car is on the circuit. It's a familiar ring to it, doesn't it? And tidily they come through to complete the first lap with number 1, which is Michael Blackburn from row 2 ahead as they get the thing. All I can tell you is that the car down there is looks like a red black car, and I wonder whether indeed it might even be the car of Buxton, which was on pole. That was a red and black car. I can't see the number on it. A red, black and white car. It seemed to be sort of more in the middle part of the grid. Blackburn, Foxlow, Davis, Watkins, Kinghorn and Vickers were the through. And the missing car is indeed Max Buxton, the championship leader, who had such a good run at Snetterton earlier in the season. That was the first round, a triple header round there, and Buxton in car number 10 was right in the thick of things. Samuel Watkins won the first race by the looks of things, and then Max Buxton the second and the third. George Foxlow second in the championship. Dylan Davis is third. Robbie Harrison and Samuel Watkins and Safi Kinghorn are the next through. And the to see Blackburn is last year's champion, and he's looking strong today. He beat Daniel Robinson, Samuel Watkins, Mark Blunt, Liam Brown and Dylan Davis. So Max Buxton 7th last year, and see, he might have been doing well in the Coupe des Dames. Stephanie Saw was 10th in last year's championship. Jade could win 15th. And last year 28 drivers scored points.
It's a bit like the red card is the blue card, the blue red card. We put that on the report. You never put that on?
Yes, that's correct.
He was the one that...
So at the moment it was Max Buxton who had that problem at the start. He was leading on 147 points. He was 26 points clear coming in to Mallory from George Foxlow. There are on our programme, we do have 2 races listed, race 10 and 17, and with this, just a stoppage to scoop up the damaged car. It will be re-gridded shortly. So we had a start line incident in the Formula Fords, and now we have had this one.
Dave Bass. Yeah, I've seen Dave Bass.
We're not going to get in a 15-minute race before 1 o'clock. I think lunchtime early. Yeah, I was just taking a look.
So the cars filtering back onto the grid, and say the championship leading machine is about to be put on a flatbed and repatriated to the paddock. It walloped the barrier fairly solidly on the outside of the circuit, and of course from this distance we can't see what damage it has sustained. See some sort of tar marks heading across from the track onto the grass as to where it impacted, and it's now in the air and being gently manoeuvred onto the back of the Mick Avery wagon. Arranged at the front, I would imagine. This is pushed in one of the barrier rails, and I suspect that might need a little attention. Getting warm down there on the grid, and I think, yes, they're being sent back round into the paddock, which I would expect to receive confirmation. That means we will start the Marshalls lunch break and have that 1 hour lunch break while the damage to the barrier is repaired. When you go down the RHA car of George Foxley, the Trust Ford car of Sophie Kinghorn, who passed in front of me. And we've got the orange car of Robbie Harrison, Cooper Motorsport car, which is Gary Cooper, MB Motors car of Aidan Vickers, 10 Sport car number 100. Was, I think. 66 is Stephanie Saw. 3, another MB Motors car is Mark Blunt. I guess he's Mr. MB Motors. And then 94 is Mike McCarthy. Gem Sport Racing car 23 is Savory Saviska. Very smartly turned out at 42. The pink and purple car is Jade Goodwin. And then we've got more just going through. 5 there is Graham Mellon, I see. And last 2 or 3 just being eased off the grid, and I'm sure they will be put on first this afternoon. The afternoon session was due to start with the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship round at about 1:40. Here we are at 12:40 effectively. So we go into that break effectively a race behind, and we'll have the ST150 Challenge, BRSCC Fiesta Juniors, 500 Owners Association Formula 3 cars, modified Fords, the Jeff Page Engineering Classic Pre-99 Formula Fords, Northern Saloons and Sports cars, CMMC Intermarque Silhouette Series getting a proper go with the Welsh Sports and Saloon cars. Then repeats for the ST150 Fiestas and the modified Ford Series to bring the day to a close. If you get out into the paddock area, there's catering in here. There's the Lakeside Diner and Bar, all worth frequenting, and in the rotunda between the Devil's Elbow and the spine of the paddock, there's a coffee bar in there. Of course, there's the catering caravan by the Master Mac Bridge, and I see there's also a artisan coffee stand up at the top.
You're right. Of course, into the paddock once again, we have found the reigning Fiesta Junior champion. Of course, for everyone at home, introduce yourself.
My name's Jensen O'Gowan, and last year I won the Fiesta Junior Championship at Jamsport Racing. So I'm just here supporting and giving some tips to our two junior drivers, so Oliver Heron and Kasper Tomalewski. We had a little bit of an unfortunate race in that last one with Oliver where he was leading it. But yeah, so far it's been a good weekend.
What has been some of the advice you've been giving our young drivers?
Just obviously stay focused and just don't look in your mirrors too much, because otherwise you're just going to lose your head. I done that a couple of times last year and lost the race win from it. So as long as you don't look in your mirrors that much and only look at them when you need to, you'll be very good.
Of course, as someone who's only just figured out a little bit about Fiesta Juniors, was Mallory on the calendar last year? And if so, how did it go for you?
So Mallory is not on our calendar last year, unfortunately, but it is a very good track. I do really enjoy it. I've done a couple track days here. But no, yeah, so we didn't do Mallory last year, but unfortunately we didn't do it, but this year it's on the calendar, so.
And of course, for everyone at home, what is the championship you're going into now?
Well, nothing confirmed yet, but hopefully TCR UK at the end of the year, so as soon as I turn 16 in August, we're going to be jumping straight into a Hyundai i30 and TCR car, and then maybe mini JCWs as well, as we've also got a team in JCW, so hopefully we can get a couple of wins in that at the end of the year.
Of course, so many different championships as well. Have you looked into testing a couple of things?
Yeah, so I've tested a couple of different championships. Like I've driven a ST240, obviously Mark 6 seniors, other stuff like that. But main focus is really to just do some touring car stuff and hopefully find ourselves somewhere in the British touring car paddock.
Yeah, I was gonna go on to that. Is British touring cars the ultimate goal?
Not particularly. Yes, it would be really nice to race in British touring cars for a couple of rounds, but to be honest, I'm looking to do some World TCR and hopefully get picked up by a team and go the full way with them.
Jensen, it's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you. Go and enjoy the day here in Mallory Park. And whilst the sun is out, we have more racing going on down on the racetrack.
The lunch break, that brought the lunch break forward. So we will kick off the afternoon session with race 10 on our programme, which is the vinyl detail ST150 challenge. And we're waiting to see how the grid is going to form, because of course the original poleman, Max Buxton, the points leader, was involved in an incident and obviously didn't finish that first attempt to start. This is a fresh race, and the team has worked overtime to repair that car, get it back into a race-worthy condition. So the SBR Motorsport team has been flat out in the paddock. Saw the car come out to the assembly area, so one assumes that it has been scrutineered and passed fit for racing. It's Buxton it is who leads the points coming into Mallory Park after 3 races at Snetterton. Second in the points is George Foxlow. Third is Dylan Davis. Fourth, Robbie Harrison. Fifth, Samuel Watkins. And sixth, Sophie Kinghorn. And Buxton is back on pole position. There's been a bit of hammering around the front end of the car. Done a great job. And the DCM Surfaces car is back where it started. Alongside is 21, Dylan Davis, currently third in the point standings. Then the second row is 98, Samuel Watkins, who is 5th in the standings. Then last year's champion Michael Blackburn, who currently is down the order by the looks of things. The third row of the grid is 144, George Foxlow, currently 2nd in the points. Then it's 83, Sophie Kinghorn, who is 6th coming into this race with the Trust Ford car. Then we go back to number 100, William Box, and 19, Robbie Harrison, who is actually joint 3rd in the points coming here. And it's 76, Gary Cooper, 119, Adam Vickers. They have all, Aidan Vickers, sorry, they have all qualified within a second. Then we have Zavary Zaviska, Mark Webb, Mark Blunt, Stephanie Saw, Luke Jarman, Matt McCarthy, Spencer Lane, Jade Goodwin, Graham Mallam, Oliver Reed, Ron Lofstad, and Robert Nigel Hutton. Away they go. And from the outside of the front row, it is Dylan Davis who takes the advantage, going down into the first corner, which is Gerrard's. Through they go, through the long right-hander, and it'll be interesting to see how that repaired car goes as the driver gets used to it again, because it may not feel quite the same as it did. He's 4th into, yes, just make that 5th, because he's been outbraked on the outside of the blue and yellow car, which is George Foxlow. And they hair up towards the hairpin at Shaw's for the first time. It was the guy from the outside of the front row, Dylan Davis, in 21. Red car that led the way, and it is still Dylan Davis who leads as they come through. The first time Dylan Davis leads from Michael Blackburn, and the car with the Welsh flag on the top is in 3rd, which is Watkins. Samuel Watkins. Down they go, round the long right-hander onto the step straight at the end of the first lap. Poleman Max Buxton was running in 5th place, and he's dropped back actually into the clutches of the next group, and that group is being chased down by a Trust Ford car, which is Sophie Kinghorn. Through they come. Ooh, there's some drama clearly at the S's. There was briefly a yellow flag, but it's been withdrawn, so whoever had the moment has got it all sorted out. So here we go then. It's Davis, Blackburn, Watkins, and in 4th place is Foxlow. 5th, Buxton. 6th is Kinghorn, and the rest of them charge through. I don't know who's gone dramatically down the order as a result of that moment, but it seems that the vast majority, if not all, bar Zaviska, didn't complete a lap, or maybe didn't even start the lap, but Zaviska, number 23. But settling down now a little, George Foxlow has the fastest lap, which is a 55.699. 55.274 was Pole. Car that's struggling is number 4, which is Nigel Hutton, at the back of the grid. And there's been a change for 2nd place, because Samuel Watkins has come down the inside of Michael Blackburn, and Michael Blackburn is side by side with George Foxlow as they go under the bridge, the Master Max surfacing bridge, and the Blackburn down to 4th. Buxton is still 5th, Kinghorn 6th, Vickers, Blunt, Harrison and Stephanie Saw complete the top 10, and they've difficult place to catch the slow car, the slow black car, which is coming into the pits. So number 4 out of the race, that's Robert, in inverted commas, Nigel Hutton, and wending his way down the pit lane, giving up the ghost. Well, it is the 2 reds ahead, Dylan Davis and Samuel Watkins with that Welsh Dragon proudly on the roof of his car, and 3rd is Foxlow, 4th is Michael Blackburn, last year's champion, and they're being chased down now by poleman Max Buxton, who's got a few laps to think about the handling of his car. And the car goes off. 94 clonks the barrier. Hope it hasn't taken the timing out. And that was 94 that spun here, which was Mac McCarthy. And he's parked up just on the edge of the grass down towards the bridge. And
that should be a safety car, I reckon.
It is debating whether to, yes, the driver climbing out of the car, and he's just walking back towards the marshals. So
red flag.
Red flag's been given, not surprisingly, because of course he's not clear of the accident scene, and he's hopping over the barrier. And,
I believe the red flag will be because there's a whole tyre stack on the side of the racetrack. There's also some grass. I think there might be some debris as well. The wing mirror definitely was cut clean off from the car, and those pieces must be on the racetrack, because there's a massive in the middle. So if anyone goes over that will be a puncture potential there, which could cause all sorts of carnage. So potentially the red flag might be the
there's
best
a bit of damage. The furniture has been deranged. A few bottles of water have been scattered around as well. Matt McCarthy out of the car, sitting the other side of the barrier, not very happy with life at the moment, I'm afraid. Didn't see what triggered that incident, but clobbered the bank pretty hard, and the cars, whether they're going to come back onto the grid, maybe in the order they were, they're being stopped at the moment, and the decision that had been taken, of course, down on the ground, Chief Timekeeper Peter Knight for TSL down there, looking to see whether his beacon has been rendered hors de combat, or whether it will live to fight on. But that was very frustrating. Of course, it's taken out a big pile of conveyor belting and tyres. Marshall's very quick on the draw with their brushes, and the divots are being swept away onto the grass. There's the Avery flatbed has come to pick the car up, and the circuit crew, which has been sorely tested this weekend, has arrived in the transit van. Shane's leapt out to have a look, and his cohorts are now jumping out of the back of the truck with more kit to fix the barrier. We're 4 laps into that race when the red flag was given, and now going to be a bit of a conflab, and they're working to rebuild that tyre wall. We'll come back to you in a few minutes when we know a little bit more about it. But all we can tell you is that the repairs to the tyres, I think it is probably confined to the tyres rather than the barrier itself, and maybe the timing beacon was wiped out in that, but We'll come back to you when we know a little bit more.
Mate of mine. He looked, when he was doing his post round and walking and delivering letters, he looked after more fucking housewives than anything. I never knocked twice. And then, hey, never that twice, not twice. Oh, come on in, Ken. Would you like a cup of tea? I got more than fucking tea. You, me go on, but at least when I was born, they didn't beat the midwife up. You're sucking hell out of your midwife. Tried to put you back when you hadn't got the receipt.
The Alpha 1 reposition to the south-finish line, so this will pick up the engine marshal.
The engine marshal?
They must come down the pit lane chute, flat side.
I bet you any money, they've jumped off the fucking tire.
Alpha 1, come down the pit lane, please. What we need?
Well, they tell you not to. They tell you not to, don't they?
4.5, 5 feet.
You're playing hard as me. But they tell you not to do it. Yeah, but that's all well and good. So why don't they put a fucking slit in where you can go through? These have got gaps in. It's not rocket science.
Trouble is, Silverstone's controlled by the FIA.
Yeah, that's right.
We want the tail wall here, and
You know, the thing is though, you jump off there, right, and you hurt yourself, you know what they're going to say, don't you? You should have been jumping down there. Yeah. Can't do nothing about it. But to the time it takes to find an entrance and come back, there's nothing you can do, really. You only take what's going to happen with the driver's going to happen. Well, the only other way to do it is to drop your backside on the tyre and then just slide down. But then you're covered all in bloody black tyre marks. And you still got your yeah. I'd have you to bend down, I could put on your back. Yeah, fuck it. See, at one time, they used to have a band to cut this back in, right? You used to put it over the top of the tyres.
Yeah.
To help you to get up there easier. But you still got that drop. But you shouldn't have to do that. No one ever jumped. You'd never jump a valley with a 5-6 in your. No way I wouldn't be jumping. That's anything. No, that's not at my age. So, even that bloody wall's on it, look. You know, if you hurt yourself and you're off work, are they going to pay you money? I don't think so. It depends, okay. It depends where you are and on the way how you put it. I don't. You see, this marshal now, here or she or whoever it is, looks back at their bloody day up now for the rest of the day.
Yeah. And maybe beyond.
And probably for bloody stupidity, they've done it themselves. Well, it's obviously where this tyre wall's gone down or something, isn't it? Where this car's hit it. Hey, Mark's in here amongst the birds. Mark, you in there?
Johnson 26, watching the start line.
Cool. Unfortunately, we did have an accident out on circuit for our ST150 challenge, but I can assure you that the driver did get out. Fortunately, we're just doing some medical checks to our driver and a marshal. Of course, our voluntary marshals, very much, we can't do this without them. So let's hope that everyone is okay. It wasn't too much of a big accident, but we just had to take major safety concerns, major precautions, I should say. As we now look at our BRSCC Fiesta Juniors are now starting to gear up. Fiesta Juniors, and we do have our former champion here, Sid. Sid, of course, a former champion yourself, and I see you are kind of tutoring these guys. What would your advice be to them?
Well, honestly, you can see by here the series come along such a long way. Every year it seems to get more and more competitive, to be honest with you. But yeah, obviously I won the championship in these in 2022. And they're just absolutely mega, so I couldn't really leave them alone. I've done way too much time in these cars just to leave them, I guess. So I'm back now with race car consultants this weekend, and the boys are going well, as you can see. Won the first race with Archie, and I think we're covering most of the top 10, so really strong showing by our guys. And obviously me and Ryan Lindsay over there have been putting in the hard work to get them to where they are, but also they're driving the socks off these cars, and well, it's incredible to see them all coming through, but hopefully another good race. I mean, it all looked fair and clean the first one, no major incidents, and I think that's the best seen in race so far, so hopefully we can keep that going for this race, but there's always some sort of drama going on, isn't there?
There is. You've been through GB4, you've been through Porsche Carrera Cup. Where could you see some of these guys? Of course, they can very much go into some of the highest forms of motorsport.
Well, yeah, honestly, there's some proper peddlers in these, and really there's so many of them so close in the times that you never know who's going to go where, because some of them prefer, you said, single seater route, the GT route, so you don't know exactly where they're going to go, but a lot of them will be going to a lot of high places because there's some real good drivers in this series, and well, it's a great place to be and drive and show yourself and prove yourself against these guys, but also it's a great way to learn how to drive a race car, how to get time out of a car, and the cars are just a lovely safe car, but also hard to get the last bit out, so it takes the best of drivers to get it out of them, so that's why it's so good for future things, and whether that might be, they will do very well in them.
Of course, it's been about 2.5 years since you were last in the paddock. Talk about the evolution, as of course, I'm sure there's been plenty since you were last here.
Yeah, so when I was driving them, it was in the Mark 6 Fiesta. This is obviously the Mark 7 version that you can see there. Obviously, the Mark 6 were a little bit more nimble, but this is overall a much better car. And the championship is so much in place to make sure everything's fair, equal, regulated really well. So you don't often see any like kind of illegal stuff going on, stuff that you're not happy with. They're all fair, it's all equal. It's just how well you can set up the car, but mainly how well the driver is. So it's great to see it all being so fair these days. And the cars, you rarely see them having any like, big mechanical problems, for example. So they run well, they go well, they're a great hack. So it just creates some good racing, some good drivers out of it. So it's honestly great, yeah.
Just finally, for the viewers out there, where can they find you this season?
Yeah, so I'm in Porsche Carrera Cup GB this year with the British Touring Cars and Air package. I guess you can follow me on Instagram on sidsmith.99 if you want to see my updates. But yeah, so I'll be racing that throughout the year, and it's again mega series, but it all stemmed out from a junior series like this. So who knows where these junior drivers are going to go.
Sid, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Let's go and have a look at some other drivers. We'll catch up with you later, but there you go. Of course, we've got Archie Davis, who's going to be our pole sitter as well. George Burgess, who's going to be Jack Burgess, my apologies on that one. He is going to be our point sitter. He's been very much on an absolute tear as well. Some of these guys, of course, Thomas Merritt might be one to keep an eye out for, and as well as maybe Lewis Iselin, of course. I don't think a lot of our drivers are out at this moment in time. I think they're all currently in, I think they're just having their time to themselves at this moment in time. I think a few of us. Let me tell you, Jason, why not fill in? Of course, you are as well keeping these guys in check. You are, of course, keeping them, making sure that these guys are in form. How are they going?
Yeah, to be honest, should be a good race. with Oliver Heron. Hopefully we get to the front, and same as Casper at the back, but just see how it goes.
We'll let you go now because our cars are now eventually leaving the grid. So let's get out of their way. Let's not go run over by a Fiesta Junior, and let's have some racing action this afternoon.
What's in vain? Shooting or in vain?
Okay, on our way.
Second ambulance. Well, that's it, tied up. Yeah, can't do that. One wrong. Oh, there is a straight road. Top.
Well, and the next one, please, as they say, because we're going to be back in action in a moment, and this is going to be the next of our races. This is going to be the race 11 on the schedule, and that's the Ford Fiesta Juniors. And they were things. This is the one that was stopped before lunch, and we have on the grid then we should have 87, which is Archie Davis, who is in the black and yellow car, sits on pole. Going up alongside will be Jack Burgess. It's a staggered grid in 194, that's the red. So black and yellow is on pole, red alongside them. We've got the orange and blue car of Intermarque and Welsh 507. Then we've got Thomas Merritt, who's blue, light blue and white. 306 Oliver Heron, who's pale blue and white. Then we go back to Lewis Islin, the scholarship winner in the Goodyear car, which is blue and yellow. It's like a baby touring car. Beautifully turned out, these cars. With 65 is Isaac Doble. His car is blues and whites. And then we've got 35, which is Eden Spanswick, another blue and white car. Then we go back to Daniela Sutton in what is effectively a red and pink car. She's number 43. 55 is Bobby Holmes. That car is white and green. And we go down the order further. We have the red and white car 69 coming in, which is Harry Lindley. And Hayden Gray in 16. That car is silver and orange. So that's most of them. Then we go down to 86 Jack Sad, 33 Aaron Beattie, 287 Max Fenton, 19 Christopher Doble, 16 Neil Hampson, 36 Jake Howard, 555 Oscar Homerstone, 15 is Callie Clifford, and Kasper Tomilewski if he's made it at the back, and he has. So away they go, and they're charging down towards Gerrard's for the first time, and it is the car from pole position, which is Archie Davis, who leads the way. Archie Davis currently 6th in the championship, and as they charge down the steps straight, it's Davis from the red car of Jack Burgess in second place, and then side by side into the S's. Very, very well done. They've traversed the S's side by side, the next two blue and white cars, which one of them is Merritt, one of them is Oliver Heron, I believe, and they've both got past Dara McInerney at the start of it. Adam's come up into the commentary box, so pick up if you will, Adam, but it's very, very close for the lead.
Absolutely. Archie Davis has now taken the lead on this one, I believe. Yes, he has, and Jack Burgess is right behind him. Oliver Heron there sitting in third place, so he's going to try and make up a couple of positions, but already Archie Davis feeling like he has to go defensive. I think that's going to be really important to try and work that out, but Jack Burgess is going to be all over him, especially a super fast driver, 5th to 2nd in at the first race. He's going to try and go for that again, potentially go for a third race win.
Yeah, exactly, and it's super close, and Dave now from Burgess behind. It is Heron in third, Merritt in fourth, then it looks like Dara McInerney still in 5th in the 507 car, and again disappear out of our sight momentarily. They'll be back towards us, and there's a fight for the lead. You can't really fit two through there, not side by side, but not quite touching, but in the slipstream is Jack Burgess. Does on the inside, he locks up, goes onto the grass, and there was a big moment. The car flicked a little bit sideways at the back, and he just got through. I think kind of the Archie Davis was kind of very fortunate to be able to just jink out of his way, but he's not put him off his stride. He's coming back at Jack Burgess. That was a really a real lunge down into Gerrard's corner, and they go again out of our sight, and we'll be back then for the third time.
I think that's also Oliver Heron trying to look around the outside at the hairpin at the top, Shaw's hairpin up at the top of the hill, but they'll dive back down the hill through the Devil's Elbow, and it's 3 for the lead, and Thomas Merritt and Dara McInerney are going to be looking to invite themselves in the battle if those top 3 continue to fight it out. You can see there, that is the 306, not 306, my apologies, the 1984 of Jack Burgess, who is still fighting in the lead here, but how long can he hold off Archie Davis? Davis will definitely be in the slipstream. He'll be trying to get a run up the hill. I think that might be his next opportunity, but there'll be a couple of defensive shapes in towards that Shaw's hairpin once again.
Pretty much 5 for the lead now, and Lewis Islin trying to bridge the gap onto that group. In behind him is Holmes, then Lindley, then Daniela Sutton, but out front, hanging on, is Archie Davis, and but he's in fact it's Burgess out front, so Davis chasing him down. Then it is Heron in 306, 12 is Merritt, 507 is McInerney, then it is Islin in the 27. Looking at that car, that 86, interesting coloured car down the order, and pick that one up. That is Jack Sant, but someone with a misfire there by the sound of things is 15. And they still come through right down the order to 36 there, but out front it is 4-5 for the lead perhaps, as Dara McInerney just sits about 6 or 7 lengths back off 4th place, but it is still, as they disappear out of my sight, looking at the I think it shows us Davis leading on the screen, but of course it's forgetting that Jack Burgess is out front. Jack Burgess has a a Dicky transponder by the looks of things in 194, because he's not showing on the timing screens. He is very much ahead of Archie Davis, and trying to go with them is the car of Oliver Heron, who started 5th. And Heron in the white and pale blue car, number 306, the colours of the number made famous on short ovals by the great George Polly, is charging along. McInerney in 507, Islin in 27. They're behind as they go up to the hairpin for the 6th time. We're still in a situation where the car that is leading is not shown on screens.
Then we're going to get a change of tactics here, because of course our two leaders have now realised that there's a whole pack of cars now behind them. Now it's going to be down to RG Davis saying push forward, otherwise we're going to get gobbled up by this battle, and that 2-car fight for the lead is going to turn into a 5, maybe even 6-car battle with Lewis Inslin right at the back there. He's about 2 seconds behind that lead in front.
Burgess has been manually put into the timing by the TSL team. Burgess, with 3 S's on the end of his name, is out there in 194. The fastest lap of the race is to Archie Davis, a 55.394 seconds, and they'll be coming back to us very shortly. And they back into our sight, and it's close. Nose to tail, 3 and 4 nose to tail. Dara McInerney sitting there in 5th, waiting to pick up the pieces in case there's any moments in front. And if someone slips out of line, then there will be delays in that front pack, and McInerney will be right on them, I would think. Behind McInerney, it's the Goodyear car 27 of Islin, and behind Islin, the scholarship winner is 55. Which is Bobby Holmes, who's come up from 10th place on the grid and is running in a very good 6th. They're lining up through the S's and up towards Shaw's hairpin. Who's doing what in the mid-pack? Anyone moving up? Well, of course we've lost Burgess again, but then he comes back in as he's put in manually into the system, and all the arrows up and down disappear. So it is Jack Burgess in 194 who leads the way. Order remains as it was. He is the points leader after the 2 races that were run at Snetterton on the 300 circuit. Thomas Merritt is 2nd, Lewis Islin 3rd, Dara McInerney 4th in the points, and 5th in the points is Callie Clifford, who rolled in the free practice session yesterday morning. Her team has worked miracles to get the car back out and racing. I think whoever's operating windscreen services around here has done very well, because I think there were 4 cars in one of the other races that had to have new screens in as a result of gravel rash yesterday. But out front, it is still Burgess from Davis. Burgess stretching away from Davis. Now there's probably 3 Fiesta lengths in there. Heron is still 3rd, and 4th is still Thomas Merritt, and 5th Dara McInerney. They've just shaken Islin just a little bit. Fastest lap would appear now to be with Merritt on a 55.380. 14 thousandths of a second inside the previous best time, but Thomas Merritt now has fastest lap. It's points for fastest lap, so he will be in the running for those. We are now down to just under 6 minutes to go in this 15-minute race. Here they come, and it is still Burgess from Davis. Davis now being towed back to by Heron in 3rd. Heron's really with Davis now, and Davis made a little bit of ground towards Burgess as they turned into Gerrard's corner. Fourth is Merritt. Fifth is McInerney. Then it is Islin, and behind Islin it is Bobby Holmes.
Birthday boy Bobby Holmes as well. His birthday day, 16 years old. For the young number 65. The number 55 for him in the yellow and green striped car. So he is, of course, going well down there in 8th place at this moment in time.
So very few of these drivers will have had road experience. It's not old enough to have DVLA licenses, but they raced well, and 14 to 17 effectively through the field. Quite remarkable.
So surely they should be passing that first time.
Unless they've got some bad habits. And one that was Lindley got a wheel up onto the curb, had to back off out of it, and two more came past very rapidly, but well sorted. That was 69. Harry Lindley had a bit of a moment, lost out as a result of that.
I think one of them was Tomaszewski, who went past as well, the number 20, the Polish driver, who's of course had a few issues during the season, of course not had the best runs, but he's still, of course, the young Polish driver is still learning his racecraft as well, but unfortunately putting it into the barriers for race one. Still managed to continue, but we've got a drama here, and who is that moving very slowly? That seems to be Oscar Heron. It was
306 Heron. He's got something wrong with the back of the car. He's pulling off, and there's smoke coming out of that rear corner. Whether it was a wing in on the wheel, I'm not sure, but he's going to be parked down on the entrance to Gerrard's, which isn't massively handy, because that's going to mean that Gerrard's is a no overtaking zone. They go past now, and there were three abreast, and there's been an overtaking manoeuvre under the waved yellow flags down there, and see who got through.
Well, that's going to be a tough one. I think roughly around about my map, but that might be Hayden Gray, Harry Lindley. I think maybe he'd be involved.
It was, but it's just a question of picking up the number just to check.
There's a handful of cars in that one that was involved in that little tussle.
That was very complicated, because the view of the marshal's post with the wave yellows would have been probably quite restricted as the three cars arrived together.
And it looks like Kasper Tomaszewski's gone into the Armco again. He's again managed to continue, but that's the exact same mistake 2 races in a row. So he is not loving turn 3 at Mallory at all.
So we've got now a situation where I've just seen Archie Davis go through. Where's the red car of Burgess? Now, it's pinged back into the timing, but it's showing us 1.8 seconds up the road. There's Archie Davis there, and I'm not sure that I saw that red car.
That's Jack Burgess, who's just gone past our Simon.
194.
There's Merritt. So I think there may have been issues there.
I think what's happened is that Davis has dropped back out of all that. It's Merritt from McInerney, Burgess from Merritt, from McInerney, from Islin. That's exactly what it is. Holmes is 5th now, 6th is Daniela Sutton, 7th is Eden Spanswick, 8th is the car, the 287 of Max Fenton, 9th is Jack Sands, and then it's Oscar Homerstone in 555, and Davis is now down into way down the order. He's down in 12th place in car 87. So some dramas happened there, and I wonder whether there was a touch between Davis and Heron, which has precipitated Heron's retirement, and Davis sort of finding himself so done. The flag has come out prematurely because there was still a minute or so to go on the clock, but Burgess will pop back up into the top spot once he's been recognised by the timekeepers. Our number 194 is currently plummeting down our lap chart, but 16, I think, did the overtaking out of the bridge. That was the one. But Burgess goes back in. 194 then. Jack Burgess, first past the flag. Number 12, Thomas Merritt, who started right behind him, fourth on the grid. He is in second place, 5:07, which is Dara McInerney, started third on the grid, finishes third. Fourth from fifth on the grid is Lewis Isling in 27. Fifth is 65, which is Isaac Doble, and in sixth place, 55, which is the car of Bobby Holmes. Seventh is 43, Daniel Sutton. 8th is 35, Eden Spanswick. 9th is 287, which is Max Fenton. 10th is number 555, Oscar Homerstone. 11th is 86, Jack Sand. 12th is 33, which is Aaron Beattie. And see who else has got to the end of the race. Behind Aaron Beattie, 87 Archie Davis fell to 13th place. 14th was car 15, which was Callie Clifford from the back of the grid, so a good run through to 14th Callie. 15th was number 69 Harry Lindley. 7th was Kasper Tomilewski in 20. Then it was 66 Neil Hampson in 17th place. 18th was Jake Howarth, and the only other finisher past the flag I think was 16 Hayden Gray. We lost Heron, Oliver Heron, and Chris Doble along the line, but 194 and 65 still.
A superb race for our BRSCC Fiesta Juniors here at Mallory Park, and Jack Burgess taking a third win of the season. He's just over here. Jack, come on. You said just drive it, and you drove it.
See, we just thought, I went into the race just not really bothering what happened. We just need consistent top fives over the year, so well, a win's better than a podium, so it's good.
Of course, you must be very, very happy that you seem very, very calm as well. That must be the sign of someone who's very, very confident boy, man, whatever.
I mean, we just go out in the races, just drive it and see what happens. Like, can't really do much more.
Of course, you got a few more rounds to go, and of course, how do you think you're going to fare on the next one?
Hopefully, go for more wins, but we'll just have to see what happens then.
Absolutely, Jack, thank you so much for your time. Let's have a look and see if we can talk to Thomas Merritt. Thomas Merritt, of course, just there, taking a second place as well. Just having a quick chat, but yeah, Thomas, fantastic result, second place. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really, really good, thank you. It's been a difficult weekend overall. We just struggled with pace, to be honest with you. On Friday, testing with setup adjustments and my own pace, to be honest with you. Had a bit of a bad quali in P6, but to come away with a P2 at the end of the weekend just means so much, and it gets us back in the championship hunt once more.
Of course, you're off to, I believe it's Anglesey next round, if my memory is correct. Of course, how are you going to fare around there, do you think? Is it too early to tell?
So I've actually done a test there, just did it before my GCSEs really kicked in. It's a super abrasive circuit, so it's quite difficult on the tyres, but it's just awesome, and the views around there are just mega. Really loving the circuit. You've got some fast bits, some downhill bits, some tight bits, and overall it's just a mega place to race.
Thank you so much for your time. We'll let you go and celebrate your friends and family. It's been a pleasure to have you. Let's see if we can find Dara McInerney. Now, the 507 car is sitting just here, and actually Dara is just sitting there. He doesn't seem to be the best of moods, but Dara? I think he's having a chat at this moment in time. Yeah, Dara, if we can have a quick chat with you. Of course, third place, walked away with another podium. Positive stuff.
Yeah, not bad. We hoped we'd fix the issues from the first race, but unfortunately we didn't, so just sort of kept plodding along until them lot got tangled up the top.
Of course, we didn't get to see the battle between Burgess and Davis. How did you see it from your perspective?
I wasn't really concentrating on that. I was just trying to get the car to work.
Of course, we now find ourselves going into Anglesey. Is that a circuit potentially to your liking, or are you going to have to do a lot of sim work around that?
It's my local circuit, so one of my local circuits. So I'm really looking forward to going there.
And how do you think the rest of the season is going to pan out for you? Positive stuff? Continue with the consistent results?
I'd hope so. Just first, it's only my second meeting, so hopefully it can get better.
Thank you very much for your time. Of course, so there'll be 3 races at Anglesey compared to the 2 that they had here at Mallory Park. But of course, that is it for the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors. And of course, they will be out in a few weeks' time at the Anglesey circuit, going to North Wales, which will be a super experience for all of them. So keep an eye on the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors for all of their races on the website as well, and maybe potentially get involved. But for our BRSCC Juniors, they're finished and on to the next race.
So we're in one of the friendliest paddocks, I would say, personally, the 500 Owners Association. I'm here with. Can you give us a name for everyone?
I didn't hear that. Sorry, I was.
Can you give us a name for? Can you give us a name for everyone out there?
Oh, okay. So 500 racing is just. It's pure motor racing. It is what I call proper motor racing. I believe that everybody that comes into motor racing should do a couple of years with these things, because they're just incredible pieces of machinery. I mean, that's 1953, the year I was born, 72 years ago, and I'm one of the youngest drivers here, you know, so... But the cars and the people and the atmosphere, and to be here at Mallory Park is, you know, I won my first race here back in 1988, so it's just great to be back. And it's, as they say, it's the friendly circuit, and it really is, you know. So.
How has the pace been for you? Of course, you've already done a qualifying session around here. How's the car gone for you?
Okay, the car's going really well. It doesn't belong to me, it belongs to a chap called James Gray, so he lets me drive it for him. And we qualified P3 yesterday, and we were running P3 in the race, but we had a fuel surge problem, so I had to retire, unfortunately. But hopefully we've sorted that with the float level, and we'll give it another go. So yeah, happy days.
Have you had a round before this? Year?
Yeah, Castle Combe. We did Castle Combe about a month ago, and I had 2 6th places there. So the car was going there, and then I think we go off to Anglesey. But unless I can swing it with a wife, I can't do Anglesey. I have to go to Nürburgring straight away afterwards, and because I run cars for people as well, so I still work 7 days a week. So this is for me, my playtime, you see. So don't have any customers to run here. So, but yeah, we're out every weekend racing, you know. So, yeah, looking forward to the second race at about 2:30. So happy days.
And for everyone who is not very much knows too much about the Owners Association, what would your kind of advice be? To give it a go?
Oh, absolutely. If you want something a bit different, if you just don't want to sort of a push button start motor racing, if you want to get involved with real history, and this is where, you know, at the end of the day, you know, Sterling Moss drove something like this, and then he went straight into Formula One. But obviously, we're not going to do that. You know, we're just here for a lot of fun, and the association are just the guys. There's a real. What's the word I'm looking for? You know, camaraderie, and everybody helps everybody out. Obviously, yesterday we had an awful accident, so if Simon is watching this, get well soon, mate. You know, so he rolled the car at the S's, but unfortunately, you know, motor racing is dangerous, as they say. So, but every once in a while you get an incident, but it's not that often. So.
It's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, guys. Yeah,
all the best.
I'll shake your hand. And yours. Good. Yeah, you probably won't come back.
All the best.
Cheers, guys.
More coverage here down in the 500 Owners Association paddock. I'm here with John Jones, of course, the driver of the number 19 here. This is an awesome car you have. Tell us more about it.
It's a French car. It's called the Cousy, built in 1955. It originally had a 2-stroke VLA engine in it, but that's long since disappeared. And I've got a Triumph engine in it at the moment. It's going pretty well today. Quite happy with how it's going. We've got a race coming up at 2 o'clock, so I'm just preparing it for that race, and hopefully have another reasonable result then.
Of course, the 500 Association kind of Owners Championship is very, very different from what we're seeing all around the paddock. What kind of inspired you to take on this championship?
I do all my own work on this, so I build the engine, I build the gearbox. When I first picked up this car, it was in a barn in middle of France, and the guy dragged it out of the barn with a tractor, and as it was coming out the barn, 2 of the wheels were rotating around and 2 weren't, so it was in a fairly decrepit state when I got it. And I just really enjoy the engineering challenge of getting the car together, getting the engines together, and then we go racing and we bust an engine and fix that again and just do our best and see how we get on. That's what I enjoy about it.
How long did it take to kind of put together? You say you got it from France, of course you dragged it all the way to the UK, and then how long before you maybe got it out on the circuit?
It was about a year before I got it out on the circuit. Because I didn't have the original engine, I had to make new engine plates and get a new engine for it, a new gearbox for it, a new rear axle for it. So that took me about a year to do that. And my first race actually was here in 2006 here at Mallory with some really fast guys. I was doing a 1 minute 40 second lap in 2006. Now I'm doing 1 minute 4 second laps. So I've come a long way since 2006.
John, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. So look out for the Shark Car and John Jones here for the 500 Owners Association.
16 was 6th this morning. That was Stuart Wright in a Cooper Mark 11, one of the later cars that I think won. 33, Jonathan Morris, and the one-off Way Jap, made in South Australia by Jack Way. And the Jap engines, incidentally, is the second of the Jap cars home. The winning car had a Jap engine made by J.A. Prestwich in the Midlands, who were prodigious producers of engines for all manner of applications. Another interesting car is the 19, the French car, the Coucy Triumph number 2. It's actually number 19, but it's the number 2 Coucy Triumph, powered by a Triumph twin these days, but had originally a French Violet engine. And JB Jones is its intrepid pilot. It's the car with the sharp teeth, like shark's teeth, painted on its prow, and little eyes on bulges above the suspension, so it looks kind of pretty sinister. It's in the bright blue French colours, and watch for that, the Coucy Triumph number 2. In 9th place this morning is number 25. That's Claude Crespin, very interesting driver. He's 73 years old. He's from Belgium, near Brussels, and he's driving a very famous Cooper Norton Mark 9, the car that Belgian ace Paul Swalens drove in period. Paul Swalens won 2 Belgian hill climb championships and was a very prominent figure in Belgian motorsport. He was instrumental in introducing Formula Ford in later years, and he was also a great mentor of a young up-and-coming talent. And among the drivers he brought through was Jacques Bernasset, the very ill-fated driver who lost his life in a race as he was springing to prominence. But this car, the beautiful Cooper Norton, it's immaculately presented, is in the yellow national racing colours of Belgium, and it's owned by Jean-Claude Van Gucht, who is the original mechanic of Paul Swalens, and went on to be the mentor and car builder of Formula Fords for Claude Bourgogne, who was another great Belgian racer who won the European Johnson Wax Formula Ford Championship, prize for which was a Lotus Formula 3 car. And that Formula Ford that he was using, a Lotus 59, was developed by Jean-Claude Van Gucht absolutely brilliant engineer, and he went on to help out Bergoini on spanners right through his Formula 2 career with GRD cars made in Norfolk by the Swiss designer Joe Marquardt from Winterthur, Joe Marquardt. So a lot of history around that team in the car. Claude Crespin, 73 years old, and Jean-Claude Van Gust, his great mechanicien, engineer, 79 years old. Claude Crespin raced Formula Ford here in England in 1975, raced a Merlin Mark 24, but never came to Mallory Park. So here he is in his early 70s, making his debut long after his career kicked off in Formula Ford effectively. But he was also a successful sports car racer. Raced with Dorset Racing, raced their Lolas in 74, and through a lot of the enduro races in 75 had a great result at Zeltweg in the 1000 Ks. And the first time I saw one of those cars racing actually was here in 1975 when Tony Berchanoff's Dorset Racing team ran a couple of cars in the British Championship final. So it would have been October, I would guess, in 1975. My goodness, that's 50 years ago. 29 is Chris Wilson with the Cooper Jack Mark II, a very early car which was used by the Works and others, then got sold to a couple of guys in Northern Ireland, took it to New Zealand, came back in a parlour state and restored by Chris at his facility down in Kent. He has a lot of work on jet engines. That's his business that he runs, and he and his two lads, Alex, who's racing in the Martin, and James, who's not here, he's working abroad at the moment. They have been running up to 3 cars regularly in this series. 94 is Douglas McClay with the Gerard Green Cooper Jam Mark 8. 70 is Dave Messenger with the Dassel Triumph, another one-off made by Jeff Rumble, Jeffrey David Stanley Rumble, hence the acronym used to form Dassel, and that has a Triumph engine in it too. Not classified this morning, but number 12 Ian Rowley with the Comet. Brian Hayward car. Then 39 Philip Middlehurst with the Kieft Norton CK52. Roger Quipp in 81, the Cooper Norton Mark 5, and 92 Richard Fuller lost his brakes in the Cooper Norton Mark 8. 30 Chaz Reynolds had magneto problems with the Keith Chap run, and non-starters this morning. Unfortunately, Mike Durdeman, Dutchman with the Larkins Triumph, had a chap in it previously, but now with this Triumph twin in it. And number 10, Simon Hughes, who had problems yesterday with misfire with a freshly built engine in his ex-Stuart Lewis Evans Cooper Norton Mark 8. Fastest lap this morning set by Alex Wilson in the Martin, a 1:00.093. That's literally 500ths quicker than Hamish Cameron Evely went. And here they come then to start this race. They go back to the original grid with a few gaps, and away they go. Alex Wilson in 1, the maroon Martin, alongside him the aluminium unpainted Cooper with the Jap engine of Hamish Cameron Evely, and they are side by side as they turn in to Gerrard's Corner and go round that long right-hander, scene of 500 racing all the way back to 1956, the first year of motorsport here at Mallory Park. And down the outside, you've got Cameron Evely trying to take the lead, but Alex Wilson outbrakes him, and he gets back ahead in the Martin. Had his issues this morning. In 3rd place, it looks like it's probably Ian Rowley in the number 12, the very shiny Comet, but we'll see when they come back towards us. I'll pick them up as they come underneath the commentary box, and it's 1 and 2 absolutely together. Tremendous battling between Wilson and Cameron Evely. There's not much space down the outside. Rowley is 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th are pretty much together. Richard Kelly's 4th, Andy Rayner and Stuart Wright are 5th and 6th. They are tussling side by side. We've got I see we've got Reynolds going up the inside, number 30, Chaz Reynolds going up the inside of the car he was battling with, which was JB Jones in the Cousy Triumph number 2. And down to the S's they go. And it's Wilson who was hoping that one or two little tweaks to that car between the first race and this one will get it sorted out. I can see that Claude Crespin is hanging on to the back of a group which has the Cousy of JB Jones in it. Claude Crespin driving the beautifully turned out number 25, the ex-Paul Swalan's Cooper Norton, and that is going well. So it's Wilson from Cameron Evely. Wilson's got more grunt from the Norton engine than Cameron Evely's jammed. In third place it is Ian Rowley. He ran out of fuel this morning in the Comet, so it fizzled out is what I think of the Comet we used this morning. And in the chase, Kelly is 4th, Rayner 5th, Wright is 6th, Reynolds is 7th. He's got a place of Jimmy May's gone with him ahead of JB Jones, and they're chased in 10th place by Claude Crespin. Dave Messenger with the Dassel is next. Then it's Chris Wilson in the black Cooper Mark II from 1948. McLeod and Middlehurst are the next 2 through. And I don't know that we've seen the Larkins. I think that's been sidelined for the weekend and switched. Mike Durham has switched from Jet Power to Triumph in the hope of making the Larkins more reliable. Well, 100.732 is the fastest lap so far. This morning it was 100.093. So they're getting quicker. 100.419 and 100.485. There are literally hundreds between the leaders in terms of their lap potential. And here comes Jimmy May having a battle with the Cousy of JB Jones. They're chased by the yellow Cooper, running in national colours. Of course, British Racing green was our colour, the red of Italy, the bright blue of France, the yellow of Belgium, the orange of the Netherlands, and even the violet of Egypt were colours in the palette back then. The Dassel has conked out coming past the pits, number 70. Incidentally, the orange dots beside the numbers on the cars indicate to the marshals they are running on methanol fuel, not into Gerrard's. So Stuart Wright takes a place away from Andy Rayner going into Gerrard's, takes 5th place, and the race continues. 10 minutes to go. So they've managed to park the Dassel just out of the way in the cutout under the Master Mac surfacing bridge. Marshall's just pushing it back into safety, which is a great job for them. We've got the yellow Kieft here, the ex-Rodney Delves Kieft with a Norton engine. That is Philip Middlehurst, newcomer to the series. And again, Alex Wilson goes through. He dives into Gerrard's. He's put the lapped car between himself and the chaser, which is Hamish Cameron Evely. Fastest lap is of 100.355 so far, so about 3/10 away from this morning's time. So it's probably the ambient temperature will be hotter this afternoon, and that probably won't help them. There goes Jimmy May at 55. 19 is the Cousy, and then we've got Claude Crespin chasing in the 25 car. 73-year-old Belgian, and he is absolutely loving his first trip to Mallory Park, 50 years after he raced in England with a Merlin Mark 24 in Formula 4. And he was helped back then by Alan Morgan and his father Bill, who lent a hand at Thruxton. So leaders through, a little bit closer I'd suggest this time round. And let's have a look. It comes down to 0.6 of a second. It's a 101.6 for Wilson, a 101 flat for Hamish, Cameron, Evely, and they've lapped Chris Wilson in the black Cooper Mark II. That's going to have a Norton engine popped in it later in the year if they've got time, otherwise they'll stick with this chap. And side by side under the bridge go Stuart Wright in the dark green Cooper and Andy Rayner in the unpainted aluminium one. Great to see. This 500 Owners Association Circuit Racing Championship. Cameron Evely winning this morning, made it 3 circuit race winners, 3 different winners in 3 races, because Alex Wilson and Tom Waterfield won the 2 races at Castle Coombe on Easter Monday. And of course last weekend's round was a hill climb at Wiscombe. That counted for the racing championship. Among those, and a change of lead round the outside down the start straight for Hamish, Cameron Evely, but back round the outside is Alex Wilson. Has got his nose certainly alongside, if not slightly ahead, down the back straight. And this is a drag race between Norton and Jet Power, and I have to say there's not very much between them in terms of grunt down there. Wilson will have to leave his braking very, very late on the outside to make it stick. He's made it, and he kept his boot in. That was exceptionally brave, and he's managed to move back just across in front of young Hamish as they go up towards the hairpin. We've got 7 minutes of this race still to go, and it's an absolute corker out front. Cameron Evely now has the fastest lap, a 1:00.088, and he has the lead. This morning's fastest lap was a 1:00.093. This is 5,000ths of a second quicker than he went this morning. Cameron Evely leads by 0.2 of a second, and chasing him down is the reigning champion, which is Alexis Wilson with that Martin. The green Kieft has gone through, a car made by Cyril Kieft, and a company of which Sterling Moss was a director in its early days. Sterling Moss, winner of the first 500cc race at Goodwood in September 1948, and one of the great alumni of 500 racing. Grand Prix pretty pronto, and he was winner of his first World Championship Grand Prix in 1955 at Aintree, British Grand Prix at Aintree. So here come the leaders. It's Hamish, Cameron Evely from Alex Wilson. Very different seating positions, very different suspension styles in these cars. Martin, you sit a great deal further forward in much the same way as you would in a Kieft or an Erskine Starride, but it's quick round Gerrards, and Alex Wilson comes back. Hamish, Cameron Evely, this time we'll look up the inside potentially towards the S's. He's not quite close enough to have a proper go, and the race continues to tick. There's racing behind them. See who's dropped down. There goes Jimmy May. He's running in 7th place. He finished 5th this morning. 8th currently is JB Jones in the Cousy. Then it's Claude Crespin in the yellow Cooper. Then it's the brighter yellow Kieft, which is Philip Middlehurst. Leaders going through, and they're going to be lapping. Chris Wilson, Papa Wilson, shortly. And he was a champion of this a few years ago. And so the early Cooper, not as dynamically advantageous as the later ones. Of course, the Coopers made the cars in Sir Charles Cooper and the son John, St John Cooper, who involved in the Mini Coopers and Mini Cooper S in their day. They were really the pioneers of the production racing car industry in this country. They made about 300 Cooper 500s over the years, from 1948 right through to the end of the 50s. Now there's black markers ahead. We have 3 3/4 minutes to go. Alex Wilson hasn't given up in the Martin, and this is where he's really quick. There's a couple of slower cars to negotiate, but they won't be caught probably until the end of the of Gerrard's. And again, very quick off Gerrard's is Alex Wilson. He comes up alongside, but there are two cars side by side ahead of them. That was Claude Crespin lapping Chaz Reynolds, and round the outside, an opportunist manoeuvre by Alex Wilson has got him ahead of Claude Crespin and got the Belgian kind of between them as they came out of the S's. That was an absolutely hot and mouth manoeuvre, and it showed great trust. Crespin with big mirrors on the Cooper, and he didn't sway from where he was. Very, very sensibly done. Hugely experienced racer, raced in World Championship events in sports cars in the 1970s, and he's absolutely loving this race. Coming up to lap another car as they go through Gerrard's. This time it looks like Doug McClay's Cooper Jap. They're through past that and down as somebody has a problem with a gear change coming past us. I think that was the yellow Keith at Middlehurst for the Norton engine, and Wilson comes back down the Cameron Evely comes back on the inside. Wilson prevails on the outside as they go through the S's. He carries more speed in as a result of that little lunge that didn't quite work by Hamish Cameron Evely. Wilson leads. Cameron Evely has the fastest lap, 1:00.088, a few laps ago. It's not all over by any stretch of the imagination. We're into the last 2 minutes of this 500 Owners Association race, and it is Alex Wilson who leads the way. Do you really want to lead onto the penultimate lap? Well, you'd rather lead onto the penultimate lap than the last one, I venture. And up the inside, a real good look by Hamish Cameron Evely. He didn't make it, he wasn't quite close enough to commit, and Alex Wilson gently closed the door and said, no, you have to do better than that, and down the back straight, the step straight they come. What's ahead of them? Jimmy May in the Petty will be the next car they meet. And that car is running in 7th place, number 55, the Unique Petty. We've got a Unique Petty, Unique Kusi, the Unique Way started this race as well, the Unique Dassel, the Unique Comet. So 5 of the cars, I think, in the race are one-offs. Waiting to see who emerges next into our sight among the leaders. And there's Jimmy May, and they should be behind him, and it is Cameron Evely who's back ahead in the Cooper with the Jap engine, and going to stalk him down now is Alex Wilson. They'll be on the last lap now. There's 40 seconds to go in this gripping second 500cc Formula 3 race of the weekend here at Mallory Park, period venue, and round they go down the step straight for the 15th and final time, and Wilson comes down alongside. He goes round the outside, he gets his nose ahead. He's going to have to come back across to the inside. He's got Jimmy May in the Petty ahead of him, and the Petty back in its original blue, I think it was red for quite a long while, is there the car that was built by Jimmy May's grandfather, the great Ray Petty, fantastic engine builder, who is going to come back into our sight ahead. It won't be too long until we see who is going to win this one. There's blue flags waving, and it is Alex Wilson who is ahead, but Cameron Evely's not that far behind. It's going to be Alex Wilson who wins this one, and he wins it, and he punches the air with delight as he takes the checkered flag after 15 absolutely breathless laps, and they're side by side into Gerrard's corner. If you're in your cars or standing at the side of the track, do wave, do express your appreciation, because these two guys have put on a fantastic show. Reigning champion Alex Wilson is the winner this afternoon. Hamish Cameron Evely won it this morning, and it's honours even here at Mallory Park between those two. One, Alex Wilson, the Martin, he wins from 38. Hamish Cameron Evely in the Cooper Jap Mark 8. In 3rd place, we are waiting to see. It's a great result. 3rd place for Ian Rowley with the Comet with the Jap engine, and side by side over the line, Richard Kelly, initially given that place in the 64 over Stuart Wright by 1/100th of a second. 1/100th of a second on the timing screen for 4th and 5th. In 6th place is number 3 Andy Rayner with the Cooper Norton Mark 8. 7th 55 was Jimmy May with the Petty. 8th was 25, the Coupe Benelux winner, and that's Claude Crespin with the Cooper Norton Mark 9. And 9th, number 19, JB Jones in the French Cousy with the Triumph engine. 10th, number 94, Doug Maclay. 11th was number 30, Chaz Reynolds in the Kieft. 12th, Chris Wilson in the very early Cooper. And behind him, the other finisher was number 39, Philip Middlehurst with the Kieft Norton CK52. The other cars, unfortunately, fell by the wayside. But nonetheless, what a tremendous race that was, and really excited to see the 500s excelling here at Mallory Park. What a super race, and as I say, honours even between the two leading protagonists here today. Alex Wilson, who becomes the first double winner this year because he won the opening race at Castle Combe after Tom Waterfield had a brake problem and slid off at Quarry. Tom Waterfield responded. Wilson broke down in the second race there with a mag cap problem. But superb racing, really enjoyed it, and Ian Rowley will be absolutely delighted with P3 on the podium.
We're here with the Modified Fords. Of course, they've had a brilliant race. They've got 4 races in total. And can we get a name for the viewers?
Yes, it's Gary Johnson, number 36.
Gary, this is a beautiful Escort. Tell us about it.
From the start, just bought it as a bare shell with the cage in, but it was really rough, and spent a lot of time just tidying it up, adding my own little touches to it, grill and bits and pieces, some shell strengthening, and then developing the car. It was only ever going to be a road legal track car, and then the racing bug bit, and you get frustrated with the track day. So, and I saw the Modified Fords, and I thought this has got to be the place to race. The way they sort of conducted themselves, we have good racing, and it's been a lot of fun. Highs and lows, mechanical breakdowns and stuff like that happens with these old Fords, but we keep them going.
Why did you turn this into a race car? Why not a road car?
You can't use it on the road car as a road car like you want to drive it. That would be illegal nowadays. So bring it on the track and you can do what, make it do what you want it to do. Well, I've tried to.
And of course, you have had a round previously before, I believe 2 rounds in fact. How have they gone?
Yeah, I only did Snetterton, missed Alton Park due to too many commitments. Snetterton went well, got quicker during the day, had a good result, had some really good scraps with Rob Lewis and Stefan Marsh, Tony Paxman. Today I've struggled a bit. My alternator popped in qualifying, didn't know that the battery had drained, nearly missed the start of race 1, and then sort of recovering from there. So I was starting at the back of the grid and made up a few places in the second race, and just hoping the battery's going to hold out because it's not charging. So we're just seeing how we go. Got to keep it above 12 volts.
How long have you raced this car for? Because has it done many races?
My 3rd season, so I started in end of 23, full season 24. Not every round, but most of them, and then here we are, 25. Yeah. And that was me starting as a novice as well, so no previous race experience.
Of course, we've still got plenty of rounds to go left in the season. Will we potentially seeing you complete the rest of the season, maybe do a full assault in 2026?
See how the budget goes. These tyres are wearing out too quickly, so it's a bit of a worry. But yeah, we'll see if we can scrape the budget together and carry on. As long as it don't break, we'll still be here.
Gary, I wish you all the best. Hopefully we'll get to see this Cortina more out on track, but of course they are a lovely Escort. My apologies on that one. Yeah, hopefully we see this Escort more out on the circuit, and for sure, all the best to you, and we'll go on to our race.
We have. I think there's might be a revised grid for this one. Did have a revised one. I'll give it to you as it is. It's 74. Tom Ovenden is on pole. Alongside him is 87. Dave Mathias, who ran out of fuel this morning in the Sierra Cosworth Sapphire. Then it's 39. Josh Payton with his Ford Duratec powered Ford Cortina. Which is car 39. So 33 Paul Neville with the Duratec powered RS 2000s is alongside. Then it's 54. 54 is next up, which is Tyler England with his Fiesta. Then we go to Mike Thurley in the car 29, the Castrol Zack Speed lookalike Escort Mark 1. 5 is Wayne Crabtree. It's behind Thurley, but pushed back a few places. It's going to be alongside this one is 714 Lee Wood, who was penalised 5 grid slots for I think it was a flag infringement this morning. So he has to start. He was in the battle for the lead. They're still trying to work out where the rest of them are going to go, because say this revised grid is still kind of taking shape down ahead of me. Identified Fords this morning. The race won by Tom Ovenden by quite a long way in the end, because Lee Wood had a gearbox issue, and so he just left it in gear for the last one gear. Josh Payton was third. Dave Mathias was fourth. He's popping and spluttering out of fuel in the Sierra. 33 Paul Neville was fifth, and Tyler England sixth in the Duratec powered Ford Fiesta Mark IV. Seventh was Mike Thurley, eighth Wayne Crabtree, ninth was Robert Lewis, and 10th was 36 Gary Johnson. Well, away they're going to go for this rolling start, and the RSR Escorts, of which there are several here today, looking absolutely splendid. We will see these cars over 15 laps. Yesterday's race had one. We had one stopped for a big incident, but this morning we had a super race once we all got going. But we will be into action once the safety car is off the grid. And this race will be interesting to see whether that gearbox issue is sorted on 714 Lee Woods. He can come through and challenge Tom Ovenden for victory. Pretty much anything goes in modified Fords. And, keep the same family of engines in the cars, but the silhouettes about the only thing externally that makes it work. Through they go, and it is Ovenden and Mathias herring side by side down towards Gerrards, through they go. Ovenden it is who leads the way into the 80-degree right-hander in this tube frame Sonny Howard built Escort with the Duratec motor. Paul Neville side by side with Josh Payton into the braking area for the S's. Lee Wood tucking in behind them. He's ahead of Mike Thurley, and Wayne Crabtree trying to go with them as well. Pick them up again as they come back towards us, and it is 74 Tom Ovenden who's made his escape, because the next four are together. That's Matthias, Payton, Neville and Lee Wood. Lee Wood going to charge down the inside, doesn't give Neville a lot of room, dives through to get that place into Gerrards. He's up into 4th place in the 714. We've got all manner of Fiestas having a go down there, and I can also see in among them Matthew Brennan on the 41. That's lovely blue, looks like a sort of Group 4 Escort of the rally days, and chasing on in a battle way down the field, but having a lot of fun at the same time. Ovenden, Matthias, Payton and Wood now up into 4th place in the 714. Here is Ovenden, who clocks the next gear in as he goes through. Lee Wood's trying to take second from that prodigiously fast RS500, the turbo car of Matthias. It's a 2-litre turbo. The wick will be turned up pretty well. Paul Neville had a bit of a moment, and I think Paul Neville outbraked himself and found himself on the grass in Gerrards. He's going again, but he's lost about 4 places out of this. In fact, he's come back on just as Lee Wood has managed to get himself past Dave Matthias. Paul Neville's found himself at the back of a group behind Tyler England. So I think England now is up that place. He is into 7th, I reckon, and Neville back to the back of that one. So it's Ovenden who leads by a long way from 714, which is Wood. Payton has also managed to find his way past the Sierra. Sierra can't carry enough speed down the start straight to think about outbraking the Cortina into Gerrard's corner. So it's Ovenden, Wood, Payton, Matthias, Thurley and Crabtree, England and Neville are the next group through. Thurley in the Castrol coloured Escort. Tyler England up ahead of Crabtree, and Paul Neville trying to recover lost ground following that hairy moment and a sort of light excursion at Gerrard's corner. There goes Tom Ovenden, 47.550 he's done, which is about a 10th outside smallest time. These cars, they have to manage their tyres pretty carefully, and they are on a charge. Paul Neville's got past Wayne Crabtree, and he's coming back at Mike Thurley, trying to get up inside the Fiesta of Tyler England. That's got good. The Fiesta's got really, really good traction out of Gerrards. He gets his nose ahead of Mike Thurley, and they go 3 abreast down the back straight, and Paul Neville gets back past 2 of them in one fell swoop into the S's. So Paul Neville in the number 33 Escort to RS2000 Droop Snoot with Duratec power is up 2 more places, covering ground as Ovenden, Wood, Payton and Matthias go through the top 4. Up into 5th, where he was 8th a couple of laps ago, is Paul Neville. Then it is Thurley and England, and Crabtree trying to join them in the back of them in the golf coloured car, not dissimilar in colours to the cars that the Finnish brothers Matti and Heikki Kemalainen drove back in 1973 in the British Saloon Car Championship. Golf Team Kemalainen cars that occasionally came to England. Tyler England, talking of that, and Mike Thurley side by side all the way through the braking area for the S's, and Thurley managed to squeeze through on the inside. Ovenden, Wood, Payton, Matthias, Neville, Thurley and England. That's the top 7. Crabtree is 8th. 134 is in 9th place. That's Jason Stone in the square-arched Escort. And behind Jason Stone is 36, which is Gary Johnson in his Duratec Escort Mark 1. That's the bronze coloured car. Massive cars coming out of the Devil's Elbow. We've lost one of them into the pits. That's the number 170 has unfortunately retired. That's Robert Lewis in his Fiesta. It's Ovenden from Wood, Payton and Matthias Neville, Thurley, England and Crabtree, the top runners in this one. 47.550, the fastest lap, but leaders lapping both now in the mid 48s, but unfortunately from the perspective of the race perspective, they are now more than 10 seconds apart. Paul Neville's best, that was that last lap, was a 50.963, so he's lapped quicker than Matthias last time round. He was ahead of him, and 50.963 is about 4/10 shy of Matthias's best, but lapping quicker than the car ahead of him on the road. There is number 8, that's the red RSR Escort, which is going well. That's James Owen, and he goes round the 134, which was Jason Stone, down at Gerrard's Corner. There's a Puma coming along behind there, and Gary Johnson. Then there's the Puma, which I think is the 333 car of Ian Blackley. They are into the S's together. Chasing them, we've got Steve Primmett, number 15, the white Escort Mark 1, who has Daz Owen in 888 on his tail. Comes the Puma. Gary Johnson and the Puma of Ian Blackley having a good little tussle. There goes Lee Wood through his second place, but gap is extending. It's now to 12.4 seconds. Josh Payton pushing that Cortina, and superb car that. 40, been under 50, 49.551 for Payton. 49.551 is 10th outside the time we did this morning. Again, that's probably down to the ambient temperature and the track surface temperature. Lots of quick lappery going on all the way down the field. Tom Ovenden goes through for the 10th time, 47.550, but he's now content to be in the 48s. Here's Lee Wood. He's going to go past James Owen's car, and the Johnson and Blackley battle continues with that yellow Puma all over the back of the low line Escort. It's Paul Neville's RS. Car still running in 5th place. Ovenden jinks out from behind Matthew Brennan's lapped Escort Mark II in the RSR, and he's done 11 laps now. 11 laps back into the 47s that time through. So there's nothing that Lee Wood can do about that, although Lee Wood's just done his best lap of 48.476. 48.476, just about 6/10 away from where he was this morning. Josh Payton, absolutely flat chat down the outside of Steve Primmett. Round he goes, round the outside into Gerrard's Corner. Paul Neville is now ahead of Dave Matthias with the black Sierra Sapphire Turbo. It's a 4x4 car that, I believe, and then they go round Gerrard's, and Neville's made up ground. If only hadn't had that moment earlier on, got himself on the grass at Gerrard's, he might be in a more challenging position. The second place, Lee Wood crosses the line. He's 14.7 seconds behind race leader Tom Ovenden, the red and yellow Escort RSR, with the 2.5 litre Duratec engine. He's down between the S's and the hairpin now. There are 4 3/4 minutes to go. How high up the field is he going to lap? Is he going to be able to catch Neville or Matthias? I would think it's quite likely, because here comes Tom Ovenden. He's lapping Tyler England in 54. That car is running 6th. There's going to be about 5 more laps of this, and I think that the current rate of progress, I think it is likely that he will lap everybody up to 4th place. I don't think he's going to catch Josh Payton necessarily, but he's going to certainly. And Payton gets a little bit snaky. He got a little bit out of line coming out of the Devil's Elbow. There was a little bit of puff of smoke from tyres rubbing on arches as the remarkable Cortina shot through. Now here comes Paul Neville. There is the black Sierra of Dave Matthias, and he'll see in his mirrors now Tom Ovenden, who is proceeding at a great race that knots down the main straight into Gerrard's. He's got one Fiesta between himself and Dave Matthias, and it's probably 15 or 16 seconds first to second. Now it's actually just under 15 at 14.58 seconds, and Tom Ovenden is with the Matthias Sierra. He's gobbled it up, going up out of the S's up towards the hairpin. So he's lapped up to 5th place. Will he get Paul Neville as well? Here comes Paul Neville out of the Devil's Elbow, and there is Tom Ovenden. So Neville lapping in the 50s, Ovenden in the 49s, but that gap has been plumped out throughout this race. Ovenden can see Paul Neville ahead of him now. In fact, it's only a matter of 100 metres between them. Neville's lapping as Owen in the Duffy Collard car, Duffy Collard Tribute car, going up towards the hairpin. 2 minutes and a few seconds to go. And here is Tom Ovenden. He's on the tail of Paul Neville, so that's a no contest, because Tom Ovenden's going to shoot past. Neville decides you're going to have to work for this one, and he doesn't squeeze Ovenden, but Ovenden had to kind of lift, restore a bit of balance, and then get back on the loud pedal and head off down out of Gerrard. So Ovenden has now lapped Paul Neville in 33, who is running 4th. Next up will be Josh Payton, but Josh Payton is coming through now to start his 17th lap. So he's about 32 seconds or so adrift of Tom Ovenden. Ovenden comes through now. He's done 17 laps, and it sounds rough. The car's suddenly sounding rough, and I wonder whether he might be a little bit light on fuel or something like that. But Tom Ovenden is maybe having to nurse that car now, because it was definitely misfiring as it came past us, and there'll be one more lap to go at the end of this one. Paul Neville might be quite surprised when he suddenly starts to gain ground on the car that lapped him this time on the last lap. Here comes Josh Payton, absolutely hard on the loud pedal as he charges under the race control tower. 30 seconds to go. We're going to see, and Ovenden's broken. He's broken, and he's pulling off at the Devil's Elbow. We've got a new leader, and that is going to be Lee Wood when he comes round. But Ovenden's car has come to a halt, hasn't even turned to go back to the paddock entrance. That's going to leave yellow flags, and there'll be no overtaking there with the yellow flags, and they'll have to wait for the green to be able to do that one. And as they come towards the end of the time section, the flag is unfurled, And who's it going to go out to? Well, it's Lee Wood who's done 18 laps. And there is Josh Payton who's done 18 laps. But I was surprised that Tom Ovenden scampering away to safety. And we're waiting with the yellow flags waving at Devil's Elbow for the 714, Lee Wood, who will take the checkered flag at 19 laps. And here is Lee Wood in this next group of cars. No overtaking, of course, and he's just ahead of Tyler England on the road. He takes the checkered flag. Lee Wood has won this one by surprise in the 714. Scott Arizosa honours even in this set as well. In second place is going to be Josh Payton in the Ford Cortina Duratec, and here he comes. Number 39, Josh Payton, is in second place. Lee Wood's first, Josh Payton is in second place. Third is going to be Paul Neville, the series organiser, the Modified Ford Series organiser. Don't think Lee Wood has seen the checkered flag. Here comes Paul Neville in the 33. He spent time on the grass down at Gerrard's, but he's recovered to finish P3. In fourth place will be Tyler England, but Tyler England took the checkered flag right behind Lee Wood last time through, and there is Tyler England crossing it now. Tyler England's done 19 laps. Lee Wood is shown as doing 20, but in fact the flag was shown to him a lap ago. So, exciting modified Ford races. That's race 13 on our programme. Next up will be, should be Formula Fords again. The modified Fords are due out again at the end of the day if there's time. It is next up the Jeff Page Engineering Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship. There'll be Northern Saloons and Sports Cars after that. Then the CMMC Intermarque Silhouette Series with, I think it's the top 7 reversed and on the grid. Then the Vinyl Detail ST150 Challenge, Modified Ford Series. And that's what we're shown. Let's see what transpires.
You know that F1 mechanic that's been doing cars with Elvis? We drew pictures. Elvis? No, the other one. He's left left America and come here, and you see he took millions of sponsors never dealing with the cars. And so he's left America and he's come to live here. Are you sure that ain't Elvis? I don't know, he could be, I'm not sure. It's one of them. It's one of them. It is. He took the money and he's gone. He was on the other day, like, I think. I think he was building his mother's and father's business. No, cottage. Oh yeah, that's it. He sells cars. That's it, I've seen that, that's Elvis. I'll tell you what, it's brilliant. Oh yeah, F1. It's F1, he's got there. There's nothing, I mean, absolute perfection. Definitely, they'll strip something down and see. We'll have a look. Next to the bloody benches, got a little bit. It's a nice repair shop with Steve with the clocks. It took them all in a basket, about 30 cars. Yeah, but how many years is it? Well, he's been doing more than that because he's second generation, his dad's. His lads here with him now, isn't it? Yeah.
2-1-2. And well, modified Fords are done here at Mallory Park, and I'm here with Lee Wood. A massive congratulations to you. It's been a superb race. Talk us through it.
Yeah, unfortunately we had a bit of an issue in the first race where we ran low on fuel, didn't quite calculate it right, so we were going to be second in that race, but we had a problem with fuel surge, so that was a bit of a shame. Then I got caught out on yellow, so we had a grid penalty to put us back on 7th, so we had our work cut out for that race. But we did our best. We put some good lap times in, and I could see, so I'm not sure where we got on the lap times, but it looked good on the dash. So yeah, and then obviously Tom didn't finish. I don't know what happened, but the car was great, fantastic. Love that race. You know, racing with all the modified Fords, great championship. So thoroughly enjoyed that race.
course, it's been very much kind of a tale of two halves. There's so many struggles in that kind of first couple of races, but now you've got that win. Has that kind of boosted your momentum? Hopefully, maybe get more wins in the future.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the plan. Obviously, is to go out and do the best we can. You know, we do the best we can with the car we've got. It's a great little car. We're a little bit underpowered compared to some of them, but these cars have got a lot of mechanical grip, so you can gain it back that way. So yeah, we'll come out at another meeting and hopefully do the same again.
Of course, the track evolution must have been so different, of course, with all the races you've had so far. You know, I'm starting to lose count in all honesty. How have they changed over the course of each of the races?
Yeah, it does. Obviously, track temperature is a big thing. So it was very warm out there then. But no, the car sort of handled with it well. We've made a few adjustments to the car across the weekend, and it was perfect. I can't fault it.
Lee, go and celebrate your friends and family. It's been a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you.
All the best.
Lovely.
And of course, a really incredible race there from our Modified 4s. The delivery has been absolutely on point. His race has been on point. I'm sure Lee would be going back to his awning to go and celebrate that win. But hopefully not too hard. I believe there is another race still to go. There are 4 races for these Modified 4s, and they've already had a few. Let's go back to the racing.
399 Formula Ford Championship. Bended grid. And on pole is number 1, this morning's winner, Tom Hawkins, with his Swift SC95, run by the TM Racing, Tom Margus and Ringo Hine team, and in the colours of Springbridge Direct, the suppliers of aggregate and all kinds of hardware for landscaping. That car will be into pole in number 1, joined on the front row by number 8, which is Nigel Dolan in his Demon RF90 Stealth Bomber. Next row is 14 Neil Hunt with the Mondial. Then the next of the RF90s, which is Vincent J. Third row, Oliver Chapman, in addition to the programme, the Shaw's Motorsport Royale RP21, similar to the car that Atherstone's Jeff Lees won 3 championships in, or cars more accurately, as he had 2 back in the mid-70s. 34 is Colin Williams with the PRS 78 car. Next row is Matthew Smith with his Reynard 84 FF. 152 is Richard Earl with his Van Diemen. And the next row is 111 Grace Bates with the Shaw's Motorsport Van Diemen RF80. Oliver Roberts with the, watch that Marlborough car, the ex-Georgie Genet car, had problems all weekend mechanically, and no, didn't start, didn't get away. The car on the P2, which was Nigel Dolan, everybody managed to miss him, and Ollie Roberts dived to one side, which was good. We were due to have, let's have a look, Ben Powney back in the game. Peter Alexander changed a couple of exhaust valves on that car. And Ben Powney is out there in the Scalextric Jamin, number 37. So great effort by Pete Alexander to get that car fixed. Ben certainly quick enough to challenge up to the front. Looking to the Ollie Roberts car, that's had a problem with the fuel delivery all weekend. It was they thought it was the float chamber in the carburetor yesterday, then they found it was the tank had an issue, and he came through from 9th to 2nd earlier on, but then it all went wrong again, and they are through this time. The end of the first lap. No one seems to have triggered the timing, which is a bit strange, but it is Hawkins who leads the way. It is certainly Dolan is no longer second, having stalled on the start line. Second is Williams, Colin Williams trying to take second away from Hunt down on the hairpin. Then it's Chapman in the Royale. Then it's Vincent J. Behind Vincent J is Ollie Roberts. Then it's behind him it's the Reynard, which is Matthew Smith. And behind the Reynard, out of my sight, was Ben Powney with the Jamin. So Ollie Chapman had a wheel over the curb that time. in the RP21. He's doing really well in that early car, 75 car, filling in third place behind Colin Williams. And down the back straight, stretching away, missed gear there, and that was Grace Bates in the RF80. And Demon Chapman's got second place down at the S's. Odd arrival for Neil Hunt in 14. Didn't carry that much speed through it. He kind of got himself in a bit of a fluster midway through. And there goes our leader. Second is Chapman. Third is Williams, and slipstreaming like crazy is Ollie Roberts, who's got this ex-Jordan Janae Van Diemen up into fourth place now. The rest go through behind him. We don't have a couple of cars showing on the times. In fact, it shows that Colin Williams has stopped in the PRS. I can still see it running, so it's obviously not quite right. As they head up towards the hairpin, 49ers for the race leader. Here he comes, Tom Hawkins, charging away from the rest. The rest are really well matched. And it's Oliver Chapman who comes out next up. Behind Ollie Roberts is Colin Williams. And there's some very good Formula Ford racing going on down the order as they charge down into Gerrard's. And there's real fight in behind the leader. Can Ollie Roberts? He's got himself into second place. He certainly isn't going to be able to catch the leader. This is first time out in this car for him this weekend. Car that's been fetched back from Italy by Brian Sewell of Sewell Motorsport, and is all back in those colours that Georgie Janae, the Spaniard, ran back in the end of the 1980s, an 89 car. Through then goes our race leader. 10 minutes and a half to go. Roberts is second, Chapman is third, Williams is next up. Behind Ben Powney in 37, the J-Man coming through. The car made in Rochester in Kent by Tony Mundy, and Nigel Dolan trying to hack his way through the pack, having stalled on the grid. Adam, are you going to step in?
I absolutely will do, because there's been an awesome battle, but yeah, very much so. Tom Hawkins has been absolutely flying. I'm sure he's gone eagle speed, cheetah speed along the road here. But that battle for second looks absolutely superb. Of course, we know that Ben Powney has had engine issues during this weekend, so he's really had to try and work his way up from the back of the grid. So he's very much going to be one on the move.
Yeah, he missed a gear yesterday, and it bent a couple of exhaust valves, but they were fixed by Pete Alexander, quite a resourceful fella, and they were done in the paddock. They'd narrowly missed getting out for this morning's race, but probably just as well they didn't, in that there was a three-car incident soon after the start, which blocked the track and caused a restart. But Ben Powney is now up into third place. Former low-cost racer, he raced an F1000 as well, won the Master 7 championship as well, and he is doing Formula Ford this year with a historic J-Man under the PA Motorsport banner, and also with this more modern car, which is car 37, which is the J-Man M92. Here they go. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars and drivers battling in the middle of the pack. Ollie Roberts is under 50 now. Ben Powney's under 50. In terms of seconds, the fastest lap is a 49.678 for Tom Hawkins.
And Ben Powney has gone even faster, 49.750, his personal best. He's gaining there on the number 16 of Oliver Roberts in the Van Diemen RF89. So we know that how quick Ben Powney is, especially round the Brands Hatch circuit, but Mallory has been a couple of highs and lows here for the number 36.
Ben Powney came into Formula Ford last year. He's been sort of away from Formula Ford. It was Rick Shortall who persuaded him to get into Formula Ford. He hired Shaw's Motorsport Rail RP24 last year and had some good results in that. Really enjoyed it and thought, this is really what I want to do. So he thoroughly enjoying it. The composite decking supplier from Kent, Ben Powney, who's loving this. He's charging down the second place man as leader. Tom Hawkins, a little bit of flutter at the top end as he goes through. Ben Powney's now within probably 70 or 80 metres of second place Ollie Roberts. And Ben Powney has just set the fastest lap of the race at 49.429 seconds. Well done, Ben. And that is really an indication of how hard he's trying. And he's got that target ahead of him of Ollie Roberts, first time out this weekend in this ex-Georgie Cheney Van Diemen 89, and Powney is now almost within striking distance of second place. So the top three have all lapped under 50.
And of course, with that top three, even though if Roberts does get overtaken, it will still mean that he leads in the B class. So that's going to be probably an achievement for him and something that he's going to try and hold on for now. But that gap is very much closing here down to 0.4 of a second. And again, that's a 5.5 tenth gain there for Ben Powney. That really just shows you how much, when a driver is very much frustrated and hot under the collar, in fact, remove what I'm saying, because he's now going to slice it up the inside, and a fantastic move there from the 37. Ben Powney on the move, and he's up to second place.
Yep, it's pre-99 series. This is a 92 car that he's driving, and it's pretty new to him because he's been driving the older Jamin and the RP24 last year, the Royale car designed by Rory Byrne, who went on to race. And his orders changed back again because Ollie Roberts has got him back. And Roberts and Powney at 49.429 is his best lap. This morning's best by Tom Hawkins was a 49.426, 2/1000ths of a second quicker this morning on a slightly cooler track. And Powney this time comes up the outside into the S's. That's brave, and thinks better of it because that's probably not going to work on Ollie Roberts up there. So I'm going to try again. We've got 5 minutes to go, which is going to be probably 6 laps of the circuit. There goes Tom Hawkins. He's happy charging round in the mid 49s. There's Roberts. There is Powney. And Powney tracks Roberts all the way to Gerrard's. The gap between them is a quarter of a second at the timing line, but it's not that now. It's there's barely a Formula Ford length between them. Now there isn't. As he pops out of the slipstream, that inside line, will that work again coming into the S's? It does. He shoots past on the right-hand side of Ollie Roberts. He's taken several lengths advantage going out. Roberts, I think, found himself scrubbing around on the less grippy part of the circuit as they went into the S's. And we'll be back into our site. Will Ben Powney now be in a comfortable second place? I wouldn't say comfortable, but it's probably 7 or 8 lengths. As they get the head down in a straight line, Powney has half a second advantage over the line, and he's got that. He's probably fractionally quicker round Gerrard's than Ollie Roberts, and Roberts come back to him in the remaining 3.5 minutes down the order.
They've been very much dicey all throughout the lap, especially into Shaw's hairpin. I was having a look at our security cameras, our CCTV cameras that we have up here in the commentary box. and they've been very dicey. They're still staying together, and they'll come back into view here on the main straight, just above race control, and they're still very close together. You know, Roberts is not letting Ben Powney get away that easily.
Yeah, that's Roberts' courtesy with best personal lap, 49.689. Pleased to see that Grace Bates in her first race, the 16-year-old local lass in the Van Diemen RF79/80, she has managed to get into the low 55s, a 55.130. Well done, and that is compares with this morning's best time of 55.799. So she's gone 6/10 quicker. So that is a really great effort. She's been lapped again by our race leader, and she's done very well in this race. There you go, Powney in second place, Roberts in third, gap half a second. 2.25 minutes to go in the race. That's going to mean they're going to get 3 more laps out of this one. That's quite grueling, pounding round Mallory Park. The two Van Diemen RF90s are together, and we've got Nigel Dolan, who's stalled on the start line, up into 7th place now, ahead of Vincent J in the pale blue and orange golf coloured car, and they're now shooting around together behind Colin Williams in the PRS. One of them's got through, that's Dolan, and Matthew Smith trying to get involved as well with the Reynard number 25, and leaders go through again.
It's been a really close battle in that mid pack. Round about, you know, you're about 4th down to, I want to say 9th, 10th. They've been very much close together, and it's been so impressive to see. Unfortunately, Williams has dropped down the order, so I wonder if we have lost the number 34. No, he's been placed back into 8th. So a couple of transponder technical difficulties.
That's been a glitch during the day. 4:34, and interesting to see as Tom Hawkins just detect that little tiny top end misfire. Change for second place. It's Ollie Roberts back into P2 ahead of Ben Powney, and I think that Ben Powney, wherever he's lost the place or the ground, isn't going to make it up again. I suspect he's good down the back straight. He seems to have good straight line speed, but I don't know where Roberts got him. Out of our sight, that's for sure. And Powney's trying to come back, but it's this lap, because by the looks of things, we're going to see. Here we go. Here is Tom Hawkins coming up to take the checkered flag. It's 18 laps down for him. It was 15 earlier on, and it's going to be in second place Ollie Roberts, third Ben Powney, and Ben Powney is going to keep the fastest race lap of 49.429 for Ben Powney, and 4th place is Chris Stones in his Van Diemen RF88 number 49. 5th is 69, which is Oliver Chapman with the Royal RP21, and 6th is 14, which is Neil Hunt in the Mondial M92S. 7th was 8, which was Nigel Dolan. Waiting to see where Colin Williams pops back into the equation, but he does pop back into 8th place behind Williams, between the Van Diemen RF90s then of number 8, Nigel Dolan, number 22, which is Vincent J, who finishes 9th, and in 10th was Matthew Smith with the Reynard. He did a 50.8, that was his best lap during that race. 152, which was Richard Earl. He finished in 11th place and 12th. The signature for a licence with Grace Bates. He got down to a 55.130, so jolly good show. That was interesting Formula Ford racing, race 14 on our programme. See what's coming up next in just a moment, take a short break before we come to race 15.
A super race here from our classic pre-99 Formula Fords, and of course a huge tussle between second and third, but our winner, of course, Tom Hawkins. A second win for you, Tom. Can't seem to get away from the microphone, can you?
No, I'm relieved actually, because it's a lot of laps to just keep banging in the lap time. So I'm really happy that that the car's finished, that I was able, there was no problems, and we've come away with 2 wins, which was the goal of the weekend. So yeah, really happy. It's brilliant.
Of course, the pace has been so strong. Kind of talk about that, and of course the track conditions over the course of the 2 races.
Yeah, I thought it's gone off just now. I thought the car started to it didn't seem to have the grip that it had this morning, to be honest. I think the lap time was a little bit down on this morning, but a lot of it as well is I knew that I had a bigger, reasonable lead. I had a lot to lose and not a lot to gain, so I didn't I didn't want to take it to the absolute limit, because I thought that could cause, I could come off the track, so I thought let's just, until I start seeing someone in my mirrors, then there's no, just get it home, and that's what I did.
Again, there's another race seemingly of domination. Of course, Powney finished third, but that kind of takes you into a really good place in the championship.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Anglesey next, to be honest. Because and Ollie as well. I mean, I think Ollie and Powney, they've been a bit unlucky this weekend with sort of car issues and whatnot. So they've given me an easy ride of it today, I think, but I don't think it'll be the same at Anglesey.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for talking to us. We'll let you go and celebrate those 2 wins there for Tom Hawkins, and that number 1 is going to be very much firmly on the car. I'm sure we'll be absolutely delighted with that. We do have our second place here, Jenny Roberts, who had a superb battle with our number 39 of Ben Powney. Well, Ben Powney started from the back of the grid here as well, so we'll try and potentially grab a word with Ben. Ben, do you want to come over? Of course, you started from the back of the grid. You've had so many difficulties. Kind of talk us through your weekend.
I can't swear, really, can I? No. I didn't drive very well, I'd say. I'm going to beat myself up for that one. Qualifying, I missed a gear. Well, I didn't miss a gear. I went from high third into second, which bent a valve, which I didn't find out till this morning. So I missed race 1, and then I think I did pretty well there, keeping the car in one piece, and then missed a gear coming out of the hairpin, unfortunately, and let this rascal back through, unfortunately. But no, it was good fun. Good racing with Ollie, to be fair. I think we had a good race for those few laps, and he kept me honest. And then I wouldn't say it was a forced mistake, but it was definitely a mistake. So
it must have been entertaining, of course, with coming through the pack, starting from the back of the grid. But that's a bit more of a fun way to spend a race.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, I mean, I prefer to have started at the front where I qualified, but it's just fun racing these, whatever. And I think especially around Mallory Park, it's not one that I put on my bucket list, but it always produces good racing. And I think we showed it then, between me and Ollie. I think we had a great battle for a few laps, and that's what it's all about, really.
Of course, moving into future rounds, you now get kind of a mental reset, kind of a bit of a fix on the car, kind of see what some of the problems, kind of de-stress it, of course. Do you think there's a potential good reset for you in store over the next couple of weeks?
I think I might just need a big mallet for my own head, I think. But yeah, I mean, if we've got one of those in the lorry, then I'll give myself a whack. And haven't got long. I've got Cadwell next week, so be fit for that. And then only a few weeks to Anglesey, so looking forward to that.
Absolutely, it's brilliant to talk to you again, Ben. I'll let you go and sort yourself out, because of course that car will need a bit of a change-up, I think, for the next time he goes out in the pre-99 Formula 4s. But for that's it. That's going to be it. The Northern Saloons are out, so let's get to the racetrack here at Mallory Park.
he is in a Honda Civic, 1600 Civic this one, and 81, which is Michael Boak, who is in a VW Golf 1800 Turbo. The next row will be 12, Scott Hubel, with his Peugeot 205 T16 lookalike, and 20, Stephen McNabb. Stephen McNabb in the Honda Civic Type R. Next row will be 55, which is Tom Bowes in a Porsche Boxster, and 113, which is Luke Williamson, who is in VW Golf GT Line, naturally aspirated version. Then it's 47, which is Stephen Craggs, and 744, which is Alan Laidler. Behind them are number 11, Madeline Hubel, Scott Hubel's wife, the now Slickshod Peugeot 205, and 53, which is Stephen Reed with his Mazda MX-5. It's 206 GT leather, Madeline Hubel carbon. What's a 205? So the minutes have been put on the clock, and this quite remarkable VW Beetle, in inverted commas, comes to the line. A real silhouette racer, built by former Special GT guru Jeff Wilson. And it's HWR engines. It's the company run by Jeff Wilson, and that was for his late mate Brian Holliday, himself, Jeff Wilson, and racing. Holliday Wilson Racing, and it is a great looking car, and delighted to see it here at Mallory Park. Jeff, apart from running some outrageous saloons in the past, those GT cars, has contested the British Saloon Car Championship, British Touring Car Championship, depending on which era it was in the Vauxhall Belmont, and raced an Azella with a Hart engine in it in the HSCC RJB Mining Championships, but it's his GTs he's best remembered for. He drove the original Beetle Chevrolet, the Mick Hill originated car, and then he drove the wonderful BMW M1, sponsored by Coopers of Leicester, I think it was, wasn't it? And it raced in the Donington GT series. It was the unique Chevron B30, which David Purley had used in the Shell Sport to win the Shell Sport Group 8 Championship in 76, I guess. And that featured a BMW M1 Group 4 body on it. It looked absolutely magnificent. He also built a great Lotus Elise lookalike on a Jade. Away they go, and Matty Cobb winds Geordie Jeff's car up, arrives in Gerrard's ahead of Bill Addison in the very rapid Caterham. That car, Bill Addison's powered by a 2.3 litre Ford engine, but Matty Cobb. Oh, so the doors come open. The doors come open on the, by the looks of things, on the Beetle, and it's out of the race. It's curtains for the Beetle. As he comes in, gets down to the pit lane, they can nail the door back down. This could be quite a recovery drive. It's not going to result in victory, but into the braking area for the chicane, the Beetle's gone. So it's an all-red podium at the moment. Addison from Dan Kell, and in behind him, this comes through, and there is the Beetle with the door flap up over the roof, so there'll be some tank tape required down there. But that was very, very unexpected and most atypical. But it's Addison from Kell. Prentice is in third in the Golf. Then we've got these two little 1 litre, Zingy 1 litre sports cars, which McKay and Towers in that order. And a major surprise.
Yeah, not exactly what you want. You don't want your door flying off, and unfortunately it's kind of, I think it may have ripped, so because that doesn't look like a whole door, so I'm guessing they're going to have to get it replaced, and already a lap down here on Bill Addison, so not ideal whatsoever. But the cars are now going to start going out into their little self-groups. I think also something's going on there with the number 312 of David Todd, because that Subaru Impreza WRX is looking a little bit smoky. Something is going on with that, so I want to keep an eye on that whilst that's chugging around the circuit.
Yeah, it seems to be maintaining good pace, but we'll see what's happening with that. What is interesting is the progress of Scott Hubel, who started down in 15th place, having had a problem yesterday, and he's already up into 6th place in the gorgeous Peugeot 205 T16 lookalike. And Hubel's now shot past the 18 and 65, McKay and Towers, Westfield and MK. So Scott Hubel up into 4th place, 51.462. 51.462 seconds to Scott Hubel. And yesterday he actually finished 3rd, but so he'd been pushed back down the grid for some reason. His best lap yesterday was a 50. A long 50 anyway, and today he's already in the low 51s. Yesterday did a 50.661, and he's charging along. He's chasing down Alan Prentice.
Very much so. Alex Prentice in that Volkswagen Golf GTI has been very, very competitive these last couple of races, keeping some very, very consistent results. Very much some strong results as well as needed. Of course, these guys have done already one round up in the north of Scotland, if I'm correct, up at Knockhill. So a very, very interesting circuit that they've gone to. Of course, Knockhill was so many cars at a short circuit, just like Mallory. But of course, coming to this circuit, it's going to be a whole different kettle of fish.
That's the only circuit in the UK that's licensed to run both ways, as far as I'm aware. Knockhill, which celebrates its 50th anniversary this year. Through they go, and Hubel is having a really good tussle. He's got past Alex Prentice, and now he's trying to unseat Dan Kell, the high-tech race engineer, from 2nd place with his Sierra. Papa Kell's, but yes, it's is it fuel coming out of the back of the Subaru? It's right rear corner, and I couldn't tell whether it was smoke coming off bodywork rubbing or whether it was actually liquid coming out of that back corner as he came through. I'll have a good look next time through. Now Matty Cobb's going again in the Beetle. He's a long way down, but he's going to be charging back to see if he can snare fastest lap again. He got it yesterday on a 49.145. What price getting into the 48s? Now Hubel is up ahead of Kell now, and Prentice fancies his chances of getting past the Sierra as well. Here comes Matty Cobb in the Beetle. They've taken the it's got a window, I think, that goes up and a flap that comes down, sort of lock it all off, and won't be quite as good through the air as it was, but we'll see some action. Now that's not going as quickly as it was. That's got a problem. That's the 65, which is Ian Towers with the MK Striker. He was having a good tussle with his team, his class rival Damien McKay early on.
I wonder if that could be potentially maybe a piston's gone, or potentially maybe even overheating, of course.
Well, it's a misfire of some description. You can hear it just fluffing, but there goes Hubel, and I shall watch. Here is the car number 18 of Damien McKay. That is running in 5th place. There was a good battle right towards the back with a couple of Mazda MX-5s. Here's the Scooby-Doo, and
it does look like
looks like liquid.
It looks like liquid. I don't know if it's potentially. It can't be water, can it?
You wouldn't have thought so, because
No.
the rad's at the front. But I wonder whether it's potentially even it could be even a fuel leak. But it could be anything. It could be. I suppose it could be a spray of brake fluid, but it wouldn't come out in that quantity. The likelihood is, I think, it's fuel.
Yeah, and that would eventually end up pulling over. Have we got a car spun around?
That's
Hubel.
Hubel spun at the entrance to the S's, so he got up really well, and the car is backwards facing the traffic.
I don't think he can get going either, because there was a big gap there in the circuit.
There must be yellow flags down there, but there was some overtaking going on, which was a bit naughty. And then there's a marshal running down towards Scott Hubel. His wife will be wondering what's happening as she comes round in her Peugeot.
We've got also a black flag. I don't know if you can see that.
That'll be for the Scooby, I would think.
Okay.
That's the likelihood. It might be the black, and it might be a black. It might be the black and orange meatball flag. In has come 113 Golf in the interim, and the marshal down there in the box is well positioned, and the apprentice in the Golf shot across the nose of Matty Cobb, who's gone in so quick into Gerrard's. Now, where is the Scooby? The Peugeot has been moved. Here comes the Scooby-Doo, and it's got all kinds of stuff billowing out of the back of it, which is not ideal.
I've actually managed to find a clip of the Hubel incident on the live stream. So that's been caught. I think he's just dipped a tyre on the grass. I think that's genuinely...
Just literally spun through 180.
Exactly. And of course then just got a box full of neutrals, can't restart the car.
I think we're going to get a safety car. I think we've got a safety car coming out.
There you go, Bill
because of the Hubel car, which actually is still there.
Bill Addison has slowed down right in front of us, so he is very much. And there you go. It's a black and orange flag for what I will believe is the Scuba.
The Subaru. It's got to be, hasn't it?
Yeah.
He's gone past it a couple of times, which isn't ideal. But in fact, there's so much wind. I think the flag's blowing pretty much horizontally. Come on, please look. 312. David Todd in the Subaru. It's got to be for him.
It has to be, yeah, because that's still out there.
The marshal's down there in that tower will be coated with whatever's coming out of the back.
Yeah, it's a very, very strange. I don't think I've ever seen that. And even at a slow pace, when it went past it last time around, there was nothing coming out of it. So I don't know if there's been something. Yeah, it's the mystery of the mystery to Scooby.
We've got nothing left, nothing left in the tank. But let's just see what Matty Cobb had managed to rack up in terms of a lap time. 48.571. 48.571.
That's 2 seconds faster than his same class Bill Addison. Bill Addison with a 50.590.
49.145 was his best time yesterday, so he's obviously pretty upset. 48.571. He's up into what looks to be 17th place, but of course this is eating into what could have been a top 10 recovery. What it's going to do is going to put everybody in, Constantine them up before him, but of course he's a lap down still on the cars he's chasing. Cobb's done 8. In fact, he's done 8 laps. He's not going to get any higher, is he? Because you've got 4 minutes to go, and that's before the end of That's including this next lap that the safety car is going to do. The Hubel car, I wonder if the brakes have locked or something
And
like that.
sorry to interrupt you, Matty Cobb's doors come off
Doors
again.
come open again, yeah, exactly. Maybe he's getting the meatball as well, but of course he'll know that's happened because he's suddenly in a cabriolet VW Golf. There's a flatbed going out for Scott Hubel. I wonder whether something has locked up in the transmission or the brakes, which has left him backwards there, and literally the car is immovable. Well, they're not going to get that on the back of the trailer in the remaining 3 minutes and 20 seconds, I wouldn't think, with the best will in the world. And so unless you're going to pick it up with a helicopter or something like that, which isn't available, it's not going to move in a hurry. I don't see them getting this race back underway.
We're just having a look at the replay. I think it's just a little bit forward without the spin.
Striker spun at the hairpin.
Yeah. And then we had this shot. There we go.
Yeah, so there was suddenly a load of smoke came out of the back. Oh, it's a big, some fairly catastrophic oil leak by the looks of things. It's got on the rear tyres and just spun it round. So I think it's that's probably launched the engine in that. Or maybe it's a transmission failing. Whatever, the Hubel Peugeot went round 180, as you say, ended up backwards on the approach to the chicane. Lucky it didn't end up in the barrier, in actual fact, but there was probably a fair amount of mopping up that he's doing on the circuit as well. So I can see the arm coming out, that sort of Palfinger type grab arm on the back of the truck, and that'll put it on. The red flag has been shown. The red flag has been shown. Yeah, the whole of the door just flicked up again over the roof of Matty Cobb's Beetle. He has got fastest lap out of it, but unfortunately the race has been readied at that point. We'll come back to you in a few minutes' time.
Oh, I know what that is. It's a bit of plastic. No. That was from previous contact. Okay, thank you. Fucking hell, Gary, what are you smoking? No, I'm not fucking boxing. All I do is get shit off it all week long. How many bags you on now?
What a battle there for our Northern Saloons and Sports Car Championship. A fantastic race. Unfortunately, he did have to end it under a safety car here. And Bill Addison is our winner in this wonderful, wonderful catering. Bill is just over there. He's rehydrated. But Bill, what a race.
It was good at the start. It's a pity we had to finish behind the safety car. Yeah, I was looking forward to. I was hoping we were going to have a restart. I had a bit of a plan in my head, you know, like you do. I thought that might have been a bit of fun just to finish off the race. But yeah, it was a good race at the start.
Of course, unfortunately, your mate Matty had a bit of an issue. Of course, were you behind him? With that big scream on your face?
I was behind him, yeah, and I thought, hey! Because it wasn't too dangerous, was it? Just lost his door, that's all. But yeah, it was good.
The best thing about that Caterham is there's not really a door to lose.
No, it's pretty bog standard really as you get as Caterhams go. So yeah, it was pretty straightforward.
Of course, the last round for your championship, and how are you gonna come away with this? Of course, you got a big grin already, but of course, is that gonna kind of go into future rounds with confidence?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to be competing seriously in all the rounds. So I've got things planned for other rounds. My son's doing Brit car in Aston Martin, so we have them rounds to do. We're at Snetterton in 2 weeks' time for 2 45-minute races with the Aston Martin.
That'll be amazing. I'm sure they'll be
quite busy. Quite busy. Yeah.
I'm sure that'll be awesome. So
I've got to mention my mechanic, Keith.
Of course, yes.
I've got to mention Keith. He's my mechanic for the weekend, and he's done a great job.
Yeah, awesome. Big shout out to Keith as well. So, going to celebrate your win, of course, we've got. We'll have a look at actually at Matty Cobb's door, because that is a day half a door now. You can see the damage kind of just there with the tape as well. That is going to be. He's got all this wind kind of coming in, so yeah, that is kind of what stopped Matty from having 2 race wins. But yeah, a super race for the Northern Saloons, and very much we've got the silhouettes coming up now, so they're going to be absolutely awesome. Keep an eye on those. But if you want to keep an eye on the Northern Saloons, go and have a look at the NS and SCC Championship. Of course, just have a look down there. There is the logo. There is the logo. There is the name. Of course, you can go have a look at those, see what the championship is all about, and potentially, if you have the budget, enter yourself. It's a very fun championship. But now onto our silhouettes. Into a very active assembly area I am. We've got the Intermarque silhouettes paired up with the Welsh saloon cars, and of course they're going to be sharing the grid together. Let's have a chat with Warren. I believe, mate, you've got a crack of a car. Tell us about it.
It's just a 2-litre Westfield.
And of course, you're in the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. How has it been so far?
Well, we've only done, Coombe a couple of weeks back, and that didn't go too well, so hopefully we'll have a better result today now.
How's the track time been here? Of course, Mallory, very, very short, very, very quick, and you're in a very straight line speed Caterham.
Sorry?
So of course Mallory's a very, very short circuit, of course very, very quick. How's it been, the track time?
Well, I don't know, I've been here for a few years now, so we'll see how it goes.
Of course, thank you very much. Cheers. So we'll go now around into Warren Fazamant, who's in our Intermarque silhouette. Warren, you've got an absolute machine here. These silhouettes must be such an awesome category to be in.
Yeah, really good close racing actually. All space frame chassis, Ford or Vauxhall engines, but it's good close racing, and we have a great bunch of lads. We need a few more people to come on board, but we're trying our best. But yeah, it's all good. Good to be fast today. There's a lot of fast drivers here, but hopefully we'll have a good day and keep it clean.
Talk to us about Snetterton, of course, last round.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there, but apparently they had a good day. But yeah, I wasn't there, unfortunately.
Well, of course, you have the track time here at Mallory Park. You're going straight into the race. Is there a little bit of an unnervy feel here?
Yeah, last time I raced it was in Silverstone last year, so this is first time out. We've not had practice or testing, so we're going to just do our best and see what happens. But if we're not fast enough, we'll still have a good day and try and enjoy it.
Any chances of potential further rounds?
I'm hoping if we come out of today unscathed, I'll be at Brands Speedfest and then Lyddon to follow. So we're going to do at least 3, yeah.
Amazing. I might have to see you at Brands then.
Awesome. So we got, as I say, our Intermarque silhouettes and our Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship as they head to the assembly area. Watch out, because this race is going to be action-packed.
We're about to go racing, ladies and gentlemen, and it's the CMMC Intermarque Silhouette Series and WRDA race that gets away, separate grids, and it is from pole position Ray Harris who has the lead, going out onto the Steb straight. Attempt to displace him by 4.91, which was Colin Smith, failed into the chicane. Chris Everall, by the looks of things, and Damien Longatano are the front runners in the WRDA section. It's Harris from Smith, Ruben Taylor in third, 14 is next up. Phil Speaks from row 3. Longatano leads the WRDA section with a Millington powered number 44 Westfield. Russell Humphrey challenging Phil Spinks. Russell Humphrey down the inside, has a look into the S's, doesn't quite close enough to pull it off. Spinks runs wide, Humphrey comes back at him, and I think will prevail as they head back towards the hairpin. Ray Harris going away out front from White and Taylor. Humphrey's now fourth. Spinks is next up. Then it's the Merc, number 4 of Richard Smith, who is next through. All of these cars with Vauxhall red top engines up front. The Mazda look-alike is interesting. That's got a Ford engine in it, but timing things are stuck at the moment. But it does appear to be right. The clock continues to tick. That's the good thing. It keeps us to speed with what the likelihood is that the checker flag will appear. Ray Harrison 5 then, the CNC Consultants Limited Ginetta is ahead. We've got the Farasmand 637 going again. Which of the Farasmands is in it remains slightly open to debate. And we've lost 2 here. We've got coming into the pits, we have both number 6, which is Ian Hales in the white Ginetta, and Mick Robertson, who had that problem this morning with the VW Corrado, the two-frame Corrado with the Vauxhall engine. All these cars have to run to 880 kilos with the driver. Hoosier tyres, American tyres from the state of Indiana. Very similar engine power. Pulling off is the BMW Z4, so that is out of the race. That's Keith White in 38, who's gone back into the pits. Only one Corrado now, and that's the very strange sounding motorcycle engine one, which is Fabio Lufarelli, the Italian from Cornwall. Son Tyrone Lufarelli, who goes through the Fiesta. So out front, no doubt about it, it is Ray Harris, who has fastest lap, 48.279, 48.279, and when they were out early on today, let's check what the best lap was. It was Ray Harris, 47.930, 47.930. So he's chasing down that time, 48.2 at the moment. Might still be a tad slippery down towards the S's.
Yeah, absolutely will be, just because of previous races that we've had here at Mallory Park. And of course, there's been Fiestas, we've had a couple of spillages as well. We've had a spinner up at the top of Shaw's hairpin as well. So a couple of these drivers will probably be a little bit careful, but they know the limits of their cars. They know where the grip is. They know where the grip isn't as well. And they'll be looking to find as much of it around this track. Ray Harris has a gap of 1.1 seconds over Smith in the 4.91. Meanwhile, the Welsh sports cars, they are currently locked into battle. Everall against Longantano, 8th and 9th overall, separated by again half a second.
On the second grid, and that's Chris Everall driving the 6.2 litre Chevrolet V8 powered G55 GT4. Had a problem for over the last year or so, but it's good he's got it running nicely. He's a regular at Castle Combe in the GT Championship down there, so hopefully we'll be out on Bank Holiday Monday. It's getting closer up front because the three Ginetta clones are getting just a little bit tighter, because the chasers, that's in 49.3 and 49.2 respectively, 49.9 for Ray Harris. You've got to manage the tyres on these cars. They're the same size at each end. You only have one new tyre for the weekend, and well, I guess they'll be putting that on the if they do, they'll put it on the outside left, because it's going to take quite a pounding through Gerard's corner, but outside left at the rear. But they're rear drive cars, majority powered by Vauxhall red top engines, making about 270 horsepower, something like that. The different car is the one with the Ford Duratec in it, and that is the Mazda lookalike with the experimental gearbox in it. That's the yellow car, number 299 of Nick Bass. Damien Longitano chasing Chris Everall. Longitano with the Millington engine Westfield.
8 tenths in a second, Chris Everall has put between them, so that's up to 1.8 seconds between those two. So it looks like Chris Everall in that Ginetta G55 GT4 will be absolutely sprinting ahead. I don't know how much he'll be willing to try and take on the Mercedes SLK of I believe that's Richard Smith.
Yeah, he's not lapping quite quick enough. He's currently lapping in the 50s. He has been under 50, but Everall with that very heavy, by comparison, Ginetta Chev is going to have to go some. He doesn't need to chase the silhouettes down really, but Longitano is keeping him certainly honest in that Westfield SE. In fact, that time round, Longitano lapped a second quicker. The gap is back down to about 9 tenths of a second between those two, the top two in the Welsh Racing Drivers Association. Not that Chris Everall is Welsh, still he comes from Dorset.
Of course, those two will be very much, as I say, keeping them honest. Of course, traffic will probably be the cause of that one, as it is for a lot of these guys. You know, they're still having to battle the traffic, especially with the Intermarque silhouettes. Of course, very, very much made aerodynamically stable, but of course they're going to have a lot of traffic with the other driver. Now we've got that 44 of Longitano closing that gap up But again, half a second down to 0.4 of a second between those two. So I wonder if that's going to be a battle potential. And they're actually now right on each other's tail with the Caterham, potentially, the Westfield about to go through. But just on the straight, that Ginetta powers away with that V8 in the front. It really is a sight to behold.
Down at Castle Combe, there's another Ginetta that runs regularly here, which is the one we see with Dylan Popovich. That's got a 7-litre LS7 Chevy in it, and that is a car that's capable of lapping kind of in the 64s around there. Hopefully next weekend we're going to see a bit more of the potential of Chris Everall's car, which had massive electrical problems over the last season or so. He's hanging on by the skin of his teeth, but they're lapping in very, very similar best. They've both done sub 50. In fact, Longitano's been a couple of tenths quicker, and LaFerrari's just done his best time of 51.026. Nice to see if he can get into the 50s. But the lead cars, Ray Harris in the lead, then we've got Colin Smith and then Ruben Taylor. They're pretty close. Moving up the order is Farrismand in the Peugeot 206cc, number 637, the kind of petrol-y coloured car. That's going pretty well. We're into the last 4 minutes or so. Harris still has the best lap of the race, which is a 48.070. Smith did a 48.153 last time through, and so 47.930 was the best lap in the previous race. No one's broken 48 this time, not for lack of trying, because while Ruben Taylor in the LCW engineering car is not gaining on the top two now, and a great dive around the outside of Tyrone LaFerrari. I think that really set Colin Smith up for a good run through Gerrards. He went in with some slower cars ahead of him, but he managed to prize his way through them quite safely. But it's given him just maybe a little opportunity to stay in touch and hang on in there over the remaining of the race. Harris did his best lap yet, so it's the new fastest lap of this race, 48.024. He broke 48th last time round, and here comes the leaders.
And we have a pull up to the side of the circuit there. I believe that is that the number? Can't be the number 4.
That's the Mercedes. That's the Richard Smith Mercedes has pulled off just before the Master Mac surfacing bridge, and with 3 minutes to go, I wonder whether that might precipitate safety cars going to be fairly pointless, because by the time it's out there, the checkered flag will probably be out, but I could see the checkered flag being thrown a little early, just because that car is obviously parked in a pretty dangerous place.
I saw there was a safety car, sorry, not a safety car, a yellow flag on our security CCTV cameras, very much coming in handy for the moment, for the point that we can't see it. That was into the the Devil's Elbow, and then I was looking along the straight and just spotted that Mercedes, and I believe it will probably go to a early check flag. There's no one down on our marshal's post by the start-finish straight.
Yeah, somebody in there. I can see an official in that box where I'm standing. So we've got yellows waving at the Devil's Elbow. Here comes Longitano. Where's the Ginetta Chev gone?
It's in the pits.
It's in the pits, and Chris Everall out of the race. So well, they've gone through. There's only 1 minute and 59 to go. Chris Everall, so frustrating, this car. Its reliability has been a real problem in recent times. Harrison, Smith and Taylor then the top 3 in the Ginettas. Then it is Russell Humphrey in the Interceptor Racing Vauxhall Tigra is 4th. Then it's Farrismand with the Peugeot 206cc, sorry, in 5th place, number 637. And Phil Spinks in his Vauxhall Tigra, number 14, who is 6th. 7th is Damien Longatano, best of the WRDA runners. He's going past us now with the Westfield, and we've got the leading cars going pretty much nose to tail now down through Gerrards. They're now accelerating again very rapidly. They've got Longatano ahead of them to lap the WRDA leader. We're into the final minute of the race, and Colin Smith has picked his pace up now. Obviously they're running slower than they were overall because there are safety flags around, and we will see whether it's going to go the full distance. 30 seconds to go. Race leaders are approaching. Here they go, coming through under my gantry. There they go, through under the box. Through they go onto what is the last lap of the race, and will go the distance. And they're back in the 49s and 48s, those leaders now. But there was a sort of much slower lap last time through. Leaders down to the S's. Obviously there's flags waving at Devil's Elbow, so leader Ray Harris will know that provided he leads into that zone, there is no overtaking, so he's home and dry for the second time today. And we will see the checker flag goes out. It's down to 0. Here they come. Checker flag does go out right on cue, and it's Ray Harris in the CNC Consultants car who wins for the second time today. In second place this time is Colin Smith in 4.91. He was 4th earlier on. And in third place is Ruben Taylor, who was 2nd in the first race. 5th is going to be Warren Farrisman with the Peugeot 206cc 637, and then Phil Spinks in 14. They should be the last drivers on the lead lap, 19 laps in. 7th and winner of WRDA is Damien Longatano, but he was only 3.3 seconds ahead of Fabio Lufarelli at the end of it in the number 70, the motorcycle engine VW Corrado tube frame car, who cut a 50.826 seconds lap right at the very end of the race. So great effort from Fabio Lufarelli, the Cornish Italian veteran, who in the previous race was on a 51.334. So he's into the 50s. He'll be happy with that, and his lad Tyrone Lufarelli will be 3rd in that section in the little Peugeot 106. So that was our CMMC Intermarque Silhouette Series and Welsh Sports Saloon Cars Championship race, which was race 16 on our programme. Race 17
Our Intermarque Silhouettes have had a superb race, as well as our Welsh saloons and sports cars, and Ray Harris has taken an absolute superb victory. Ray, can we get a quick word?
Yeah, sure.
What a race. You've absolutely controlled that from start to finish.
Wasn't quite as in control as I'd have liked, to be honest. Colin was there the whole race. And then I caught some back markers with some yellow flags in the wrong place, so I had to make sure I didn't go past them until the green flag. So that got him on my bumper again. A little bit too close in the last laps, but it was okay.
Of course, you say that you had to dodge some of the traffic. How was it, kind of trying to get through all that? It must be pretty stressful in quite a tight circuit.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, fortunately, this circuit is all about cornering speed, and that's where this car comes into its own. So back markers weren't too much of a problem. As I say, if you don't catch them when there's a yellow flag, you can get past them fairly easily.
And of course, the genetics have gone so well around here. What has been the secret kind of behind it?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I mean, most of the cars are very similar, you know, whether it's a Ginetta or Mercedes or Tigra or whatever they are. They're a very similar build. We've just got this car singing, and the other two guys have done a good job on theirs as well.
And of course, in terms of the battles you had behind, were you kind of looking in your mirrors quite a lot, or were you just trying to keep it forward, but just having that acknowledgement that he's still there?
Yeah, to be honest, I probably spent more time looking in my mirrors than I did looking forwards. Yeah, you know, just trying to keep at least a second gap there, not push the tyres too hard, because we have to reuse these tyres. We're limited on the amount of tyres we're allowed. So there's no point in taking all the life out of them today, and then the next round we've got none left.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time. Go and celebrate your win, and of course a brilliant win for Ray Harris. I'd have loved to have talked to one of our drivers, Longitano, the 44 in the in a car that I've completely forgotten in my brain, but yeah, it was a super performance from Longitano. Unfortunately there for one of the Ginettas, it was very much an unfortunate race for Chris Everill, who unfortunately had to DNF in his Ginetta, but that Westfield, unfortunately we couldn't get a word with our Welsh saloon winner, but we've now got our Fiestas ST150s out there, and then we'll go to the modified Fords for the last two races of today's racing here at Mallory Park.
Well, we have cars going out, ladies and gentlemen, for the second of our BRSCC vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 challenges. We had one race earlier in the day for this set, and that was going back to pick that one up. That was race 10 on our program, and race 10 was won on by Dylan Davis, and that grid appears to have set that result seems to set the grid for this race. So it is number 21 Dylan Davis in the red car who starts on pole position. Alongside him will be 98 Samuel Watkins. That's the car with the Welsh flag on its roof from memory. Then 144, second row of the grid, is George Foxlow, blue and yellow car. And then number 1 Michael Blackburn, which is who is the reigning champion, blue car. Then it's 10 Max Buxton, who did very well to recover from earlier incident to get back out and finish 5th in that race. He was the original pole man, so off into the barriers at the first attempt at the start, and that's a black and red car. 83 is the best of our lady competitors, that is Sophie Kinghorn. She starts the Trust car, red car from B6. We go to 119 Aidan Vickers, black and yellow, and then 3 Mark Blunt, whose car is blue. 19 Robbie Harrison's orange car leads row 5, alongside is Stephanie Saw in the car which is blue, red, black, number 66. Next row is 100 William Box in red, and 42 Jade Goodwin, pink and purple car. We've got 76 Gary Cooper, whose car is blue, and 14 Mark Webb, black car. Then we've got 17 Spencer Lane, blue, and 18 Luke Jarman. The car is blue, silver, and red. Then we go to 666 Oliver Reed, another red car. 5 Graham Mallam, blue and white car. The 4 Linda car, and 35 is Ron Lostat. The RSL car is silver. Then we've got Robert Nigel Hutton in his black car. 23 is Zavary Zaviska. His car is red. And then 94 is Mac McCarthy, who was the car that had the shunt in the earlier race, who has been given a place on the grid and looks like is there. And that's the car that had its mirrors wiped off in an altercation with the barriers underneath the commentary box. Matt McCarthy in 94. Car will be going from the back. Doesn't have an aerodynamic cover on its on one of its mirrors by the looks of things. Apart from that, is Fiesta shaped, and that's pretty good news, I'd have thought, having been pretty despondent after the opening drama. We're about to go racing, and away they go. Particularly good start from Blackburn on the second row. He's gone down the outside of Samuel Watkins, and it's the blue car of Michael Blackburn from the outside that actually heads across the front of Dylan Davis, the pole man, and leads into Gerrard's. So the field of Fiesta ST150 challenge cars led by reigning champion Michael Blackburn, but he's being caught down the steps straight by Dylan Davis, and looks like George Foxlow is in 3rd place. The Trust car of Sophie Kinghorn is running in 5th now. The red cars is running very strongly, and I'll pick up that number when they come back towards me. But certainly that good start from P4 on the grid. And number 1 Michael Blackburn took him ahead, and it is Blackburn who leads the way. In second now it is 144, which is George Foxlow. Then it's Davis, Watkins and Kinghorn, and Mark Blunt has come through into 6th place. He started 8th on the grid. Zaviska, what's happened there?
That's a car that's had problems all weekend long. Does not sound good whatsoever. I think that may be a pull in the pits, call it a day, and let's resolve the
lick your wounds. Foxlow is the new leader, and that's under braking for the S's. He goes through, and it's blue cars ahead, Foxlow and Blackburn, but Dylan Davis, the pole man, was attacking as they left our site and may well have been able to wrest 2nd place at Shaw's hairpin on the second lap of this final detail ST 150 challenge. And through they come, but it is Foxlow who leads from Blackburn. There is Dylan Davis getting very, very close. And those three nose to tail, and one of them goes wide and goes skating off, and that is Michael Blackburn. He's going to keep it out of the barriers. I think he is. Takes the great circle route. He spins through 180, 270 degrees. He just went in too deep. There wasn't enough room to cut back towards the apex of the corner, and he has got going here, but he is absolutely stone last.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. I think a touch of the grass, and it's going to be it's difficult going too wide here. And they just ran out of room, unfortunately, there for Blackburn. He's going to be a little bit disfortunate with himself, and I'm sure he's going to have to, unfortunately, write this chapter and throw it in the bin, and then write a new one when they go over to Anglesey. But down the Devil's Elbow, I was going to say this is proper touring car racing, but it seemed like our leader Watkins is going to try and potentially
Foxlow, Davis, Watkins, and then Sophie Kinghorn is in 4th, and then it is Max Buxton, probably still with a car which is slightly compromised following its earlier prang, but he's running well. Gardlett is struggling through that. Zaviska car number 23 is still going, but it's well down the order. But it's Foxlow, Davis, Watkins and Sophie Kinghorn who are in the top group. A gap back to Buxton. Behind Buxton it is Mark Blunt. Then it is the 119 car, which is Aidan Vickers. Behind Vickers is the number 66 car of Stephanie Saw. So they come through.
I think Sophie Kinghorn is going to try and potentially get onto the back of this battle. Meanwhile, let's have a look, see what happens down into towards turn number 1, because that is going to be on the outside there for Davis. They carry their speed all the way through in these little boxes, and they'll try and carry the speed on towards that back straight. It's going to be so nip and tuck between the two of them. I think there's going to be an outside manoeuvre here for Davis. He's going to try and float that around the outside. In fact, he's already got it before the next right-hander. Brilliant move there from the number 21 in the all-red car.
And bridging the gap to the top 4 is Max Buxton, who's just at the fastest lap, 55.765. 55.765 for Max Buxton.
Yeah, Buxton, of course, had plenty of issues. His car a little bit battered up from the first attempt of the first race, where he found the Armco barriers, unfortunately.
His best lap is only a couple of tenths away from the fastest in the first race. So the car can't be that bad. It must be pretty much au point to be able to run that close to the front. But now it is Dylan Davis who leads from George Foxlow. Samuel Watkins is in 3rd place. Sophie Kinghorn is 4th in the Trust car, Trust Ford, and in 5th place Max Buxton, trying to just get on terms, tight in the top 3, tied for 4th and 5th as well, and behind them is Mark Blunt and Aidan Vickers. Stephanie Saw is 8th, then it's Harrison and Cooper, Goodwin and Lane, and behind them Box and McCarthy from the back of the grid up to 14th place. Mac McCarthy in number 94.
I think, that's a good move there from Max Buxton. I was going to say that Sophie Kinghorn was looking for her best results. She's had a 5th place last time out at Snetterton, but unfortunately she was looking on 4th place. But Max Buxton has put in an absolute worldie of a move. I'd love to see how that looked, because my direction was actually look at my Excel spreadsheet.
And he went round the outside coming off the Devil's Elbow, so that worked really well. and that's going to catapult him towards the top 3. Sophie Kinghorn hanging on there in 5th place now. It's getting tighter up the front because it looked like the red car, which was number 98, which was Watkins, was going to have a go to rest second back on the way to the Shaw's hairpin. Here they come, and Watkins on the outside for second place. Has he got it? I think he has. He's just got past Foxlow, just got his nose ahead. It was a bumper over the line. It's now probably a bumper and a bonnet. But as they get really tight there, that's allowed Max Buxton to catch them, and it won't be too long at this rate before Stephanie Kinghorn is with them as well. But it's a leader out on his own. He's punching a hole in the air, and the others are drafting, so that will certainly ease their passage up towards the S's. Foxlow gets a little bit wide coming through, and that's brought Buxton onto his back bumper. Just gained that momentum coming through the right-hander before it sort of kinks to the left and just goes up a slight incline towards the hairpin.
All of this is letting Dylan Davis get away as well. You can see that lead is starting to extend. It was 1.2 last time around, but as he crosses the timing beam, there is Watkins, and that gap up to 1.7 now. So very much that top 5 is in a bit of its own class at this moment in time, but that top 3 is very much still undecided, with Davis followed by Watkins, followed by Foxlow. Buxton still trying to make amends from his race 1. Unfortunately, we've had a spin up at the top of the hairpin. I'm trying to decide who that is. They've managed to get going, but it's an all red car, and that will be coming into sight very, very soon. I wonder if that might be the 666 of Oliver Reed.
Yeah, well, Reed's car is a red one, so let's see. Could have been that one there, which is
must have been
23
Zuisa.
Saviska, but next red car into sight is the race leader. We know he's untroubled, and that is Dylan Davis from Samuel Watkins, with that Welsh Dragon on the roof of his car. There's another of our lady competitors, which is Jade Goodwin in the 42, the pink and purple car. Got something hanging off the back, a strap hanging off the back of one of the blue cars midfield, and that is causing no harm, certainly. And there's Michael Blackburn, who's still trying to make up time frantically with another 5 3/4 minutes to go here in this, the penultimate race of the CMMC Motorsport Festival. So as the cars down the field still tussle through, here are our leaders, and the lead was 1.5 seconds at the end of the last lap, and here's Buxton having a go at Foxlow, and they're side by side, and if Sophie Kinghorn can get a little bit closer towards them, she could get a cumulative tow down the back straight, the Steb straight, and she's not far behind those two. She's chasing, they say, that elusive 4th place, which would look pretty good on her CV. And down they come. Buxton looks to the outside of Foxlow. They're side by side. He's not going to be able to make it. He has to brake sooner or later, and he brakes fractionally later than his rival. Kinghorn gets a little bit closer to them as they go through.
I think I lost a power for one of our challengers here, Robbie Harrison.
The orange car?
Yes, indeed. That is dropping back massively, and he's coming into the pit lane here. Meanwhile, back with our leader, Dylan Davis has passed through onto lap 11, and off the track comes Zavisa, parking up in roughly a similar place where he did in practice, and that is going to be the day done for Zawisa. The scratches have very much been very exposed, and he's tried to lick them up to try and unfortunately try and heal them, but it's not healed enough.
Not very happy.
Nope.
I think the term is chup. Not very happy at all, and parked the car up. It's a position which is going to command yellow flags for the rest of the race, I'm sure. So any kind of idea of anyone overtaking coming off the Devil's Elbow. Probably been scotched at that point. So we have 3 3/4 minutes to go. Fastest lap has gone to our leader, which is Dylan Davis, a 55.468 earlier in the race. And there they go through, and they're at reduced pace, very respectfully, as they go through. 1 or 2 down the order might not be inclined to slow quite as much, and they go through. But that was good driving for the bunch who were up there. And I'm looking down the back straight. I'm just seeing. Looks like the Trust Ford car of Sophie Kinghorn is now ahead of George Foxlow. So looks like that's been an interesting part of this race. And Foxlow's car looks a little loose at the tail end. It's a little oversteery into the chicane. Here are our first 2, Davis and Watkins. That's closer, surely. It was 1.023. It's actually gone down to that. A chunk clawed back. And there goes the next group, and it's yes, Watkins. Buxton is 3rd. Kinghorn is 4th. Foxlow is down to 5th. And Blunt is 6th ahead of Vickers and Saw and Box and Cooper. With Jade Goodwin making it 3 lady drivers in the top 11, followed by number 17, which is Spencer Lane.
There was a big tussle there, including Will Box in the midfield there for the top 10. I think he may have gone through past Cooper whilst that Zavis's car was still out there on the grass. I wonder how that's going to go down in the stewards' room. It's still Davis from Watkins from Buxton with Kinghorn in 3rd.
It's nose to tail as they go under the bridge. The green flag is waving there, which means that all overtaking is back on. I think that Watkins in the chasing car just went in a little too hot into Gerard's corner, which meant that he wasn't quite able to get the turn in he needed to get the power on and build that momentum through that 180 degree right hand up. But we fight on and into the last minute of the race, still with that yellow flag hanging in the breeze over the top of Devil's Elbow. We will see them come back towards us, and in fact it is Watkins who leads in the 98, and the back bumper is all adrift on Davis's car, so I would suggest there has been a touch there somewhere. Buxton is 3rd, Kinghorn is 4th, Foxlow is 5th, and this, ladies and gentlemen, will be the last lap of the race, because the checkered flag has been made ready and it is unfurled and waiting to greet number 98, which is Samuel Watkins. But there was clearly a touch somewhere out on that lap, because the rear bumper of Dylan Davis's car is not quite as it was intended, or how it was at the start of the race. Well, here they come then, and the checkered flag awaits Samuel Watkins in 98, Dylan Davis, and 3rd and 4th absolutely together, and that was Max Buxton in 10, Sophie Kinghorn in 83, and Foxlow was 5th. George Foxlow in 144 was in 5th. 6th was Mark Blunt. 7th was 119, which is Aidan Vickers. 8th was number 66, Stephanie Saw. 9th was 100, which was Will Box. And in 10th place, number 76, which was Gary Cooper, ahead of 42, which was Jade Goodwin, and in 12th place, number 17, Spencer Lane. So fastest lap of the race goes to Dylan Davis, 55.468. Also in the 55, thinking at 55.7 55.03 was Watkins. 55.483, Buxton was quicker than Watkins, the race winner. Sophie Kinghorn did a 56.023, and earlier in the day she did a 56.109. So she went a tenth quicker in that race, but finished in 4th place, 2 places higher than in the earlier race. 5th was Foxlow, who was 3rd in the first race, and in 6th place was Mark Blunt, who finished 8th earlier on. So fine vinyl detail, BRSCC vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge Racing. That is our penultimate race of the day, and we will move on to the finale.
Another superb race here for our vinyl details. ST150 Challenge, a superb race, and of course a brilliant battle between our top 5, top 6, that have been all embroiled in a superb battle. It's our Welshman who has come out on top for the 2010 racing team. Of course, I believe they've just gone up there, but yeah, super race there. And of course Dylan Davis, who was leading for quite a while, came up for P2. I think some of them are just having a discussion up there, so let's try and see if we can grab any of them through here. I believe that was Max Buxton as well, who came home in 3rd. Let's see if we can potentially grab anyone here. Anyone? You are a winner?
Yeah, Sam.
Of course.
Yeah.
Sam, what a race. That is a superb result for you.
Yeah, it was really good. I think Dylan got caught out. Someone left the safety car board sign resting against the marshal post. So when the double yellows came out, it just looked like it was a safety car board. So I think that's why it caught him, and then missed gear let me past. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Of course, that is the last race for you. Have you come away with a good weekend, would you say?
Yeah, it's great for us and just the team in general. So yeah, it's really good.
Brilliant. And how do you think this is going to go for potentially for future rounds? Are you going to come into next weekend with a lot of confidence, or is it back to square one?
Yeah, Anglesey next home race, so you got to go into it with confidence, haven't you?
Are you actually, I want to ask you, are you North Welsh or South Welsh?
South Welsh, and don't ask me to try and pronounce anything, so I'll get shouted at when I get home.
Because I think there was a thing with a fellow Welshman, Tom Nippers, where they say you use local knowledge, even though it's about 4.5 hours away. So that was a bit of a weird thing. Hopefully they don't do the same for you.
No, I should be fine. Thanks. Awesome.
Go and celebrate that one. A brilliant result there. I believe we have Max Buxton as well. Max, of course, you were in a bit of a strange situation after the first attempt of race 1. An absolute change around here.
Yeah, frustrating start this morning. It was out of our control as far as I'm aware, as far as most people are aware. But yeah, disappointing to see that. But we bounced back. P5 start for race 2. Got up to P3 in the end. It wasn't the smoothest race by any means, but yeah, happy to get to podium, and we'll definitely take the points from both races. Keeps yourself in the championship, and yeah, we move on. So all positives and negatives aside, it's still hold the points.
Of course, consistency is potentially going to be key in this championship. How true is that, would you say?
It's very true, especially with 50 points going to the winner. And if we hadn't got the car out for the rescheduled race 1, as if you can call it, but I still managed to get some good points, and that's definitely kept yourself alive. And yeah, I can't wait for Anglesey as well, so that should be good.
Of course, with Anglesey next, are you going to go in there with a bucket full of confidence, or is it kind of back to square one, kind of reset the mind, reset with the car, and just go again?
Yeah, there's always going to be a reset after any race weekend, so I can't wait to get to Anglesey. I love that track, so I'm feeling really confident already, and I just can't wait to get involved.
Max, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. It's been incredible as well. Go and celebrate your friends and family. I'll give you a handshake as well. But yeah, a superb race for the Fiesta. But don't go away just yet. There's still the modified Ford Series, which is currently about to happen in just a moment's time. The last race of the day, and of course 50 minutes of pure Ford power, and I'm for sure it's going to be a superb race. Don't miss it, check it out, the last race of the day, and then we'll end the stream. Thank you so much for watching, but save for the last race, it's going to be a cracker.
Was down there, and then we do have 92 Mike McKenzie, 41 Matthew Brennan, 170 Robert Lewis, whose car had a problem in the previous race but he's back out, no 63 Lloyd Jameson, and no Martin Reynolds, who's gone through I think 3 escorts in this weekend. It's been a bit of a disaster, but nonetheless I'm sure he'll be back smiling very shortly, because very few club racers enjoy their motorsport as much as Martin Reynolds, the Norfolk man, with his fleet of number 27 cars. He broke one, broke 2 yesterday, and went back to Norfolk and fetched a 3rd, which was very impressive. So I think we're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cars out for this last race, with on what is de facto pole 39 Josh Payton with the Ford Cortina Mark II. Marshals are down on the grid to receive the starters. It's almost worth bringing them through and just filing them into the grid order as they arrive, because there are so many missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 missing from this race, that they're being released in grid order. They might as well be filed in, but that probably isn't how it works. They're going to be lined up behind a safety car, that Jaguar safety car, which is leading them out. So they're in order: Payton, Neville, England, Thurley, Crabtree, Owen, then it is Stone, Johnson in the bronze escort, Primmett. Behind Primmett is Dave Barrett, silver Fiesta, and then 3 at the back will be Mike McKenzie in black Fiesta, 41 Matthew Brennan in the French blue kind of Group 4 looking Escort Mark II, and Robert Lewis in the 170 Fiesta. So we will be receiving the cars on the grid very shortly. The car on provisional pole is effectively on P3 on the grid. It's on the P3 of the grid because the marshals are working off the same grid sheet as I am. So there will be no cars on the front row of the grid because the 2 RSR Escorts, 74 Tom Ovenden, 714 Lee Wood, both out. Paul Neville is going to move across the grid to take up a position behind Josh Payton, and as he reverses back into his grid slot, his new grid slot, which is P5 effectively, but actually second on the grid. Tyler England will be alongside. Castrol Escort and the Golf Escort are next up. Castrol Zac Speed look alike, and the Golf car that looks not dissimilar to the Kemalane and Brothers cars that came to the UK, I think at the 72 British Grand Prix. But they had kind of flamey gold, flamey orange patterns over their blue backgrounds. And then we've got the red number 8 James Owen RSR Escort. They've got the Jason Stone 134 is in place, and the rest of them just being shuffled into order. And we're going to be away at I would think just about 5:25 for a 15-minute fun race at the end of the day for the modified Ford Series. The Cortina, which sits down there on what is effectively now pole. Supported by crystal clear Bristol windows, doors and roof lights. Built by Pate Speed Developments. He's having the crack, according to the letters on the roof. Car is put together by the Payton family garage, Elsie Payton and Son. It's an MOT station, that's down Bristol Way. I've seen it before at Castle Combe, their local circuit. I'm sure we'll see it again there at some point. But away goes the safety car. Away go the field, led by Josh Payton, who's got a huge Venturi under the back end of that car. It's very, very spectacular. And the rest of the field follows round. Let's just hope it's a nice safe release, and we get a fun finale to our 18 race weekend here at Mallory Park. And the two drivers having a little gentle weave around just to get a little bit of temperature into their tyres. So the fast forwards then heading round Shaw's hairpin, and they will be coming down to take the start, and here they are. The safety car peels off, and Josh Payton leads them to the start line. Away he goes. Paul Neville's chasing really hard, and we've got the Castrol and Golf Escorts trying very hard to go either side of Tyler England's Fiesta, but the Fiesta is in third behind Payton and Neville. Payton, Neville and England. Then it is Thurley, Mike Thurley in the Castrol car, Wayne Crabtree, and trying to get up alongside Crabtree is James Owen in number 8. We've got Stone, Blackley's in behind, then it's the Puma, I think, Blackley's in the Puma, and also in among them was Steve Primmett with the white Escort. Through they come, Payton up to speed already, charging along. 36 Gary Taylor having a good run, and the focus at the back has made 3 or 4 places. That's going quite well. But it's Peyton who leads the way then. First flying lap. We'll see whether he gets down sub 50. It's quite likely that he will in this race. It'll probably come in the first couple of flying laps. Here he comes, Josh Peyton. Absolutely flat out. Neville runs really wide, has to check the Droop Snoot RS2000, and that's a 50.4 for Josh Peyton, 51s for the chasers, 52 for James Owen in the Duratec powered RSR squad number 8, who has managed to split Thurley and Crabtree in the oil company cars. And he's now got ahead of Mike Thurley as well, so this is a better showing for James Owen. He's down to 52.4. Before he was about 52.28, something like that, so it's very close to his best time. Here he comes then, and again with that little telltale puff of smoke as the tyre hits the wheel arch through the Devil's Elbow. It is Josh Peyton, 50.485. Lots and lots of personal bests go in, but Owen up into 5th place now. 13 is Barrett, and 92, which is Mackenzie, comes up alongside Brennan, and they're battling at the back of the field, and having just as much fun as anybody else, just not going quite as quickly. Josh Peyton, here he comes, hammers through, no improvement in his personal best. Owen's down to 51.7. That was the previous lap. 52s now for Thurley and Crabtree. 52.3, 52.5. It's interesting that a lot of the drivers in the middle of the pack still going quicker, whereas those who were out of the blocks really quickly and well up to speed have just backed off a little, having established their places within the pattern of this race. Peyton, Neville and England 39, 33 and 54. This remarkable Ford Duratec powered Ford Cortina Mark II, painted light orchid or aquatic jade, have Frost-style wheels, but this is a very, very special Mark II Cortina. Side by side off the Devil's Elbow, we've got Gary Johnson in 36, just getting ahead of Ian Blackley in the 333. To go. Here comes Peyton, seeing something quite special here. 50.485 was his best early in the race. 51.4 this time. 51.2 though for Neville, who's creeping closer, and 51.3 for Tyler England. That's not hanging around, and the escorts come through of Owen Thurley and Crabtree. Leader again they're fractionally closer because Josh Payton did a 51.4, steadied right off, about a second away from his previous best in the race, whereas Neville did a personal best 51.256 and 51.308 was only 0.06 of a second away from Tyler England's previous mark. Owen fourth, he's done a 51.5, which is a tenth outside the race leaders, so he's certainly impressing. And the 52s earlier in the race have been Thurley and Crabtree in the Castrol and Golf escorts respectively. Payton slowed, and Payton, I suspect, may have backed off quite considerably because suddenly Paul Neville is only 4 seconds adrift and half a second clear of Tyler England. So is that a problem setting in for the leader? I reckon that's only about 3 and a bit seconds down the back straight, and that's kind of counting it in my head. So certainly with halfway to go, 7.5 minutes to go, Payton is being caught just nibbling away at his advantage. He's gone past Matthew Brennan in the Mark II escort, who sees the next pair coming, moves over to the left, very nicely driven, and Paul Neville suddenly is with the leader. Paul Neville might win this one. It says there's 3.3 seconds between them. There certainly isn't, because there's not even 3.3 car lengths. In fact, there's been a change of lead out onto the back straight, because suddenly Josh Payton is down to third place, and I thought he was slowing, and will he continue or will he come into the pits? I think he's going to come into the pits. The motor engineer, he won't be wanting to do any more damage to that car if there is the inkling of a problem. We've got a new leader, that is Paul Neville with the Escort Mark II RS2000 Droop Snoop. He's got Tyler England snapping at his heels, and more than snapping at his heels, because another wide exit from Devil's Elbow. Tyler England gets the invitation really to come down the inside into Gerard's corner. He's not going to make it through here, but that the front wheel drive Fiesta is pretty good through there, very steady and very quick, and he comes out, looks out at the slipstream of Paul Neville, but Neville with that 2.3 litre Duratec, he's got just that little bit more torque than the 2 litre version under the bonnet of Tyler England's Fiesta. It's a Fiesta Mark IV, and they will be back with us very shortly with just over 5 minutes to go, and shooting down from the through the inside line into the corner has come Neville from England. Third place is James Owen. He's just done his best, a 50.936. He's a second quicker than the race leader. He is a chunk quicker than 1.3 seconds quicker than second place Tyler England. And suddenly James Owen is coming into the reckoning for this race. Leaders have got to deal with the Mackenzie Fiesta, and that's Tyler England trying to forge his way up into the lead, going to the hairpin as they close in on Mackenzie. Blue flags waving, and well, Owen has weathered Neville has weathered the storm, but Owen is getting closer in the number 8 car, and he's got it really wound up now, because leader 52's flat, England in second place 52.2, 51 flat for Owen. He's only 2.2 seconds adrift of the leaders, and the leaders are battling fiercely, and Tyler England comes up alongside Paul Neville into the S's. They're still side by side, Neville has to lift off, England goes through, Owen gets closer, and this is proving to be quite some finale to this Classic and Modern Motor Club Mallory Park Festival. And we wait to see them come through. The gap was 0.6 first to second last time. There's another car ahead of them, and there's the Fiesta, and right up behind Paul Neville now is James Owen. He's got a 2.4 litre Ford Duratec in his car, and it's anyone's race between these three, and I wonder whether the tyres have gone off on Neville. He's the series coordinator, and he's had to let Tyler England go, and James Owen is threatening second place now, and he started this race sixth of those who took the start from row 5 of the grid, P9, but of course there were 3 non-starters ahead of him. And with 3 minutes to go, we wait to see who appears. Here is Tyler England, there is James Owen, who's now ahead of Paul Neville, and the gap from Tyler England to James Owen is 1.4 seconds, 1.47 seconds. Neville trying to get back to Owen, 51.2, 51.3 and 52.5, the top 3 that time round. I reckon it's going to go another 3 laps. There are more cars up ahead to negotiate, more cars that will be lapped by close to the end of this lap, I would have thought. It's not quite equidistant first to second, second to third, but James Owen has got the bit between his teeth, and he's charging now to get on terms with Tyler England and the Fiesta. It would be quite a turn up for the books if a Fiesta won this race, but nonetheless it's going to be a close run thing. Here come the leaders, and it is Tyler England and the Fiesta. Through he goes. Behind is Owen himself. That it's going to be third place at best in this race, because his times have gone away, and James Owen's on the fastest lap of the race, a 50.350. He'll be absolutely thrilled to bits with that. There are more cars to negotiate. There's probably 1 more lap in it, maybe just about 2 after this one, and Tyler England's the first to come up to the traffic. There are 2 cars to negotiate. One is Gary Johnson, one is the car of Dave Barrett, number 13, the Fiesta. And it's anyone's race. Into the pits has come 41 Matthew Brennan. Dave Primmett goes by, so he's still battling along behind Stone. And here they are. The leaders are absolutely nose to tail as they complete their 16th lap. 0.14 between them, 51.4, 50.8. So that's that 6/10 has come from. And James Owen can win this one, and he knows it. And Tyler England hanging on for all he's worth out front in the Fiesta, but James Owen has got more grunt, and he's absolutely flying, doing a grand job in this guy. He's wound it up brilliantly towards the end of the day, and there he goes, chasing down Tyler England, our race leader, as they have 35 seconds to go. We get down to now 30 seconds. They will appear before the time runs out, and as they come through, here they are going to come through onto what will be the final lap, and James Owen takes a lot of speed. He looks down the right hand side into Gerrard's. He's not close enough to do it. Tyler England was wise to that one, but he's got to keep his powder dry, I suspect, because it is here on the Steb Straight. They're going to come across another car to overtake. That's going to be Steve Primmett with the white Escort 1. They go through. Tyler England is through. James Owen is in second place. They go up to the hairpin. Can Tyler England hang on for a Fiesta victory at the end of the festival, or is it going to be James Owen, who's got that fastest lap on his slate, who can snatch it in the final seconds of the race? We'll see them in just a second. Here they come, and it's Tyler England who has that advantage from James Owen. He's going to get there to the checkered flag, but with 0.234 of a second to spare. So Tyler England wins it in the Fiesta Mark IV with a 2-litre Duratec engine. In second place, James Owen in the RSR Escort Mark I with a 2.4-litre Duratec, and in third place, 33, Paul Neville with the Escort RS2000 Mark II, the Droops new car with a 2.3-litre Ford Duratec under the bonnet. The fourth car is going to be Mike Thurley. Here he comes in the Castrol Zach Speed look-alike at reduced pace, and in fifth it's going to be the golf car of Wayne Crabtree Both of those cars powered by 2-litre Duratec engines. They finished 2.4 seconds apart, 29 and 5. And in 6th place, from the back of the grid, it's going to be Robert Lewis in the 170 Fiesta, by the looks of things, who just manages to get home in 6th place ahead of 134. It was Jason Stone in his 2-litre Duratec powered Escort. The Focus ST170 with a 1.6 EcoBoost engine just pipped into the line. Primmett was 8th, 9th was Blackley, 10th was Johnson, 11th was Barrett, and the rest, I'm afraid, fell by the wayside, including Josh Payton, who led that race so brilliantly early on with the Cortina Mark II with the 2.5 litre Duratec under the bonnet. But a good win then to round off this weekend for Tyler England from James Owen from Paul Neville. Remains for me, Marcus Pye, to say thank you very much for having us here at Mallory Park. Thanks for coming, thanks for watching, thanks for enjoying and being patient through the delays. Thank you so much to our marshals. Brilliant job with tricky conditions to deal with and tricky incidents to ameliorate over the weekend. It's been a pleasure to be back here at Mallory Park. I'm back with 750 Motor Club in June. I think I'm back with the Vintage Sports Car Club in August, and also with the Historic Sports Car Club celebrating 50 years of Formula 4 2000, which kicked off here in 1975. We'll be back with a celebration race on a single day in September. So for me, Marcus Pye, thank you on behalf of the Classic and Modern Motorsports Club. Thank you to our hosts at Mallory Park, and we will look forward to being back here at the friendly circuit in the Midlands later in the season. Good night.
Count me in. And with that, our BRSCC and CMMCS festival has come to an end here at Mallory Park, just near Leicester. Of course, a superb 2 days of racing with Ford Fiestas. Of course, we've had our single-seaters out there as well, tin tops, silhouettes, and plenty more. Of course, some of them will be off to Anglesey next time for their championship. Others, they'll be off to other places, but I'm sure that they'll have all the best, all the drivers for their next race. Of course, we're here from Mallory Park. It's goodbye from us. See you in the next one.